All right. All right. Welcome to the ultimate guide to beginning as a content creator, chat. This is going to be a guide mainly for people who want to get started. If you've already kind of started your content creation journey, if you will, you've already started making stuff, less of the beginning will be useful to you, but we will have a lot of tech stuff near the end, kind of going over equipment. I'll do a live demonstration of how I would set up like all my tech. And I'll do it quite fast, but I'll explain everything, and we'll have a picture of all my settings and stuff, and we have a one sheet as well, which will be available for you if you do miss any of the information. You don't want to watch a whole video, so you can just kind of scroll through the sheet, find the information you want as well. And we also will have a list of equipment for you if you do want to purchase anything. It's also going to be an affiliate link, so I get a little something back too, which is nice. But yes, as I mentioned, the start of this is going to be talking about how to get into streaming, how to get into YouTube, a lot of the philosophy behind it, because I can't really teach you like what content to make. Obviously, only you can do that, but I can kind of give you a lot of an overview of the mentality that I think a lot of content creators have, as well as kind of lessons that you can take into it, and a lot of the thought processes that I take into how I do this. Now, a little bit about me, because I'm sure there are people watching this on YouTube that have never seen my content before, and are wondering why a guy like me is given a guide. Hi, I'm Connor, been YouTubing for 11 years, streaming for like 5 or 6. I've done podcasts that have done very well. I've done world tours, big live shows, pretty much everything that you can do in content creation. I've done it. Have I done it well? That's a different question entirely. But I'd like to think we know a thing or two. We've been around for a while. Stare, who is this guy? Now, you will notice we do have chat, who's so always desperate for attention, and they'll be giving their thoughts live. But I'm not going to be paying attention to you, chat, today. I'm sorry, okay? If you do have questions, okay, we will answer them at the end. We'll do a little Q&A at the end of this. I will warn you, this is going to be long. We're going to go pretty in-depth on a lot of things. Mainly the tech. We're going to do very, very in-depth on all that for you guys to explain how that works. So it's going to be probably like 3 hours is my guess. We also have Mudan, who's going to give us an editing little 10-minute video explaining it to us. So there's a lot of information here. So please don't ask questions whilst we're going through it. I will answer them all at the end, because there's a lot of information that we need to unpack. And it'll be distracting if I kind of get off the tangents. I want to just kind of keep it going. So buckle down. And if you're watching on YouTube, whether it's the edited video or the VOD, there's timestamps on screen. So if there is something in particular you want to know more about, you can do that. But I think it's very helpful to watch this whole thing and to kind of learn a little bit about everything as we go along. Because I'm trying to kind of teach you this in a kind of correct order so that we go from the right building blocks, right? So that when we get to the equipment, we're kind of already at the right headspace for it, okay? So who's ready? Who's excited? Okay, let's do it. For those of us who are not streaming, okay, no questions. Can we at least learn tech support? Look, all of this stuff is going to happen, okay? No questions, though. That's what I said, okay? And I mean it, all right? Okay? First of all, I have a pointer. Isn't that fun? It can also change my slides, which is great. So let's go to our first slide today, because we're gonna start this off. We're gonna start strong, okay? And I wanted to think of like, what is the core message behind YouTube and content creation, especially if you're getting into it now, because it always feels like you should have gotten into it before, right? Okay, hold on, one of my programs just crashed. That's not good. Okay, perfect. There we go. All right. And I thought, like, what is the message that like I would convey to people who want to get into it today, right? Because there's so many people who have already been doing it for so long. And truthfully, the only message I can think of is that, well, you're behind, chat. You're behind. That's you right here. You are here, okay? This is me with my suitcase and ties. I'm already in the biz, okay? You're trying to get into it, all right? So how do you do it? How do you do it, okay? Because it's tough, truthfully. Because, if I'm being honest, if you wanted to become a content creator, the best time to start was 15 years ago. And the best time after that was 10 years ago. And then it was 5 years ago. And if you're stupid enough, which I know many of you are in this chat, today is the best time for you to start. Because, look, you're behind, so you need all the time you have right now to catch up, okay? Not tomorrow, not in a week, right now, chat, all right? And look, I know it sounds mean, because I say you're behind, right? It doesn't feel good. Well, I'm behind. Why should I even try? And it's because you are, all right? And even if you started in the past, maybe you haven't learned a lot of lessons that you would need to kind of get ahead. And there are already tons of amazing channels and tons of amazing creators with amazingly produced videos and streams. So why can you, with nothing, possibly compete against them? Well, there are many ways that you can. And it's going to be tough because there's a lot that you're going to need to learn, all right? Truthfully. Like, I know a lot of the times it seems easy, and for some people it is. But if you're like us, we are average Joes. We don't have any crazy fucking talents, all right? We're just normal people. We need to learn a lot, okay? And we have to learn a god-awful lot very quickly. We need to learn how to be entertaining. We need to learn how to be a cameraman. We need to learn how to be a producer, an editor, a graphic designer, a set designer at times, a boss, and a businessman. And you're going to have to learn how to do it now, chat, because it's going to take, it's going to take a lot of time to fucking learn. But, chat, there is great news. There is fantastic news. You do have a secret weapon, okay? You do have a secret weapon, okay? Nobody knows anything about you, okay? Nobody knows anything about you. Also, by the way, I just wanted to say, here's the next slide. You can catch up. You can be the monkey. Nobody knows anything about you, right? And that is genuinely a very good skill to have because it's like when you go to a new school, you can reinvent yourself. You've got a new identity that you can build up, and you're new and no one knows anything about you yet. And truthfully, 0.001% of you probably have something very, very, very special that the world wants to see. And that's great too. Truthfully though, if you are that, you probably don't need this guide. It's going to work out for you. I'm kind of mainly giving it to the people who, like me, where it's like, yeah, I guess I'm okay at doing things, but it's a lot of hard work. So we'll get it done. So when we go through this, right, and it seems very difficult, it's important to remember that, like, you need to think about this, like, not just that you're catching up, right, like this monkey's catching up right now, but you need to get ahead, right, and to learn all those skills and to work tirelessly, truthfully, for potentially zero reward. I mean, that's what content creation is. Odds are most people who have tried have not had any success, and you need to be okay with that, and you need to enjoy the act of creating. And throughout all of this extremely long class that we're going to go to today, I just want you to remember that you are not trying to catch up to the other creators. You are trying to go ahead of them. And that is very possible because people like me get complacent. So it's very, very simple. Now, let's rewind because I want to kind of give an example of kind of the mentality that you need to have with YouTube specifically, okay? So let's rewind, right? This is YouTube 10 years ago, or over 10 years ago even. You've got your Sean's, your Marks, your Felix's, your Game Grumps. They're all doing Let's Plays, right? And, when we think about it, Let's Plays pretty much dominated YouTube, right? Every single big content creator was a Let's Player. And I see many of you now saying peak. And it was peak. It was peak, okay? But there's a reason why they don't upload the same videos they did 10 years ago today, right? The format has had to change, had to adapt. The old style of Let's Plays is kind of dead. And if you started now, like maybe these guys could probably do, Game Grumps could rip a classic Games Grump and it would be fine, right? But you as a new creator, you couldn't, nor would you try to emulate that style now, right? You wouldn't stand out. There's a reason why the demands change. And this is like the type of stuff that is popular now. You've got like, these really nicely produced thumbnails and the content is all totally different. It's all bright, shiny. And like, look, maybe you like the old version more. Maybe you don't. That's not the point. What I'm trying to get across is that, it has changed a lot, right? And so if you're trying to emulate what is currently working, you are like, which is this, you're trying to copy this now, you are always going to be behind, right? Because these guys, Ludwig, Mr. Beast, Cold Ones, all these guys, they are the ones creating the new ideas and getting ahead and kind of propagating this like new style of content, right? So it's not about how can I emulate the people that are crushing it? It's how can I come up with something more interesting, more engaging in my own way, right? And I think like a great example of this is like Summoning Salt, who does these like kind of speed run history videos. You know, it's like nobody would have thought to do that before he did it, right? And that's the type of content that is now in demand, right? People want to know about this stuff, but that is something that he came up with, right? It's a kind of an interesting idea, and it's precisely because you're new, chat. You know, you're trying to start content creation, that you need to have this mentality of like, okay, I need to not try to copy too much. I want to try and take the ideas and get ahead of them. Okay, and truthfully, you know, this lesson is not for a content creator who has already made it or doing well. This is for somebody who, you know, wants to start, you know, and wants to try and get into it. Like if you're coming into this video hoping that you can learn how to make money at the end, it will not happen, okay? It won't happen. Shove an ad in your face. We'll get to that later, okay? As every good content creator does. Okay, so now that we kind of like have a little bit of an understanding of like, okay, you are not trying to copy people that are currently doing it. You are trying to bring something new. Let's go to my beginning and where I started and kind of the challenges that I faced. And then I can kind of explain to you through my own journey, some of the considerations that I took when I started making content creation, right? So let's go to, let's rewind. It's rewind time. Oh, I never get old. Okay, so chat, when I started YouTube 11 years ago, that is not me 11 years ago, that is me 2 years ago. But I was not 30 then, so I was a young man. Oh, very handsome too. So when I started 11 years ago, that's me when I started 11 years ago. This is me. That's me. Look at that boy, no beard, full of life. Doesn't know what he's getting himself into, okay? So when I started YouTube 11 years ago, I had a lot to learn. There was a lot that I needed to learn. I had to figure out all of this stuff, okay? I had to figure out, how does a monkey edit? Me. Microphones? Ah. Thumbnails? What the fuck is that? Editing? Barely know her. I don't know. And when I started, this was all I had. I'm serious. This was genuinely the exact headset that I used for making YouTube videos, which is still slightly better than maybe what Tyler One uses. And this laptop. I think it was similar to this one. So all I had was this laptop, and this headset, truthfully, wasn't... Wait, why is my green screen fucking up now? All right, well. And this headset that really wasn't good for much, other than maybe saying slurs on Xbox Live, which I definitely did not do when I was 13. But nonetheless, okay, when I started, I decided that the world needed something new, something that had never been done before on YouTube, okay? I decided that I would kick things off with Sebastian prank calls. This is my very first kind of true YouTuber video that I did. You know, and at the time, 11 years ago, prank calls were a very popular genre of YouTube, right? We all used to love those ridiculous calls that were edited and animated. It was very fun. But at the time, no one had ever done it doing an immaculate impression of Sebastian for obvious reasons. To those who don't know, Sebastian is a sexy British man from the anime Black Butler, which I'm sure many of you do know. So, you know, I wanted to make this video, but I didn't have the skills. And we know from the results, it worked out. That's pretty good. You know, it worked out. But obviously going from, you know, this to getting a video to get this is not easy. So what did I do? How did I, like, what kind of changes, what kind of decisions did I make that were crucial to kind of getting a video off the ground? So the first thing I did was, well, I mean, I kind of realized, look, this is a good mic. It's a good mic, okay? Unfortunately, it sounded like I was trying to ask them for their social security number when I called them up. It didn't sound good. And also on YouTube, audio is king. So I decided I needed a new headset or microphone. And, you know, truthfully, at the time, I was a 16-year-old boy, and all I had was $40 that I managed to save. But we managed to go to Best Buy. Oh, no, this is a clip. This is a clip of it. We managed to go and get a microphone that ended up being pretty good. It was I believe it was the Samson CO1U. I wouldn't recommend it today, but at the time it was a very, very good mic. And in the space of 12 hours, I recorded those calls, and I spent another 12 hours editing, very slowly, frame by frame, constantly glued, looking at YouTube with tutorials on how to do the visual that I was wanting. You know, if I wanted to move or add subtitles, I would just, you know, watch a tutorial on how to do it. It's very basic. It was very simple. But at the time, it was enough to make, well, enough to make this video, which, you know, I can kind of show you the editing a little quick right now to kind of give you a flavor.
This is Best Buy.
Well,
I'm sorry?
where is my pizza?
Okay, so you can see right there we have very basic subtitles, literally a stock picture of Best Buy, and then just these two images that pop up. It was literally that. That was the editing. There was nothing else. But at the time, you know, it was enough, right? And it was just entertaining enough for some fans. But on YouTube, as we all know, that is not the only challenge that we face. Oftentimes you hear so much about this nowadays, and even still back then it was important as well, but nowadays it's pretty much all you hear about. It's the... Someone's at my front door. Who's at my front door? Oh, God. 1 second, chat. Someone's at my front door interrupting my lecture. God damn it. God damn it! The Best Buy worker wanted revenge. Okay. Oh my God, it was nothing. What a waste of my time. I shouldn't have got it. I should have ignored it. Okay, sorry, where were we? Okay, but on YouTube, there was another big problem. And it's been the thing that you hear always about when we talk about YouTube. It's the dreaded thumbnail. Okay. I did not know how to use Photoshop. In fact, I didn't have Photoshop. So I pirated it. I didn't, Adobe, if you're listening. And tried my best in a few hours to make a thumbnail that looked good. Now you might be thinking, Connor, is that just a gray background with a font that you found online? No, that is a gradient, which is an editing tool. Editing. I think it is actually a slight gradient. I do remember being very proud that I figured that out. But it, you know, it's very basic, but it's clean. And at the time, you know, I don't know if you remember 2015 YouTube thumbnails, they weren't exactly the best. So you know, it stood out just enough to make, you know, something like this, which, you know, it's not amazing, but it was, most importantly, it was within my ability to learn how to do this. And I couldn't make anything crazier. Like this is the extent of what I could make. So, you know, it's good enough, right? And that's important to think about that. Like you need to make you need to do something what you can do and not get over ambitious. But I also knew that the video wouldn't be seen by anyone. Like when you upload your first video, there is very few exceptions where YouTube will want to promote it, right? There are these like generational talents that pop up occasionally on YouTube that just make these absolute bangers of videos, and you can probably name a bunch in your head. But truthfully, that is not how like 99% of YouTubers or streamers blow up. It is genuinely, you have to work really hard, and you can't rely on that just luck of the draw. So you need to get creative on how you're going to promote it, right? And I decided in 2015, the best way for me to promote this was by using Facebook groups, which is probably a relic or a shudder to some of you. But Facebook used to actually, you know, you used to be able to use it, kinda. And look, I know you're thinking, okay, why the fuck does this help me? But look, okay, at the time, Facebook wasn't just for like rage baiting boomers, okay? It seems silly, but at the time, there was these things called Facebook groups. They were quite influential because you basically just say like, I liked Black Butler, and there would be 100 other thousand people that had liked that group, and they would get posts, right? Because this is before the time of personalized algorithms, so it was kind of reliant on like you saying what you liked and the platform giving you that. And I figured out, okay, well look, I have this video with Sebastian in it, and I want to promote it, but I don't know how. But there are these tons of Facebook groups with different types of Black Butler fan groups, which is the anime that I was, that video was based on. This is Sebastian from the show Black Butler. So I decided like I should go to these Facebook groups and offer them. This is true. I did this, and this is how it happened. I decided, okay, look, these guys love Sebastian, and I sound just enough like him where I think I can offer personalized voice recordings. I know it sounds sketch as fuck, but I wasn't thinking about it like that. To all of the admins of these groups, if they promoted my video, right? So I would say like, hey, whatever, like any way that you can share my video if you think it's funny, I would be happy to do these like voice recordings or prank call, whatever you want me to do. Just please fucking share my video. I worked so hard on it. I really want someone to share it. And at the time, I was very passionate, and I thought my video was good. Obviously, looking back, there's a lot that wasn't good about it. But at the time, that's what I really thought. So like Cameo, yes, I was basically offering Cameo to diehard fans of a thing, and all of them fucking ignored me. But there was one group with 80,000 followers that did take my offer. And the next day after they posted it, my very first video had 5,000 views, and that small push was enough to get the ball rolling. Just getting that to happen is really, really important, right? Because going from 1 to 100 or 1 to 10 views is going to be the hardest leap. So if you can already get to the 1,000 mark and people are watching it, YouTube and these other platforms will be like, oh, this is great. But I only did that because I was like pretty certain that this video was good. Like I felt confident at that time this video was good enough for that. And that small push was enough to get the ball rolling. And by the end of the first month, I think I recall it had about 100,000 views on my very first video. Like it was just like pure, like, what the fuck? The very first video I made, it just all worked out. And then pretty much immediately after the first video did well, I immediately started working on the next video for the following week. I don't know why I decided I was going to upload weekly. I just did. And despite having pretty much zero plan, I did not plan for any future content. I didn't plan for this video to blow up. There was literally no idea of like what I was doing. I suddenly found myself uploading every single week. And I pretty much never missed a week for about 5 years after that, which was great because, obviously, nowadays, the time between uploads, is a little bit longer. Okay, this is also an incorrect screenshot. Sorry, chat. This is like the very first ones. After this one, it was weekly. But yeah, I'm pretty telling you that I'm not doing it weekly anymore now. Don't get mad at me for that. That's my own fault. But obviously, in that first week when I made this video and I made this prank call video, I realized something very important. And a lot of creators dream for their breakout moment, but they don't really know how to kind of take advantage of that when it's in front of them. They don't plan, and they think, oh, well, it's okay, I can just take my time. But I also realized that like I got to upload now. Now I have to upload. Otherwise, these people who are interested in this content might just not care anymore. And I also knew that prank calls weren't sustainable. Like even 18, 19-year-old me, I realized that maybe pissing off minimum wage 9-to-5 workers shouldn't be my game plan. I realized that it's probably not a good idea. So I figured, okay, this content this is the only thing I've ever made. I don't want to remake the same thing again because this is going to be a horrible precedent to set for myself, but I want another video next week. So I was like, okay, how can I kind of keep it somewhat adjacent to the content I've made whilst giving something new that is easier for me? So I figured out, I was like, well, there are tons of fans of this show. Why don't I just call them instead? Obviously, it's not going to be as interesting as prank calls or as funny, but fans of the show will probably really enjoy it. So the next week, I uploaded that video. And I actually called the admins of that very first Facebook group that shouted me out. And shout out to I think it was like 4 Filipino girls who were the ones running that group. Shout out. I appreciate it. You guys not only promoted me, but then gave me my content next week. Appreciate you. You're a real one. Shout out. And with a bit of creative editing on that video, I still managed to get that video, to be quite fun. It was not prank calls, but with editing, we can make anything interesting. That is truly a takeaway that you should take from this. So that's the story of my first video. And I want to now explain a bit of the beginning of those and some of the choices that I made along the way that were really crucial to ensuring that I started off with a bit of success, right? So first of all, I realized, okay, up here, my mic was bad. Now I could try and brute force it with that microphone, with that crappy headset, but $40 at the time was within reach of me to be able to get a new microphone. And so I decided that was the single biggest financial investment I could make at the time that would result in a massive upgrade, right? It's not about getting that 1590 PC. That wouldn't have helped. It's not about getting a crazy camera. It wouldn't have helped. But at the time, I realized that mic, that $40 thing, was the difference between this looking like slop and being very good, right? So that was something that I saved up for and bought. Okay, editing was very bad. In fact, I wouldn't even say bad. I didn't even know how to edit. So I needed to learn. And I literally just, every single effect or edit that I wanted to do, I pulled up a YouTube guide on like another tab, and I would constantly just go between, okay, I need to do this, do this. You know, it is crucial that when you need to learn something, you just do it. Don't sit and ah about like, okay, I don't know, like, if I can learn, or if I should learn before I film the video. You need to just do it. Like, because the more that you sit around and twiddle your thumbs about if you should do it this way, you should do it that way, just fucking make the video. Start editing it. It's so frustrating because I have so many friends and so many people that wanted to get into it, and this is where they fall because they're like, I need to make sure everything's perfect before I start. I really don't feel confident. You know, the worst thing you can do is do that. So just start. Okay, ADHD, doesn't matter. Get the ADHD involved, bro. Get it helping. You pick this one, you pick this one, you focus on the task that's right in front of you, focus on what's interesting, but start working on that video. Okay, another one. I knew the extent of my abilities, right? Like when I was talking about the thumbnails, talking about the editing, right? I knew that I was shit at this. I was complete dog shit. And I didn't try to make a video, and I didn't try to make a thumbnail that I couldn't make. Like you have to be really introspective and understand your current abilities and where you're at, and figure out videos that you can make within that. You can't make a Ludwig video right away. You can't make like, you know, let's say you're passionate about board games, like the board game night that we do with like 15 cameras. You can't do that right away, right? You need to understand your immediate abilities and how to use those to your strengths and not let them hold you back, all right? Number 4, okay. I recognized that me as a creator, I have no pull when I start at 0. My name carries literally 0 weight. I have nothing to offer the world. So I leveraged the pre-existing popularity of Black Butler and a pre-existing fan base at the time to kind of get my way in the door, right? Because at the time on YouTube, anime was still obviously very, very popular, but there was nobody really making content for it outside of AMVs, abridges, and reviews. Those are the only type of anime content that existed. And so I decided to combine a different genre of YouTube with anime, which is something that I was passionate about at the time, right? And that was enough and novel enough to really keep the audience and the momentum going. So you need to think about this kind of stuff about, like, if you are, you know, trying to do a genre that's already been done, or you're trying to do a style of content that's already been done, what can you bring to it? What can you do? How can you leverage that into growing? 5, okay, another one. I learned creative ways to promote my content. Now, obviously, I gave you some strategies that would have worked 11 years ago if you happen to do a mean Sebastian impression. But nowadays, you know, the game has changed. You know, TikTok, Instagram, whatever platform is in the future, you will need to get creative with how you promote your video. Whether that means the video itself is a crazy promotion for something, but you need to think outside of the box to promote this, because everyone is trying to upload. And most people are so lazy that they just throw something on this platform and hope the algorithm does it. You need to do it. You need to figure out the best way possible to get this video to blow up. You need to put it in the best possible position for it to do well, right? And you know, you can hope that these algorithms will take the you know, hold of it and they'll promote it, and they might, but they probably won't. So you need to figure out how you can best put it in position for possible. It's harder for now, for sure. Everyone's thinking the same thing, which is why somebody who has really creative thinking or creative content can really easily break out. And, there are creators that have proved that you can literally start from nothing and blow up constantly. If you ever look at like Anthpo's stuff, he's constantly making new accounts that blow up. Yes, he has the means and the knowledge, but you can start from zero. It is very, very possible. And if you're sitting here saying, it's too hard now, there's no way I can do it. Well, then great. You let the people who actually do have the motivation to go ahead and get that. Okay. So the next lesson that I learned, again, this is all just from that one story. These are considerations and things that I thought of. Okay. The moment that I saw my opportunity to grow, aka the first video blowing up, straight gas on the pedal. I did not stop. Like the moment I had a video that did well, it was when I went into overdrive. Like I sacrificed like every other free moment I had. I was in college at the time, right? So I still had basically a full-time responsibility to do something else. But I pretty much spent every single other moment on this. And I didn't just like twiddle my thumbs thinking of, I don't know if I can make something as good as the first one. I just made something. It performed worse than my first video. And that's fine because you just need to make stuff and you need to keep making stuff. And then finally, the last lesson I learned was I realized when a video format or a video concept was not repeatable. I didn't want to prank minimum wage workers, like I said. So I just mixed it up. I realized by making one simple change to the video, it now becomes a much more repeatable video formula because people want, at the time, there are a lot of fans that really wanted to be called by me doing a fucking Sebastian impression. And look, I look back very fondly on that era, and it sounds kind of crazy, but just doing that one change made the video so much more repeatable, not only for like ease of making the content, but also like ethically as well, which, obviously W ethics, we like that. Okay, if you guys need a break, you tell me, okay? If not, I'm going full gas, okay? Okay. So, that's the mindset you need, right? You need to recognize your flaws. You need, in your own process, and flaws in what you can and can't do, and you need to think about all this stuff, okay? You need to know your shortcomings. It requires you to be awfully honest and introspective to yourself when you're creating content because you are putting so much of yourself out there, and if you can't genuinely analyze what you're doing, then you're not going to grow. And that's like true in a lot of things in life. So a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here is also extremely applicable in your everyday life. So even if it doesn't work out for you, don't worry about it. Hopefully you've learned a couple of amazing things. So don't worry too much about that. Okay. And I say this because there is like a lot that you need to recognize as a person. Like, am I interesting? Can I keep my friends' attention when telling a story or teaching them about something? If I can't, why would strangers on the internet want to listen to me? I know it sounds dumb, but that very same ability to be able to recount a story in a funny way to your friends is the exact same skill that you will need when you're a content creator. Not necessarily telling stories, but the ability to structure a story, kind of give information in a way that is engaging and keep people kind of, engaged with the entirety of the story. And like, if your friends don't want to listen to you, why would random people on the internet want to? So like these kind of storytelling skills and ability to converse and be personable are really, really important. And even if you learn these skills by doing YouTube, which is fine, they will help you in the real life, even if you don't end up being a successful YouTuber, which is great as well. That's really helpful. And because truthfully, that's what content creators do. It doesn't matter what genre, what content you do, you are there to engage people with a story. A wacky weekend is telling a story, and an educational like Tom Scott video is telling you a story, and a Ludwig video is telling you a story. The characters and the settings are always different, but they're all presenting a story to you. And that is a valuable skill in life, not just content creation. So really, really think about that. So now that you understand a little bit about that, let's talk about streaming. Streaming's a waste of fucking time, especially if you don't understand YouTube. Everyone's told you this. Professor Al has told you this. I'm going to tell you this. It's true. Literally, there are so many streamers, and we all know many of them who are successful. I'm not saying that you won't be successful, but if we're talking about truly starting from zero, it's kind of a waste of time to start streaming without understanding YouTube, because YouTube is the only way that you can grow. We all know that Twitch literally doesn't promote you at all. It doesn't do anything. Right? And I'll reiterate that again later. But if you don't have a serious plan when getting into streaming, it's kind of useless. So we're going to start off with YouTube because it's fucking pointless learning about streaming. So let's make sure you have a plan. Okay. First off, chat, when we talk about YouTube, okay, I want to tell you this. This is very true. And again, I want to be 100% honest about this when we talk about YouTube. I cannot tell you what to make. If you are hoping to leave this video knowing what video to make, I can't. If I knew what a 10 million view video was, I would have made it. You know what I mean? So if you're hoping that I'm going to tell you exactly what content to make today, that's not going to happen. What I can do is hopefully tell you the considerations again when we're making a YouTube video of how you can kind of set yourself up for success the best way possible. Okay. So what I can do is I can give you the tools to create some amazing content. And first of all, chat, what is the most important part of a YouTube video? Does anyone know? I'll wait until someone says it. What is the most important part of a YouTube video? I'm waiting. Feed pics. That's wrong. Good effort, though. Thumbnail. Correct. You guys knew it right away. You've heard it a million fucking times, and we're all sick of hearing it. But it's true. The thumbnail is the most important part of the video, packaging as it's called as well. Unfortunately, content lives and dies by the thumbnail and the title. And it hasn't always been this way. It's kind of changed over time, and it might not always be this way in future, but at least in the current landscape of YouTube, it is the most important. However, obviously, asterisk, no one's going to watch a YouTube video if it fucking sucks. So we're considering that you even have a concept here or a video that's good enough, right? And truthfully, how a lot of, how I make content, how a lot of my friends make content, I won't even start making the video unless I've already envisioned the thumbnail and the title in some way, right? Like, I'm not going to just film a video and then be like, we'll figure it out afterwards, because that is normally a recipe for disaster of how you are going to make a cool video and kind of scratching your head on like, well, so you kind of really want to have that thumbnail and that title planned ahead of time so that you can better kind of mold the content around the concept. Again, because, unless people click on your title or your thumbnail, then no one can even get to the point where they can watch the video long enough for YouTube to recommend it, right? So especially in the beginning where you have nothing, it is very, very, very important to make sure that you are, doing that. So that's step one. That's step one. Obviously, step two is, make the video. Make the fucking video. So, that's honestly the format of how I make a YouTube video. Step one, what is the thumbnail title? Step two, what is the video? Like, how am I going to film this? How am I going to shoot it? How is all this? So thumbnail first, always thumbnail first. That's what you think. And if I can't think of a good thumbnail or title, I don't make the video. It's that simple. Well, as you know, my main channel, I don't make a lot of videos, but in general, right? So I think the best way to explain how to make a video and how to kind of analyze your content and the best way to make it. What I've done is I've picked 3 different videos over the course of my main channel's history from the very beginning, and then we'll go kind of in the middle, and then where we're at now. And I'll kind of tell you what's changed, what kind of considerations I made when making that video that will hopefully help you better go to your own content and you can see where you're at in your journey and figure out, okay? I can explain how I made it and the challenges and all that fun stuff. So obviously the first video, Sebastian prank calls. We kind of already talked about this one. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about this one too much, but yeah, like I said, I learned everything, like the core of editing, thumbnails, everything making this video. The only thing I knew how to do before I made this video was chop audio. Literally just cut, boop, cut, boop, cut. It's very simple. I literally knew nothing else, okay? So that means you could make this video. Any one of you could make this video tomorrow, except your Sebastian impression won't be as good as mine. But like, you know what I mean? Like, there is literally nothing stopping me or you from making like a basic video like this. Now, of course, if you uploaded this video today, it wouldn't do as well. But, generally speaking, like, anyone could have made this video. Literally any of you. So that's very important to kind of keep that in mind, right? So let's move on to a video. Okay, this is here. Okay, hold on. The next slide is an editing timeline. Okay, Yeah. Okay, I know why. Okay, I know why this is here. Yeah. So fast forward 4 years, and we'll talk about the next video, which was this video. You know, it's this this cosplay video that I made. This blur is not here on the thumbnail. I had to add that in this video just in case we get demonetized. But this was a video that I made 4 years later. Now, at this point, a lot of things had changed. I'd already kind of seen a bit of success, and at this point, I'd made some crucial changes. So the first big change was that editing, this thing, I fucking hated it. I still hate it. I do not like editing. I was never good at editing. I did it just enough to get the video made, right? And so a big portion of my time was being spent on this thing that I wasn't particularly passionate about and that I didn't like. But for 4 years, I did it all myself. This point, I decided, fuck this, I want an editor. And even though I wasn't making a lot of money, around this time on YouTube, I think I was making like $1,200 a month after doing it for 4 years. And that was not including that I had to pay rent and all this stuff. And this was my full-time job. So at this point, I couldn't really afford an editor, but I said, fuck it, I'm gonna get it. Because I'm at the point now where I think it's a bit of a gamble, but I think I can make the editor worthwhile. So my first editor was Evanita, and then later on we started working a lot more with Mudan, who also is going to be giving you an editing masterclass in about 10, 20 minutes or whatever. So if you want a editing masterclass, it'll be happening in just a moment. So I hated editing. So I decided, like, hey, look, I need to give this to someone else. So I found an editor. And also, another big thing I made was that I also was very shit at making thumbnails. I was pretty much only good at kind of making the content. And it was the only part I really liked doing as well. So I kind of really early on decided that, like, for me, what I was passionate about was making the video and getting the editor to help. And now, crucially, I also recognized that I was a bad editor. You know, I'm not good at it, and I could have spent more time improving, but I also recognized that I wanted to get someone who was better than me, way better than me, so they could elevate my content and take it to another level. And I would also have more time then to film more videos. And so I kind of took a bit of a gamble, and I thought, okay, I can't really afford this, but I'm going to invest the money in it and just give it a shot. I'm not saying that you should do that, because it is, you know, everyone thinks that if I just spend money, my problems will go away, and that's not at all the case. It was like at that point in time, I kind of assessed that it was the correct thing to do. I also, as you can see, thumbnail art, very good. I decided that I would hire an artist to make these sprites, and they made about like 15 of them. And I can't remember how much I paid for these, but I paid I don't know, couple of $100 or $1,000 or something for like 12 different variations of these. And I used those for like 5 years, like for a very long time. Like I spammed these. If you go to my channel, like I'll just show you now, these were fucking everywhere. I used 1, 2, 3, 4. Those were drawn. That one was drawn too. But like generally, like I used them in so many of the videos. And I got so much value out of it, because I realized that, okay, look, I'm at the point now where I wanted people to come to the content for me. Prior, it was Sebastian, it was Black Butler, and in that 4 years, I spent a lot of time kind of getting people to kind of associate the content more with me and less with Black Butler, right? So this is one of, by the way, the first videos that really like blew up for me. Or I guess the $5 variant of this one. But I realized, like, okay, I want to expand outside of the niche I was stuck in. And a lot of people find themselves in this way. Maybe they start off like going too niche into a certain, like maybe they're doing like Warhammer figure painting, right? And then they decide, okay, well, I want to do variety gaming content. And it's like the audience is kind of like not down to swap. You know, a lot of the time the audience isn't interested. And so when I was kind of making these changes, a lot of what my content was, you'll see, is anime kind of focused with some kind of connecting thing to Black Butler, and then something else that could involve me doing silly things. I was trying to get the audience used to me and like that, like, because I really, really wanted to not be the Sebastian guy for life. But I didn't try to just fucking turn the fucking car into the wall. Like, I'm not trying to like 180 the content right away. It was a very gradual thing that I did over time, over the course of years, that I really like slowly, I found the threads between the thing that people liked, and I found concepts that would engage the same people whilst also bringing in a new audience, right? So it's important that when I was going through the content, that I was really being considerate of like what the audience I have likes and what a new audience might like. Because I really, really didn't want to be Black Butler guy. So this content blew up crazily for me. Like, this shit did really, really well because it was a good concept. The concept was really solid. As you can see, I literally just bought cheap clothing from China and I wore it, you know, and it looks ridiculous because you have this really, you know, handsome looking lad there, but you have this really attractive Asian woman. And obviously I'm not that. So what the hell would happen when I wear those costumes? It's a really simple concept to get across in the thumbnail. Now, the thumbnail is still not good because there are a lot of things that I've done wrong in this thumbnail. And every thumbnail we'll go over and I'll explain it to you. First of all, white background, white guy. It's like there's too much white in this thumbnail, which is a critique that I get a lot in my my thumbnails. There's like, it's just way too like bland, and this is doing the heavy lifting. You know, back then this was probably good enough. And like, I've included like a store page in the back, which you can't really make out unless the thumbnail's blown up big size, right? So it's just like, what even is the background? Like a solid blue color probably would have been better or something, right? I need to think about these things. Like, why is something in the thumbnail? Now, obviously the classic thumbnail arrow. This is my kind of my crux, if you will, because I'm trying to direct the eye of someone who looks at this thumbnail. I'm trying to say, hey, you're going to look here, hot lady, and then you're going to look here because the arrow tells you to. And then this is just your kind of, this is like my branding. Like, this is just kind of my throwback. But also, you know, when you see a thumbnail that has really good art or is really nicely laid out, generally it inspires some kind of confidence in you. So, you know, hiring a professional artist, having good art, really kind of, you know, it inspires confidence in an audience member to click on your video. So let's go and actually look at the video itself now, and let's talk about what I did right, what I did wrong. Let's play the. Is this everybody's favorite video series where I embarrass myself? My accent's different. Sweet revenue. Yes. All right. You know the deal. Let's open these bad boys up. Some of them are partially open because I had to check which ones had been delivered. Without further ado, thank you, Connor.
Let's just go into the first cosplay. It's been a while. How are you guys doing? I'm doing good. I'm ready to embarrass myself. Is this like the whole video? What is this? Are you ready?
Okay. I think it's just like the whole fucking video. Bring it back? Hey, I don't mind. I'll bring it back, bro. I'll bring it back. Okay, so let's, first of all, let's play it again.
Is this
Can I pause? I can't pause. Okay, that's fine. So, first of all, things that I improved on. 1, 2 cameras. We have cameras now, and we had 2 of them. And 2 cameras isn't necessary. I still mostly use only 1. But at the time for this style of content, it's very nice to have 2 cameras because your editor will hate you, but they can cut between them. So you can make a lot more kind of smooth cuts. If it's 1 camera, you kind of get that YouTube effect of like, hi, and today I'm going to be doing this and that, and it keeps cutting, right? And it's this kind of jarring kind of way of editing. Whereas when you fully turn the camera angle, it makes that jarring movement way sooner. So I invested. The money I had, like I told you, wasn't a lot, but I constantly kept investing in money. Also, my mic is nicer at this time, although that mic is incorrect. You should not be using this microphone like this. This is a condenser microphone. We will get into this section later, but I should have been wearing a lav mic or something, or a shotgun mic, something that can pick up the audio much better in the room. And when you listen to the audio, I want you to listen to it again. Yes, it sounds audible, but it sounds very roomy. Listen.
Is this everybody's favorite video series where I embarrass?
Like, yeah, it's fine, but it sounds like I'm in a room and I'm nowhere near the fucking mic. It's just not good, right? So this consideration too. I did figure out that I needed lighting. Yay, that's good, Connor. We figured that out. Lighting is arguably one of the most underlooked parts of when filming stuff, but it is maybe the most important. However, I did it wrong. I have 1 light here, and in the video I have 1 light here. And you can see the lighting is just kind of whack. Like, let's look at this. Like,
Is this
when I'm on this
everybody's
camera,
favorite video series where I embarrass
I'm very
myself
dark, right?
for that?
You can see that shadow on my face. Now, again, with lighting and cameras, often there is like kind of a stylization aspect. Like, some people like the shadows, but you generally want to have the lighting to be somewhat similar between the two lightings, right? So it's kind of important to kind of make it like that. But overall, it was a great improvement over the course of 4 years. I'd upped my cameras. I'd got a better microphone. The concepts of my videos got stronger. Like, this is a really easy concept of a video to click on, and making it was quite easy. I just plopped 2 cameras. I had a microphone, and I just turned them all on, and I just did dumb shit while I opened packages and put on the cosplay. It was a really simple video for me to make. The only part that was difficult was picking the cosplays, and that took time. But it was about $300 worth of cosplays normally, or like 200. So it wasn't even like that much money to make this content and you know, get the kind of reap the rewards of the concept, right? So there's a lot that we've taken in with that video, and it's a big leap, but it's still not out of reach for any of you. Like, anyone, again, could make this video. All you need is better cameras, but you could use 2 phones and $200 to waste on outfits. Should you do it now? Probably not, because it's already been done, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty good. And also, one other thing that is kind of bad in this one is, like, my room is too
video
small.
Series where I embarrass myself for that.
Like, look, my bed. My bed is in a third of the frame. Like, it's just like I have no fucking room. But it was a fun time, you know. And YouTube is scuff. YouTube is scuff, man. And a lot of the joy of content creation is that you are allowed to be scuffed. That is totally fine. Oh, is Rain in the chat? What's up, Rain? YouTube is allowed to be scuffed, but it needs to be intentional scuff. Like, when you are picking something to be scuffed, there needs to be a reason for it to be scuffed. Because nowadays, you know, people like listening to good audio. They like all these things. So, you know, you need to know this stuff. Let's see. Let's keep going forward. The next content, which is one of my most recent ones, which is a crane game video. Okay, so now, you know, similar to the last video that came out, that was like 4 years after. I think this is like another 5 years or 4 years after, right? This is my most recent crane game video, and we also have now changed a lot for this video. So let's go over what we've changed from the previous video to this one in that course of the 5 years. Well, first of all, I understood a couple of core concepts. Let's go to the video and let's watch a clip and let's see what's different. What is this?
So, and I have really bad depth perception.
Okay.
Too bad.
Wait, why is it playing differently on my monitor from yours?
Yo! Are you kidding me?
Never doubt me again. Ever.
Meanwhile, I was fighting for my life.
I haven't won one of these yet today.
Okay, it's like pausing. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why it's playing weirdly. Okay, hold on. Play. Ignore the Mr. Beast thumbnail.
So,
Okay, now it's playing. Okay,
I
okay.
have really bad depth perception.
Okay, so
You should have gone for the middle one. You had it. Yo! Are you kidding me?
Never doubt me again. Ever.
okay.
Meanwhile, I was fighting for my life.
I haven't won one of these yet.
Fun. Okay, so let me explain what is different here from a creative perspective. First of all, let's talk about the video concept. The video concept, spending a bunch of money on crane games. You know, obviously living in Japan, I'm very lucky. I have access to types of content that we you know, can't get in a lot of other parts of the world. So it's just already naturally intriguing to kind of see that concept. And I recognize that these crane games are like really foreign and really cool and fun. So spending a bunch of money and bringing in a creator to go against is a fun concept. Like, it's fun to just go against and see 2 worlds collide. Obviously, look, you could do this video on like $200. It doesn't have to be this much. I just like getting a lot of footage. But normally every single person I've done this with hates these crane games by the end of the video. They fucking hate it. They want to not do it anymore. But what I'm trying to get across is the concept is like well thought out. Because at this point, I've now leveraged the fact that I'm a larger creator. I have more connections, so I can ask people to collab. I can use my larger platform to ask for permission to film in places. Now, obviously, like I said earlier, you need to think like, hey, if I start out, I'm here. You can't be thinking like, I want to make this video, because you don't have the tools yet. You need to think within like what your abilities are right now and what resources you have. So when you look at this, sometimes I see comments that are like, well, yeah, I mean, I could be a YouTuber if I had $1,000 to waste. It's like, bitch, no, you could not, because you did not go through all of this shit. You know, that you're missing the whole point. yes, of course you can see this video, but you need to understand that you need to use the tools that you have in your current, I don't know, holster to be able to make the content that you can make, right? But truthfully, anyone can make this, honestly. Like, I mean, that's my, don't tell anyone that. Okay, so let's talk about the actual nitty gritty, the stuff that is different. So first of all, you'll notice everyone has a lav mic. Everyone has one of these mics on. That is because we want to capture audio from everybody at a good volume. I have an example. 1 second. We'll get into the equipment later, but everyone is just wearing one of these. We put them on them. It's very simple. And we also have cameras that have microphones on them as backup, because you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes people accidentally turn off their mic. Sometimes it falls off. You know, we have redundancies. We need to be careful because you're going to get one shot to film a lot of this stuff. So have backups if possible. Just, you know, coverage. Obviously, this is not cheap. But, you know, we're at that point now where we're more considerate, and, you know, if we have the means or the money to do this, we should do it. On top of that, we have a camera for each contestant and a cameraman. So there's a lot more angles to work with. On top of that, we have one of these cameras on the devices. We have one of these on every single machine. So this way, the cameraman or the person filming doesn't have to worry about getting any shots of the machine. All you do is just, these are like $15 on Amazon. I mean, obviously the camera is more expensive, but you know, you just put it on like that, boom, and you have a camera feed that is 24/7, really high quality of just the machine. So now we can kind of focus on, you know, I don't have to worry about like, okay, can I be like expressive? Can I do all these things? Can I run away from the machine? Yes, I can, because we always have that camera there. So, you know, hiring a cameraman. These are all like these videos are getting way more expensive to produce. But ideally, that translates to the content being smoother and easier to watch and can hopefully reach a larger audience, right? So you need to think about that kind of stuff when you're, you know, seeing some success. But you can see throughout my content journey, right? We've gone from here, where this cost me literal $0 to make. I'm constantly, as I am able to, invest more, but learn lessons, more importantly, learn how to use this different equipment, learn how to use these different mics, and I'm constantly learning because I need and I want my content to get better because I enjoy that. That's a fun thing for me. I enjoy doing that. And so when you're going through your journey, you know, if you make or you learn something, you're not done learning. You need to keep learning. You need to keep investing, and this is very important if you want to, you know, have any success. You know, and a lot of people don't like hearing that, like, okay, I don't want to spend money, yada yada yada, and that's completely understandable. But obviously, when you're in a space like YouTube and some people are spending a fuck ton of money, you know, your content has to, you know, go against theirs, and YouTube doesn't care how much you spend. It doesn't, you know, your video might be better and you spend 1/3, but the point is that people are going to use every resource available to them to get that video to be the one that you click on. Okay, so you can sit here and complain about how unfair it is, and it fucking is. But at the end of the day, you need to learn and you need to go on your journey, learn all the skills. You're not going to be at the end. You're not going to be making like a Ludwig video or a Mr. Beast video today. You know, you need to think where you're at right now and go along with that kind of progression. And I hope that helps kind of paint the picture of, you know, the evolution there and the evolution you need to go through. And ultimately, the biggest thing that you can do when you're trying to do YouTube and you're trying to go through it all is to learn the skills. The skills, you know, I hire cameraman Paul. He's way more knowledgeable about me than all of the camera and audio stuff, right? But I'm always like, when I'm talking with him or I'm talking to someone else, I'm always asking questions. I'm saying like, okay, why do you use this? Okay, what about the mic is different? What is that thing on the lens? I'm always asking. Like, you need to ask and not be afraid. And so it's really, really important. And I'll probably reiterate that lesson again later on because it's one of the most important things you can do. Okay, so now that we've gone over the videos and how I made them and kind of the concepts and kind of the thought process that went into them, let's go into thumbnail theory. This is going to be, I know you guys are going to hate this, but it's important, okay? No questions until the end of the class. Mr. Beast. Not me, that Mr. Beast. I know some people think I am Mr. Beast. I'm not. I have way less money. Okay, so let's talk about thumbnails, okay? And you know, I know a lot of you will recoil when you see this thumbnail, right? A lot of you will say, I don't like it. And that's fine, that's good. But there are things that we can learn from these thumbnails about why is this style so popular, and you know, why is it doing so well? So let's talk about that. Oh, first of all, I forgot to add in my notes, I did write one thing I do bad. It's gone from here. I don't fucking upload anymore. That is a very bad thing you shouldn't do as a YouTuber. Keep uploading. Don't do what I do. I stopped uploading. That is one thing that I do terribly. You should upload. So, you know, let's just be real. And now the reason why I think it's helpful to start off by analyzing this, we will get into other thumbnails, but why I think it's useful to analyze a Mr. Beast thumbnail in particular is that these are probably like more engineered than a fucking McDonald's cheeseburger. Like this thing has gone through more rounds of testing than probably half the drugs we're willing to put in our body. So I've made some notes on the screen, as you can see, and there's a lot of theory about thumbnails. And I think the best way that I can kind of explain it to you about how to make a good thumbnail, or kind of the theory going into it, is that we all read manga. We all like manga in some way. There is obviously when you read manga, in English, we read from left to right, right? And in manga, you read the opposite way. But it's intuitive for us to read manga a lot of the time, but I'm sure all of you have read a manga that you open it up and maybe your eye went down and then you go up and you're like, wait, should I have gone, I think it's left then down. What? But then sometimes there's different panel spreads and you kind of get a little bit confused, right? But the really good mangakas, they are so good at drawing your eye. Your eye follows exactly the action line that they want you to follow. And that is what a good thumbnail does too, because your eye is going to be drawn to something, and then it's going to be naturally following what they want. And through that action of giving you a really easy to follow thumbnail, you will get all the information you need to want to engage with something. It is very similar to manga, this concept. And look, I don't like this thumbnail style, all right? But YouTube values watch time, and they need click-through rate to get it. Click-through rate means they need people to click on your video for them to watch it. If they don't click on it, then YouTube does not serve it. And they do like a bunch of tests. So like, you know, if you have like 8 thumbnails in a square, every time they show your thumbnail and it isn't like the one that they click on, that's like a mark against you. So you need to be like the most, you know, easiest to click on, if you will. And even if you have the greatest video of all time, it doesn't matter if people don't click on it. There are tons of examples of YouTubers talking about this stuff. And it's true. You need to have a thumbnail people click on. And there's honestly a ton of different theories and opinions. And I don't truly know what the best one is, because if I did, I would have 80 million views every video. But what I can do is explain like kind of how I tackle them, how I look at a thumbnail, and also generally why this type of thumbnail is doing really well right now, and explain that to you. Now, obviously, the king of YouTube himself popularized this style of thumbnail, which people don't like. Nobody likes it. But then why does it work? It's annoying. Because I don't like this uncanny valley shit. I don't like how everything looks weird and unnatural. There's like no noise. There's nothing that feels human in this, right? But it's curated. It's specifically curated to draw your eyes. And I don't know if our brains need to adapt or evolve beyond this, but you know, here are some of the things. So naturally, when you look at this, there's so many intentional decisions that have been made, and I want to explain them. And so, look, we see these colors. This is a very unnaturally blue sweater. It's definitely been like boosted in the contrast. Same with the sweater here. They are 2 very distinct colors that are very eye-catching, that are going to draw you in immediately, because really bright colors are really good at doing that. On top of that, when you're here, you're looking at like faces, because as humans, we are literally programmed to look for faces. It is one of the things that our brain wants to do really badly. We want to look for faces, and we respond immediately to emotion. So we're going to see the kind of unhappiness and the happiness, and we're going to see the shackles, and then we're going to kind of discern some information. And we're also going to see the big day 29, which is super legible, easy to read. On top of this, the background is very what's the word? Unimposing. It doesn't take away from your eye at all. Your eye is only focused on the things that they want you to focus on whilst keeping it, kind of, like this. So let's analyze one of his older videos, and then we can kind of go on to kind of explain this. This is one of his older videos where he tips a pizza delivery guy, right? The background, it's dark. This is literally just a picture. Like you just went, boom, took the picture, and that's it. And you can see right away, dark t-shirt on a dark background blends in really well. So the only thing your eye immediately sees is this guy with a facial reaction of like, I guess awe, but it's not really clear. This is really fucking blurry, and money like this, it sounds like a lot, but it doesn't really give you anything. And like, look, every normal person will tell you, hey, I like this thumbnail more. The problem is that your brain sees this one quicker. It doesn't. I know you like this one more. I like this one more. Nobody fucking likes this shit. I hate how this shit looks. But your brain is fucking dumb, and it sees this, and it wants to draw its attention to this right away first. It's frustrating. Everyone hates this, but it's true, okay? And the good thing for us is that Mr. Beast even made this video again, so we can see what he did again. Wonderful, he made this video again. Now, obviously there are, again, lessons learned here. First of all, the pizza box is way more apparent. In the previous one, you don't really know it's a pizza guy. So we can all kind of relate to this feeling of ordering food or imagining ourselves in this thing. The guy's wearing a very bright colored Domino's jacket. I don't know if he actually was in the video. Presumably, I'm going to assume not, and they've like kind of changed the colors to make it way more bright. The key is a much more powerful mental image in our mind for like value. Giving someone a key to something is it's something that proposes a lot of value. Now the issue is that obviously this is still 6 years ago. The background is really blown out. The background doesn't help us at all, but at least it's not nighttime now. Like, so it's, we're not like, we are getting nothing. We're getting negative impact from this background, whereas this one helps at least contrast the figures that we're supposed to be looking at. Now, obviously, if you did this today, it would look way more like this one. The background would be smoothed out way more, but still, you know what I mean? And also, they would probably, like, if I was to do this today, there would probably either be like some different way to present this key. Like the key would be there and he would be trying to take it, because this is kind of like, I know it sounds silly, but the hand is kind of an unimportant figure in this thumbnail. And the pizza box looks weird. Of course it's fucking weird. Nobody holds a fucking pizza box like this. But you can see it's a pizza now. In the previous one, you can't see it's a pizza, And this is probably like a ton of testing that was done to figure out that this was the best performing one. So, they might even, good point, they might make it like a red key or a blue key, something that stands out more. You have to think like, it's annoying. Nobody likes this thumbnail style, but there's a reason why everyone's doing it, because it's working. This is another one. This is like a Ryan Trahan, very popular YouTuber. There is absolutely zero chance in hell this is even remotely a picture that was taken. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, you can't get on a train and have it lit like this. Second of all, you can't get on a train with no people in Japan. Where is that? On top of that, look at this background. You got Fuji, you got Sakura. It doesn't make any fucking sense. None of this makes sense. But you immediately are drawn with your brain, because your brain is dumb. And you're going to like, you see the signifiers, Japan, you see the Mount Fuji, you think Japan. You can already discern that, if it wasn't obvious by the giant Pokemon train too. But it's all very bright. It all draws you. And this one is really kind of smart, because the way a train cabin is laid out is naturally drawing you in like this. And your eyes do want to gloss over the kind of Japanography there. So it's all drawing you in to the center with the framing. And it looks like, if this was real, fuck yes. But, it's not. And like, look, even I do it. Even I've done this video style. I've tried every thumbnail style. I'm not against trying every style, because I just like to see how it works. Some I find like creatively fulfilling. Some I don't, right? And I've tried this style too. And I can tell you what is real and what isn't real in this thumbnail, because I fucking did it. So this laptop was one that I was actually holding. Everything else was not. This is my actual laptop, though. I just posed in front of a green screen like this, pulled a face, and then Mudan and his boys did the editing magic and got it done. Now, look, I don't like this style. I know that's very hypocritical of me, because I do it. But here's the truth. I've done pretty much every like thumbnail style there is. We've tried everything. So, and I like trying everything because I think experimenting is really important. And I think you should experiment as a creator, and you should not be married to a style unless you really found one that you like, right? So you need to experiment, and you need to learn. Although, like, you know, you don't have to do it like this kind of horrible uncanny valley style, right? You don't have to do it like this. But I think these thumbnails at a most like a raw and basic level are very good at examplings of like how to draw your eye. You know, it's very easy to understand. This video didn't perform well, by the way. So, and look, here's the key thing that I've learned about a lot of this stuff, right? Is that, you know, copying the most popular thumbnail style does work. Like, it does work. But you also leave yourself being vulnerable to being forgettable. Like, there are a lot of generic white guys like me posing and doing stuff like this, right? It's like, the truth is that, like, if you are just copying, you are never going to stand out. And I think having some kind of like original signifier is better. And I think audiences feel better about doing that, right? You know, like when you look at like a Chris video, he's always got this like kind of like red text. You know it's a Chris video from this, right? He's got some kind of branding, and his thumbnails, you know, somewhat reminiscent to this, but a little bit better. You know, and it's people feel better about consuming it too. So I think discerning your thumbnails is important, but you need to stand out. So just remember that. Second of all, I'm going to be honest, maybe this is a controversial one, but I'm going to say it anyway. People don't fucking want AI thumbnails, bro. They look like shit. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. Like, yes, okay, it might work for you, and maybe it's better for you than to make, like, try and learn graphic design yourself. But the truth is that people want stuff made by other people. And when they see AI thumbnail, what they think is someone taking shortcuts. They think, like, when it is clearly completely AI generated, you know, they know that you are lazy, you know, and they want intentionality. Audiences want that. And again, I'm not saying that you won't get a 1 million view video. You might. But what I'm saying is, over time, as a creator, people don't want this, and they want more from you. So I think, look, there are fantastic tools that you can use to learn, and there are tools that can help in your creative process. You know, there have been tools in Photoshop and all this stuff for years that have kind of helped you like mask or do this kind of stuff, right? There are tools that are helpful for allowing you to be creative, but don't hand over that entire creative process to generative AI. It won't help you, and more importantly, you won't learn shit. So don't do it. Third of all, don't waste space. This is one of my favorite thumbnails. This is from a channel called Ahoy. I think they do these beautiful minimalist thumbnails, and it's funny because it's just a burger, but it's just a burger on a blue background. And this is the thing, is that there is intentionality here. I don't know how to better describe this to you. There is nothing clickbait about this, right? But when you look at it, you think, damn. You think, damn, that's aura. Dude just put a fucking burger on a thumbnail and it's got 2 million views. There's a beautiful composition here, and there's a confidence that exudes from this thumbnail. You know, whatever is being talked about in this video, the guy knows his shit, because there's just something about the composition, how beautifully done the pixel art is, how it's almost like fucking Michelangelo, you know, like he's like, it's the 16th chapel, you know, you're trying to like, you got this beautiful kind of artwork going on in composition, and there is a confidence here. And there's a level of intrigue that you want to know what it's about, and that's really important sometimes too. So you don't have to do this style, you don't have to do this. This can work, and it works really well. There are a lot of like educational channels too that use this kind of minimalist style. It's about conveying a style and confidence to a viewer, saying, "Hey, this is a fucking good video." Fourth, very important point, you need to direct the viewer's eyes. It's really important to know where the viewer is going to look and where they're going to kind of put their attention. And as you can see, there's kind of like these grids. Nearly every like software will allow you to turn on these grids, and cameras too. It's called the rule of thirds. It's kind of the core concept of composition in a frame. We can go all into this kind of stuff, but generally speaking, your eyes want to land somewhere here, right? Which is why you often see a third being occupied by a figure. You'll see this all over YouTube now if you keep looking. A third is for the figure, and then there is normally a subject and maybe something else. So it's really important about the composition because your eyes want to look here naturally. And so here, I have me, my initial reaction. You see my first, and then you see this looping, looping, looping. It's a really impactful way of directing the viewer's eyes, because that is what you're doing. You are directing the viewer's eyes. You are trying to get them to follow your manga panel. You are trying to tell a story in this thumbnail in 0.1 seconds to someone's eyes. Okay, very important. Now, we haven't really talked about titles. Let's talk about titles. So I always think that it's important to not repeat yourself in the title and thumbnail. I mean, you can break this rule a lot, and a lot of people do, but generally speaking, anything you say in the thumbnail doesn't also need to be said in the title. Like if I put 800, like we pulled an $800 card, I won't say we pulled an $800 card in the title. It'll be like, I spent $2,000 wasting on cards, or I opened cards with Pete. I don't know what the title was, but I probably wouldn't, if Mudan, I don't know, I didn't do this title, Mudan did, but if he put that, I would change that for my like personal channel. Because basically it's two parts. The thumbnail is the first thing they see, right? And the title below fills them in on information. So let's find an example. This one. Boom, I look at this and the title gives me more information. 4-bite burger. This one, I'm not getting a lot of information intentionally. There is a vagueness to it that has confidence, but let's pull up another example. This one, boom, my eye is drawn. I see a pizza delivery guy. I see a key. I ordered pizza and tipped the house. That then tells me everything I need to know about the video, right? So don't always put everything in the thumbnail and the title. It's okay. You need to kind of like split them up. Let me get some water. I've been teaching for too long. So, think like, if you put 10,000 in the thumbnail, maybe you don't need it in the title because the viewers can kind of piece those two informations together. And even then, it's just about getting them to click on it. They don't have to fully understand the video. Like on YouTube, at the start, a lot of people were like really worried about not fully explaining the video in the title. You do not need to do that. People can discern enough information that they'll click on it, and then you can just tell them. You can tell people when they get to the video what the video is. You don't have to fully explain everything in the thumbnail and title. You are trying to just get people to click on it. Next lesson. Yeah, the title doesn't need to explain everything. Kind of already said this. Title doesn't have to explain anything. Thumbnail can. You don't need to explain everything right away. You just need to not lie. Don't lie to the viewers about what the video is, but people are pretty willing to like hear you out. They are willing to give you time in the first 5 seconds to explain it, right? So don't worry about over-explaining in the thumbnail and the title. It's okay. Let's go back again to another Mr. Beast one. I know you hate it, but it's like, survive 30 days chained to a stranger, win this much. Super, super simple. It doesn't fully explain the mechanics of the video or what's going to happen. It just gives me enough of an idea to know what I'm clicking on, like what I can expect. And that's important. Another one, experiment a lot. Like we try tons of different styles on this channel. Like even on the Condenser channel, you can scroll down. People fucking hate this style. And they love, for example, the drawn ones more, right? Like people like that, but we run a lot of experiments. We try, and sometimes these ones for certain types of content, like where I'm outside, perform a lot better. So it's important to constantly experiment. Don't be married to one style. Try. If a video does badly, that's fine. Try another style. It's okay. You are always learning, and your viewers will only get pissed off at you if you never upload. So, this one, was a very traditional modern YouTube slop style, but we tested a couple of different ones for this video, and this is the one that did the best, So, look, I don't feel like yippee about this. I don't like that we have to put a fake fucking New York City in the background, but the lighting of the background complements the main thing and the silly review thing. And it does well. It's very eye-catching. Review, pizza, me. And then the title will explain, I tried every pizza in New York City or something, right? And so it's important to experiment because as well, like, think about it. I'm not from New York. I'm British. So the concept for my viewers is quite strong. My next point is, invest in an artist or graphic designer or learn. Like, if you have the means to do so, it might not be a bad idea. Like, it might not be a bad idea to invest in an amazing artist, because Chick and plenty of the other thumbnail artists we've hired over the time are extremely talented and really do kind of enhance the videos. There is like an amazing aura, I think, that comes from a video like this with a thumbnail that's so beautiful and so well drawn. You know, so sometimes it's not a bad idea to invest. If you can make it yourself, that's great. And if you can learn, even better. But if you can't, maybe you can get some serious inspiration from an artist who can bring a different perspective to it. It's like a stage play, you know, when you have actors, sometimes you've heard these stories, the actors will change a line and it becomes one of the most iconic, right? Having someone else kind of put their creative input is really helpful for giving you a new perspective on what might be good or what might work. Okay. Again, this is very similar to, we've already said this, a high quality thumbnail will inspire confidence in a viewer. There is, you just know this video is going to slap. There is no reason that you have to think that, but you just know this is going to slap. You know this is going to be a damn fucking good video. And so if you can kind of make a thumbnail that is so well composed, so beautiful in its intentionality, you can sometimes just get across that your video is going to have a similar level of quality. So it doesn't have to be slop YouTube clickbait. You know, it's about intentionality. What you are putting across to the viewer, they understand that. It's very, very important. This fucking burger is so fucking, I love this thumbnail. I think it's an amazing thumbnail. I really do. Like, so let's go over some of the lessons we've learned from this YouTube portion of the class. Find your content style. Correctly assessing your abilities and flaws is key to making a video within your capacity. Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. This is finding your content style. Because I know that a lot of people are going to want to know what videos they should make. And again, I'll say it a million times throughout this class. I can't tell you what to make. I don't know what you're passionate about. I don't know what you're knowledgeable about. You know, I don't know these things. And for me, what I was really passionate about has changed over the course of, many years. The content I make on this channel is very different to what I made on my main channel. But I enjoy all those types of content. You know, this one is just me playing Fear and Hunger.
This game is very f***ed up and has a bunch of elements in it that I would highly recommend most people not experience.
Okay, we don't need to play that. But the point being is, like, you know, I wanted to do Let's Plays. And obviously, as I already mentioned to you at the start of this lesson, Let's Plays are fucking dead. They don't work anymore. What I did realize is, okay, what if I'm crazy enough to play the whole video and edit it down into basically one episode and give it the whole package? And that did work. That is something that people did want. And that was something that I was also passionate about because I really love video games. So it worked out. I also realized, okay, in this example, this is Fear and Hunger, right? I didn't put Fear and Hunger in the title. And I think even in the thumbnail, it was kind of an artistic rendition of it. But I didn't put it in the title because at the time I realized, okay, nobody knows what Fear and Hunger is yet, right? They don't know what it is yet. Normally think of the 10. They don't know what it is. However, when I did Plants vs. Zombies, oh boy, we got some nostalgia bait going on. So I boom, right in the title, Plants vs. Zombies. The thumbnail also was Plants vs. Zombies. They are the same video, but my consideration with how to package them is very different. Because people want to see someone play the goated game that is Plants vs. Zombies. So I can put that in the title with confidence. People are going to click on it. And obviously, both these videos did very well. And so, again, that's one type of content style that I like doing. Also, the ranking every pizza in New York. It's a very traditional style of content. This one works because, obviously, I'm a British guy, not from New York. And it's fun to see somebody out of their comfort zone. It's fun to see a British guy try New York pizza and what he thinks about it. You know, that kind of stuff is just fun regardless of who you are as a content creator. You know, maybe you're from, if you're American, maybe doing I tried every fucking fish and chips in London or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter where you're from. Like, you can use your background as a story for the video. Like, the story for this video is I'm a British guy who my food is terrible and I'm trying this glorious American pizza and I'll give my thoughts on them and I'll rank them. And also, New York is really fun and crazy, so there's a lot of interaction there. And, you know, this video was really easy to make. All I did was literally use my Samsung Galaxy phone, which I'm sure many of you have a phone similar, And I just went around. I did have a little lav mic on too, which you can plug into the phone, but that was it. Like I didn't have anything else. I literally just went around and bought like $40 worth of pizza, and that was the video. And needless to say, I obviously made my money back from the video, but you know, I put myself out there. I tried to do this. And you need to be able to try these styles and just think about the concept. The concept is everything. A video's concept is key to a video's performance. And then also we have cycling. You know, look, we all love the cyclothons, right? But cycling in and of itself isn't great content, you know. But I was really passionate about making cycling some interesting content. So this one is me and Chris cycling around Shinami-Kaido. It is literally me and Chris having a vacation. That is this video. But it works because we add a lot of elements to the video that make it fun, right? So when you think about cycling, it's pretty fucking boring. The viewers are going to have a lot of questions, especially streaming it. So we added a couple of things that answer a lot of questions. First off, I've basically turned cycling into a video game. We've added a HUD, a heads-up display. It tells you, you know, because when I'm cycling, there's going to be a lot of questions, right? Viewers have inherent information questions that they want to know. Like, where is he? Okay, we have a map. How far is he? How far does he have left? We had a progress bar that tells you all that information. What's his heart rate? How many calories he burned? Boom, done. What is the weather like where he's at? What is the temperature? You know, all this kind of context that you can now get in like 3 seconds as a viewer that now fills you in, and suddenly it makes the content way more fun because now it's fun to watch him go from the start to the end. Or if he's near the end of the day when I tune in, oh, awesome, he's near the end of the day. I'm giving you information that allows you to be a part of this, right? Because this content is kind of boring inherently. Like just cycling isn't that interesting as like, you know, me doing a room review. There's not like a moment by moment. On top of that, I also do it with my friend Chris, who's very entertaining. You know, and he's a very important part of why these work. Without Chris, you know, it wouldn't be nearly as funny. Like Chris's banter when we stop is peak, if you will. On top of that, I also realized, okay, I need some way to interact with chat. So we have a speaker on the bike, and that allows you guys to talk to me, which, you know, is another important aspect of that content. So it's about taking sometimes, you know, like the New York pizza one is an idea that's pretty already realized instantly. I don't need to do anything. I just need to go and get pizza. But this one, what is that image? This one, you know, obviously cycling, which is something I really wanted to do and stream, it required way more preparation and thought about how to present the content to make it engaging. It can be engaging. Anything can be engaging, but sometimes you need to think about how you can truly like bring it all together. You know, so it's really, really important that you have, when you have these ideas, that you fully realize them and how they can become good content. And that is what I'll say with YouTube. Unfortunately, again, I can't tell you what content to make. Hopefully, you know, getting all this kind of information here has been helpful on YouTube specifically. And right after this, we're going to play a video from Mudan, who's going to give you a 10-minute editing masterclass. But let's recap the YouTube notes first. So, number one, my overall YouTube advice. Correctly assessing your abilities and flaws is key to making a YouTube video. You need to know what is within your means. Don't just sit hands up and complain that obviously you can't make this video that this other creator makes. So what? Make a video that you can make. Make a video that you can make right now. Number two, a video's concept is key, okay? The concept of the video is everything. If you don't have this idea fully realized before you start filming, then you probably shouldn't make the video. Like, truthfully. But also there is some merit in just making videos and practicing. So, but generally speaking, if you're trying to, you know, gain an audience, concept is key. Really, really important. You need to know the thumbnail before you start. You need to know the title, and you need to know the video's full concept and how the filming is going to go. Okay, number three, managing and upgrading your tech over time. You need to upgrade your tech when possible in a manageable and sustainable way. And just because you have the money doesn't mean you should buy new equipment, by the way, because you might not have the skills to use it yet. You know, you might buy a really fancy camera, but you might not have the time or the ability to genuinely learn it. You know, so think about that. But you might have, let's say, $50 lying around to buy a microphone that will really upgrade your audio quality, right? So think about this and think about this. And I asked Paul a lot for his advice on the technical stuff later on. And Paul had a really good quote, which I want you to keep in mind, is that a poor man pays twice. If you are buying sometimes the cheapest things because you're on a bit of a budget, you might end up buying it twice. So really research into what you're buying and make sure that you're not buying the cheapest thing just so you have to upgrade it again in a month or two. Sometimes buying that expensive thing is the correct thing to do, but you just need to assess that for yourself. I can't tell you when that's right for you, but it's important to note that a poor man pays twice. 4, I recognized that I couldn't do everything, and I shouldn't. Like, I can't do editing. I can't do the good thumbnails. That's just not who I am. I tried my best to learn. I put a lot of effort in, and for 4 years, I did all of it by myself. But eventually, I decided that, hey, it's worth the investment. I'm going to spend this money to hopefully improve my output. And I want you to remember this. This is like probably, if I can tell you anything that you need to remember throughout all of this, is that there are plenty of good YouTubers. There are fewer good editors. If you find a good editor, my God, pay them well, take care of them. There are so many YouTubers. There are so little good editors out there. Take care of your editors, okay? Pay them appropriately and make sure that you treat them like they are a part of your work, because they are as important, if not more important than you. You are a replaceable aspect of this, truthfully. And it doesn't feel good to hear that, but trust me, if the editor wants to work on your shit, it's gonna be a lot better for it. Like Mudan knows this, but if Mudan was like, I'm done, bro, my shit would collapse. Mudan is my boy. We take care of our boys. Okay, next piece of advice, experiment. Every video I showed you in this thing is vastly different from the last, okay? Every video is so different, and I'm constantly experimenting. My content style has changed over time. It is drastically changed a lot, and it should. You should grow. Like, look, some channels, like if you're doing like a channel I really love is called Project Farm. It's a guy that reviews, he'll do like reviewing every battery or reviewing every drill type. Like, that is a content that is fine. You don't need to change that. But generally, if you're trying to, be an entertainer, you're trying to just try different things, and you don't really know, you're not married to an idea yet, experimenting is key. You need to experiment and never stop experimenting. And it feels bad because when a video performs badly, you feel like, well, I shouldn't go down this. So fucking what if a video does badly? Make stuff, learn from it. You need to learn from these videos. And making a bad video is fine. People aren't going to fucking stop watching a YouTube channel for eternity for making one bad YouTube video. They'll stop if you make 5 bad YouTube videos. And YouTube will want them to. Number 6, never get complacent with your skills. It's important to never think, I've learned enough. I cannot stress this enough. There are a lot of times people feel like, I know my shit, I don't need to learn anymore. You're just not, it's not true. There's always so much you can learn. And obviously you can spec into different knowledge pools, I guess. Like, I think Ludwig is extremely knowledgeable on how to run events and how to manage streamers. And he's by far the best at that, I think, in the world. But I wouldn't trust Ludwig to set up my microphone. You know what I mean? So it's like different things. So you can go into whatever knowledge you feel like will be most beneficial or is most interesting to you, but you need to be learning. And the last one is making friends and talk to them about their processes, right? Like, for me, something that I found really, really, really helpful was having, I met other friends who are YouTubers, and I asked them, like, I have learned so much from my friends. Like, I asked Chris so many times on how to like better make YouTube videos. I also watched Chris make his YouTube videos. He is a master at what he does. Do not tell him I told him that, by the way. And I would ask Chris for like honest help. And you can see in my YouTube channel, when I became friends with Chris, that my main channel, the quality started going up a lot because I started learning from Chris. I asked him questions, I just asked, because we're all nerds. We all want to talk about this shit. Every single person who is in like trying to learn a skill wants to talk about it. So ask them. I've also learned so much about cameras, lighting, audio from Paul. And Paul learned from just going onto YouTube tutorials. Like Paul's super fucking knowledgeable. So I just asked him. I was like, hey, Paul, why do you do this? You know? And obviously, you might not have friends around you right now that are super knowledgeable, but making friends and then being willing to ask them is an important part of this. Okay, so that is all YouTube theory, concept. I was a lot. I know, but it's important, okay? Now, you're probably wondering, okay, I want to learn how to edit. Well, I'm a dog shit editor. So I figured, why don't we ask the GOAT himself? Let's ask Mudan, because Mudan knows this shit way better than me. So I asked Mudan to prepare a video, and chat, you're very lucky. You're getting just that. Our boys prepared a 10-minute video about editing for you guys to watch. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the GOAT of editing, Mudan. He is truly, and I mean this, one of the best editors on YouTube. Straight up. He's awesome. So let's go and let's hear from the Estonian GOAT himself, his thoughts on editing, and then we'll go over to the streaming section.
Welcome to Edit 101. At this point, you've probably shot some interesting and unique footage that you're definitely not going to be cringing about 10 years down the line. But now, you don't know what to do with it. How do you make it into a palatable video? Well, let me give you the basics. First up, the hardware. You need either a computer, a laptop, or a phone. I mean, all of you have phones, right? You guys have phones.
Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Well, most phones, unless they're like 15 years old, have the ability to cut things, so you can edit videos no matter what. Though I would recommend something bigger, like a laptop. The only downside with laptops is they're hard to upgrade, and most of them need to be quite beefy, aka quite expensive, to properly edit videos on. So my ultimate recommendation is getting a good ass PC. It is easily upgradable and much cheaper than a good laptop. Other than that, I have 3 monitors, I use all of them. I would recommend 2 monitors if you want to get into editing because it helps with asset management, but you can deal with 1 as a start. At the end of the day, it's up to you. Looking at the PC parts themselves, 3 are actually important, starting with number 3, which is the GPU. You don't need a 5090 or a 4090 or any of the high-end GPUs. Unless you're dealing with visual effects like big explosions, generating 3D assets, the video card is not getting any use out of it. Second place is the CPU. This dictates whether you're going to render a video for 20 hours or 20 minutes. It is also pretty helpful in terms of playing back the footage. And talking about the footage, the number 1 upgrade is your hard drives. As in, you do not want to use hard drives, you want to use solid-state drives because they're much faster, preferably M.2s. If you use footage that's 1080p or 4K and quite long, then hard drives will struggle to play it back. It's not that it's going to be impossible, it's just that it's going to be slower. Noticeably slower. Also, let's quickly go over backing up your footage, because you don't need it until you do. For example, when Trash Taste began, I offered to back up everything on my system. They said no, they don't need it, they have their own system. This far, they've come to me 4 separate times looking for footage that just sadly doesn't exist anymore. So it's quite recommended that you back up everything you shoot. You don't know if you need it 1 year from now, 5 years from now, maybe you want to look back on it 10 years from now. And for that, it is recommended that you store your footage in 3 separate places. First of all, locally on your PC. Secondly, somewhere in your wardrobe on a separate hard drive that you'll access only when you need to. And thirdly, offsite. So if your house burns down, you still have access to the footage. Personally, I like to keep my NAS safe under 240 liters of water. Now that the hardware is sorted out, what about the software? There's multiple different avenues to go through. Personally, I use Adobe Premiere. It's $80 a month for the entire ecosystem, and I hate it. Not because the program sucks, but because their company is not good. And also the program has issues. Sadly, it is the industry standard. What I would recommend instead is Blackmagic's DaVinci Resolve. It is completely free and it has the same capabilities as Premiere. If you're asking me why I haven't changed the program since I recommend DaVinci, the issue is that you need to relearn quite a bit and I don't want to commit to that. And talking about relearning, I would suggest other programs to you as well that exist. Like for example, CapCut is free, quite easy, quite simple. You have iMovie, Final Cut Pro on Apple, and even programs like Sony Vegas that's like you pay one time and you get to use it for the rest of your life. But I wouldn't recommend them because there's a skill cap that you're gonna hit quite fast and you can't really advance beyond that. Think about it this way. You wanna become a professional F1 driver and you wanna drive on the Circuit de Monaco. You can go into a Fiat Panda, easily drive through it, and probably be much faster than if you were driving an F1 car for the first time in your life, but after quite a few laps, you realize you can't really go any faster. And even though driving an F1 car takes a lot longer time to learn, eventually you'll be going so much faster than you ever expected. Now, you got your PC, you got your footage, you got your program. What do we do now? Well, this tutorial isn't going to be going deep into specifics, but I'll give you a broader overview of things. First of all, starting with the workflow. Once the files are on your PC, you want to organize them. You'll thank yourself during the editing. Especially the more files you have, the more you want to organize, you need to organize them. This is a key lesson that you're gonna learn the hard way. Secondly, after importing the footage into your program, you might want to make proxies. In the case that you don't have a beefy PC, you can still edit 4K footage without issues if you make proxies. And if you don't know what a proxy is, then it is just a smaller version of the original file. For example, with Trash Taste, they shoot on 3 different cameras for 2 hours each, 4K, which means the total combination of the footage is around 400 gigabytes. And that is quite hard to handle even on my PC. So instead, I make proxies of each of the cameras, which are just 480p versions of each of the camera, totaling at 15 gigabytes. This way, the program has no issues scrubbing through the video, since all the footage is like 480p. But at least in Premiere Pro, you can toggle a button and then you can see the original resolution as well. As for the editing itself, I do it all in 6 passes. These work for me, but it might not work for you. So, pass 1 is the initial cut. I go through the footage quite quickly, understand what the story is about, and make some big cuts. In the second pass, I cut even more. This time, I know what footage is slow, what doesn't work, and I can improve the overall cut. The third pass is making the cut perfect. I will trim the edges of clips and make the pacing as good as I can. Pass 4 is adding assets and effects. I do not finish the effects, I just add things on a timeline, because your brain power is limited. And if you're importing clips and assets on a timeline and animating them from the get-go, then you might be tired or not have enough brain power to add effects later down the line. Instead for that, I have pass number 5. Once everything is in place, I just go through it once more and do all the animations and effects. And pass number 7 is sound effects, audio mixing. I add background music, I remove music from some other place, I add sound effects to the animations, etc. Now, editing the video. You might think it's hard, but it's actually not at all. You take the footage that you like, drag it on a timeline, trim the beginning, trim the end, then take another footage, put it on a timeline, trim the beginning, trim the end, only keep what you want, repeat the step for like 100, 200 times and you have a video. You can get more complex. You can add video or photos on the timeline on top of your footage. You don't even need to animate them. It's fine if it just exists there. And as you grow and keep learning, you can get better. Maybe throw in some J or L cuts, mix voiceover with real life footage. This is where you create your own style. Or if you're still having a hard time thinking of what your style is, just copy someone. Literally steal their style. One of the best ways to learn is take somebody that you look up to and just copy what they do. That way you can learn about the intricacies that you otherwise wouldn't have noticed. And I'm not telling you to just keep on stealing, but more so take something from one person, take something from another person, learn from them, combine their styles. Maybe something new popped into your mind that you can add to the mix. And that's how you generate your own style. I don't think I have my own style, even though people have told me I do, because I think of it more as a combination of 10 other people's styles. Now let's quickly go over getting assets. Maybe you want to add B-roll or illustrations to your footage that you don't have time to shoot yourself or can't shoot yourself. For that you have quite a few free websites, like Pexels. If you want meme sound effects, there's Meme Soundboard. That is really good to get most of your sound effects. And if you want really high quality stuff for a very cheap price, I also suggest looking at Humble Bundle, as quite often it has video game assets, and one of those assets is just sound effects or visual effects. I also quickly want to go over copyright. People think you can't use actual music in your YouTube videos. They are wrong. YouTube was built on AMVs. Use whatever music you want to use. The only issue is you can't monetize your video. But as a person who's starting from nothing, I feel like using music you want to use is more important than trying to find the copyright-free stuff. That way, the visual experience will be much more personal and fun for the viewer. Now, important thing about video editing. You don't need to go overboard with it. Editing isn't as important as you think, and the video should be able to kind of stand on its own. Sure, you can go crazy like Maxor, have effects happening every millisecond, or incorporate your other talents in the video, like James Lee Animation, who combines his drawing skills with videos. But you can also be like Donkey. No face cam, no fancy edits, just one clip after another with the most basic cuts. Also, do not get lost in the sauce. People will try to sell you asset packs, plugins, tell you about shortcuts, but screw them. Unless you're full-time into editing and have mastered your craft, you don't need to try to have every fancy plugin before you even started. You could just get choice paralysis, and at that point you might just not start at all. But that's a good question. What if you don't wanna? What if you don't wanna edit? Who cares about editing? It takes time, it takes effort, it is boring. Well, I have good news for you. You can also get an editor. For that, there are multiple venues. One of the best ones is YouTube Jobs. Different creators can get together with different editors, seeing what they made previously and commissioning them. You can also find editors on Twitter, though it's a bit more of a gamble. To find some of them, you can just type in like video editing commission or something like that. And one of the websites that I've used quite a bit myself is Fiverr. But when talking about gambling, that is more like a scratch ticket. You can pay huge sums of money for an edit or barely anything for an edit, and both of them will look equally garbage. Though once in a while, like 1 out of 50 times, you will find an editor who is as good as any of the top-of-the-line editors. Getting someone who's competent is a process that takes time and isn't gonna happen overnight. Even if you find an editor, it doesn't mean that your troubles are over. Because now you need to make sure that they're executing your vision properly. You need to guide them, revise their works, go over your videos multiple times with extensive notes. This can take months, but once it's sorted out, you're pretty much unstoppable. And finally, in terms of sharing data with your editors, I would recommend either Google Drive or Dropbox. They have the biggest sizes, the best prices, and also the best speeds. Unless we're talking about terabytes of footage, in which case, just mail the hard drive through actual post. That's faster. I'm not even joking, I've gotten that from Trash Taste multiple times. And while this course itself is more about being a content creator, I do have a personal course that's 2.5 hours long that delves deeper into being an editor. I'm going through Premiere, how to edit in Premiere, what plugins I use, how to be faster as an editor, and even edit a full video from beginning to end. Plus I talk about the business side of things, like how to get clients. And as my final words of wisdom that I'm sure Connor is going to be drilling into as well, is that make things. Make as much as possible. Your first video is gonna suck, your second video is gonna suck, your 10th video is gonna suck. I have made over 1,000 videos for myself, Connor has recorded over 500 videos for himself, and we're still growing and still evolving. The hardest part is just taking the camera and starting. Thank you.
Informational. Hi, we also got a raid. Thank you, Atroc, Big A for the raid. We're just going through my complete streaming guide, starting from zero. So we're going through that as well. That is Mudan, my editor. We've been working together for like, 8, 7 years? Long time. And he's extremely knowledgeable and talented at editing. And as always, he is fucking good. So we've just gone over all of our YouTube guide now. You know a bit more about streaming. You know a bit more about YouTube, thumbnails, titles, concepts, all this stuff. Editing too. And then now we'll talk about streaming. And then after streaming, we'll go into audio, visuals, lighting, how to set up your OBS, how to do all this stuff. It's going to be, we'll do a little live demo. So if you want to take 2 minutes, go ahead. I'm just going to start by the introduction of streaming. But yeah, we're gonna still have a lot to do today. We still got a lot to go through. Okay, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, will this be on YouTube? Of course it will. Of course it will. You're watching me on my fridge? Very good. So, let's talk about streaming. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Kind of like my ethos with streaming is kind of like my own. And obviously, everyone's going to see it a very different way. But I think what I will try to get through to you through this kind of portion about streaming is kind of the mentality and the mindset and, you know, what will help you and enable you to best go into streaming and then hopefully succeed. So it's going to be a lot more different. It's going to be a lot about, you know, streaming is a really, really personal experience in general. You know, when you think about it, oh, my audio's weird. It should be fine still. It shouldn't be any different from before. You know, streaming is such a personal experience in general. You know, and I don't know the vibes that any one of you would bring to a stream. Like, I can't tell you if your stream is going to work by not knowing you, right? But what I can do is generally tell you, you know, what will work and what is good considerations you can make. And like, look, when we're talking about all this stuff, you know, a lot of this stuff will apply to the average, the average person trying to stream. Because like, I can't tell you how to be like an IShowSpeed, right? Like straight up. I don't even think IShowSpeed can tell you how to do that. What I can do is tell you how maybe if you're a bit more average, like me, you know, painfully so, I can talk to you about my approach, my mentality, about how I built my entire like streaming career and focus on a bit more of like something a bit more steady, a bit more sustainable, And I'm not going to tell you to just work harder than everyone else, because that doesn't work either. And I'm not going to tell you to like fucking burn every bridge. And look, there is, you know, when we talk about all this stuff too, and we talk about streaming, I want you to know that like mindset and mentality is almost more important than YouTube. And going into streaming, it's okay if you want subscribers. It's okay to like want more. It's okay to like want these things. But that being said, you know, if you want more views, you want more subscribers, that's fine. But being greedy and like being motivated by greed in a sense is also a very easy way to like destroy any chance that you have of making any kind of meaningful impact in streaming, truthfully. Like, I know I sound like a fucking Christian pastor, but like, if you are kind of allowing your more, you know, your desire to succeed kind of take over your ability to be personable, that is a recipe for things to go wrong or go right if you're on Kick. So look, I'm assuming if you're watching this, you want to be a normal human being who is somewhat well adjusted and wants to stream. I can't help you be a fucking nuisance. So if you want to do that, there are plenty of other people on Kick that can help you do that. So let's start from the ground. Let's start from the ground. All right. Norway, thank you for the 20. Right now, I want you all to forget about making any money, forget about getting any subscribers, because when we talk about streaming, and I mean this honestly, don't fucking do it if you want to only make money or to get some kind of giant ego boost. I'm like, I know that sounds so fucking dumb because everyone who's doing this is doing it for money. But truthfully, you've heard this from every other streamer. You've heard this from everyone who's big. You know, the top 1% make all the fucking money. It's like real life. They're hoarding it from us. They're keeping the money from us. I'm in that 1%. So sorry, I'm keeping it from you. But like, the odds of you getting to that point is so futile and low that you need to go into streaming with the mindset of like, it sounds fun, you know, because, you know, it can be fun. It can be fun, and you need to build that foundation now when you're getting into it, and that will allow you to have more longevity. And truthfully, streaming it a lot of times is very soul crushing. It can be very uncomfortable. It can be very exhausting, but it can also be one of the most rewarding jobs of all time or hobbies. And if you're going to get into it, I think you're going to need to be ready to put a lot of work into something that might not pay off in a financial sense. You might never make any money from Twitch, but you need to be okay with that. Like, you need to be okay with that fact. And I keep saying this, you should know this, and I shouldn't have to tell you this, but I just want to make sure that, like, when we're talking about streaming, and I'm going in over all of this, that it is mentality is so important. And, you know, I cannot get that across enough, because it will come across to the viewer. But that being said, you know, I'm sitting here being hyperbolic, saying, don't do it, don't start, don't do this. Streaming's also kind of chill. Like, it's also kind of like, it's kind of easy. And it can be a fun hobby. And you also don't need a lot of equipment. You probably already have most of the equipment you need to start streaming, like a PC or a laptop and a headset, you know, and if you don't have that, I know you have a phone, you know? So, you know, you technically can start streaming right now, and it can be really fun. And you'll know pretty quickly if it's not for you. And I think it's fine to try and to be like, I don't fuck with this, to be honest. So don't be afraid to try it. It's really fun. It can be really fun. But now let's say you are crazy enough to try and make this your career. That's what you've decided. You want to try and pursue streaming as some form of job. You know, you would like to see some success in it. Or maybe you just want to be better at streaming because it's a fun hobby. Well, what can you do to ensure success outside of technical aspects, which we'll cover in the next section, that will help you and enable you to be a better streamer? So we got another slide. The reality of streaming. This is, I just want to show off this cute artwork. But yeah, generally, forget about money, forget about subscribers, forget about sponsors. Do not let greed motivate you. It's true. None of this shit is coming your way, and just assume that. Assume none of this is coming your way, okay? You have to think that way, honestly. Okay, so let's talk. What is the most important aspect of being a Twitch streamer, chat? What is it? What do you think the answers are? Let's see what some of the answers are on the screen. What do you think are the most important aspects of being a Twitch streamer? Consistency, okay. A huge slong. I saw 2 of those. That would certainly help on some streaming websites. Not sure about this one. Entertainment. Entertainment, good at talking. Okay, a lot of good suggestions. I've always thought of it as a very particular word, and I've said this a couple of times during the presentation, but I do think that this is the most crucial skill. Without doubt, it's the most important one. It sounds boring, but it's just telling a story. The ability to tell a story to the audience. And I don't mean directly, because obviously we have Pete, who is actually goated at recounting a story. For example,
I remember when I first moved to Japan, there were some early months where I was so broke that my mom had to send me money from Western Union, and I had to go and find them just to cash traveler's checks. And there was one where I went to a particular place, the only Western Union that was open. I was like on my last 500 yen. I took this train to a station, and I went to the door of where it said it was supposed to be. And I'm like knocking on the door of this office building saying like, let me in! And then I kept saying like, money, money! And I saw like these office ladies in the back like looking terrifying and like pointing, and I was like, money! And they actually called the police on me because they thought I was trying to rob the place. And I went to the wrong building. Not technically my fault. They had moved the Western Union. It was a very long...
So you can see like Pete is obviously naturally, like in a traditional sense of storytelling, a very good one. You know, like, and I've seen this a lot because I've made this point a couple of times and the comments always get it fucking wrong. Like, I'll say you need to have like lived experience. You need to have done something. That doesn't, you know, people, when I say that, people see it as like, well, Connor, I can't travel the world and do these silly things. I'm talking about being able to take that mundane trip to the bank, or being able to have that mundane trip to lunch with your friends, and figuring out in your head like a fun way to present that story if you were to. But also, you don't have to talk about your personal life on stream, right? You don't have to. Like, you don't have to talk about your life or whatever, because we'll get into that kind of storytelling as well. What I'm saying is that your ability to recount events or lived experience and translate that into your content is very important. But also, when I say storytelling, what I also mean is that how you present yourself, you know, is a story in and of itself, right? So let's look at someone like Tyler Wan, right? Who's very mean to me at the streaming games. You know, the way that like he tells a story, right? He does tell stories, but what I'm trying to say is like when you click on a stream, it is a story. Like, why is this guy? Like, let's have a look at this clip. Okay, just a ridiculous clip. All right, one of his ones that went really popular a very long time ago. But you know, there are certain things as a viewer that tell a story. Why is this guy who is 6'5", jacked as shit, in this playing League of Legends, right? Why is his microphone absolutely dog shit? You know, why is he so toxic? These are all like kind of subconscious stories that he's kind of getting across to you through his presentation. Like he's purposely chose the most dog shit setup, which helps his kind of vibe come across, you know. But then also he has his own life, you know, like he got banned permanently in League of Legends. He was the only person to ever be like name banned in League of Legends. And that allowed his viewers to be a part of that story. Like they felt like, oh, guy got done dirty, or oh yeah, he deserved that, right? And watching his arcs, him grow through that, was a story in and of itself, right? And then now obviously he has, you know, he has kids, and that's also a part of like his presentation, right? So, you know, he's kind of had like a full arc, and every single way that he presents to you as a viewer is a story. So I want you to think about this when you go into your stream, that every single decision you make of your stream is a story that you are kind of telling. You know, whether or not you're saying anything at all, you are telling people, noted have a kid. That is not, you know, there is a redemption arc there, right? And that is one story. But another story is like this guy who's a fucking machine is playing League of Legends and he's good at it, right? Like these are all things. These are all intentional. Or unintentional. Like, I don't think Tyler planned this, but this became like iconic, right? This style, this way of doing things. It was unique, it was fun, it was engaging, right? So there is Pete, who is a naturally charismatic person who can recount a story, who can maybe embellish stories in a way and draw from his personal lived experience. But there is also not having to do that. You don't have to do that. You can also just say, hey, I'm going to be in a fucking back rooms with a dog shit mic, and that will be a presentation of itself, right? So think about this. Think about this. Also, obviously, you know, obviously a good friend of the channel, Mouse, a true inspiration. Let's have a look at some of Mouse's accolades.
The winner is
That's
Iron
so
Mouse.
We need mixing. Cool. You know, and we have, she's doing concerts and stuff. These amazing live performances. You know, and as a viewer, it's fun to kind of invest in that. Of course, Cry For Me, worldwide hit. Booby's my goat. You know. Love that guy. Does not sound like Springtrack, by the way. You know, and Mouse, as a viewer, there's like so much cool shit to be a part of. You know, you get to watch the award winner. You get to watch the concerts. You get to watch the songs that come out. And they're all amazingly well produced. But obviously, you know, Mouse had a start, you know, and she had like a viral clip that blew up of her. And I know Mouse hates talking about this clip, but, you know, where she's talking about, she's asking the viewers,
Let me
hey.
explain. A better workspace, the reason why I am embarrassed is because, for those of you that know more about me, I have been bedridden for many years, and
so this is Mouse asking for donations so that she can improve her living scenario and workstation.
My bed. I don't like calling it my bed. It makes
right.
me
I don't need to play the full clip, but you get the gist. You know, and like from an audience perspective, you know, being able to be a part of propping someone up and allowing them to then go on and win all these awards is really fucking awesome. And from a viewer's perspective, it's fucking sick. It's sick to be a part of that. It's really rewarding. And it's cool to watch Mouse go from strength to strength, right? So Mouse isn't always, look, Mouse also tells really funny stories, obviously on stream and whatnot. And again, this is a kind of a personal thing. You do not have to bring personal stuff into telling a story. I want to get that across, and as we'll do an example later. But, you know, being a part of Mouse's community and, you know, kind of watching her grow is a journey that we all get to follow and be a part of. You know, and this is obviously a very, you know, a unique circumstance, right? But I'm just trying to get across to you that there are many ways to tell a story to an audience. There's also Ludwig, who is, you know, hate to give him credit, he's very good at doing it. Like, you know, we had like the God Gamer Gauntlet, which is something that is a made-up challenge with fucking Mickey Mouse rules. But look, he'll explain it to you. He'll tell you a story right now. Watch.
I created the hardest gaming challenge in the world. It's called the God Gamer Gauntlet, and it starts off with Only Up, a game you've probably seen that you have to beat in less than an hour.
He's telling you a story.
Hundreds of people have done this, so it doesn't sound too hard, but that's just the beginning. After beating Only Up, you have to play Getting Over It, Pogo Stuck, and Jump King back to back to back and beat all 4 games in less than an hour. If you can do that, you're a God Gamer. And I would know, because I've done it. Only Up, Getting Over It, Pogo Stuck, and...
So, like, look, he just made up a fucking challenge that doesn't exist and has Mickey Mouse rules, and he just made shit up. But he sold you on the story, right? He has made a story for this challenge that didn't exist until he made it, and he's explained it to you like it's some really fucking big thing. You know, he's sold it to you, you know? And so, to be fair, Lud is an amazing communicator. Brother, we watched Ludwig's first video, the Zany Sidekick. He was not an amazing communicator at the time. It is a learned skill, you know? And that is what I'm trying to get across, is that, you know, there are people like Speed, there are people like Queso who are naturally insanely good at what they do. And this is not for you. This is not for them, because they were probably going to have some form of success in some aspect. Obviously, Queso got lucky that someone was sharing his clips. But what I'm saying is that, like, to a lot of people, you are going to have to learn these skills. You know, like Speed is a freak, bro. Like, he's a freak, a generational talent. We do not have that. What I'm trying to tell you is that any average Joe, us, we can learn these skills and use them. They are not, yes, there are people that are going to be talented at them. Yes, there are people that are going to be better than you at them. But it doesn't mean you can't learn and try. It's practice, it's learning. And like when people throw their hands up saying, well, Lud's too good at this. It's like, yeah, he's too fucking good at it, but I guess I can get pretty good too. So, you know, this kind of downer attitude you are the, if you have that mentality going into this, you're already cooked. Seriously, like you won't do it. Do a backflip? Fuck no. I would blow up my back and die, which maybe would make me a good clip, but I want to keep streaming after this. So, and same for me. Like when I do this, I sometimes I recount my own stories on the podcast or whatever, but I also do it through games, right? Me not having played FNAF for the first time, a game that everyone obviously played at some point, is a story. That is a story I'm taking you on. It's going to be like the beginning, the middle, the end. The beginning of that game, I haven't played it, I'm unfamiliar with it, and you as the viewer presumably have some familiarity with it. And then we go through where I start to get a little bit better and more knowledgeable about the game. And then by the end of that video, I give you my thoughts on all of the games, right? That's a journey. We are going through the story. You are a storyteller. You need to think of your streams as a story that you are telling people, okay? Same with Final Fantasy. If I'm playing all of that, it's the beginning of not being familiar with it, fully investing in it, and then the payoff of my overall thoughts and the payoff of the story. It's a story. Every single thing you do on Twitch is a story you are telling. Your presentation, how your camera looks, how your audio sounds, how your visuals look, especially if you're like a VTuber, right? Like your visuals are a lot of your story. And every single thing you do on stream is a story. You should think of it as a story. There should be a beginning, a middle, and an end, like every good story. And you should go through those arcs throughout the stream, ideally. Obviously, there are like cozy streamers or whatever it is you want to call them, where they don't really do this kind of style of content, and that's fine too. But you need to think about it like there are still stories being told there, okay? So, seriously, that is like the most important thing, okay? Like genuinely about Twitch. Like you need to hammer that down. You are a storyteller first, everything else second. So, yeah, there you go. That is important, seriously. Second of all, we all know this. We've heard it a million times. I'll point at the wall. And whenever anyone is just streaming and not uploading anything to YouTube or TikTok, you will never grow on Twitch. This platform only wants to use you for AI training data. They don't care if you get viewers. They just put a fucking stack, and whoever is number one, they put them first. And whoever's number two is number two. So if you're coming into this new, you are fucked. You have no shot, okay? Seriously, zero chance. So, oh God. So you have to get creative with how you are going to grow. There are many ways to grow. There are tons and tons of ways that you can grow on this platform, okay? And again, going back to just the previous point, I just want you to think, before we move on fully, when you think about what to stream, think what stories can I tell and have the viewers experience. Sorry, Greenskin, you're going through it today. So, number two, you're not going to go on Twitch, okay? And the fact of the matter is Twitch is possibly the worst platform on the internet right now for growing. It is genuinely terrible to try and grow on Twitch specifically. YouTube is a little bit easier, and multi-streaming and all this stuff is very helpful. But generally speaking, you are not going to grow on Twitch. Everyone said this. Every streamer will tell you this. It just doesn't. Twitch doesn't do it. But people don't listen to this advice. They still just press live on fucking Twitch, and they just sit there for 8 hours doing fuck all. You've heard this in all of Ludwig's messaging too. It's true. People do not spend enough time trying to help the things outside of Twitch help them grow. Because let me tell you something, right? Like when you watch a YouTube video, or I publish a YouTube video, that content is available live 24/7. Like anyone can watch that video at any single time. When you are only live for 5 hours a day or 8 hours a day, you have already lost so much of the possible audience you could get, because you are now limited to people who watch Twitch, which, by the way, isn't a lot, and two, like live at your time zone, and three, care about the thing that you're streaming. So it's like you've already shrunk with live stream viewership, right? You're a tiny little fucking pie, and now it's even smaller, and now you've got a crumb. You've got a crumb of people that can possibly even be your audience. Whereas with YouTube and TikTok, Instagram stories, you can reach a massive audience. So, and you've heard this a lot. You've heard this so much, and it's true, and that's the reason why. And I would rather you, as a new streamer, literally stream 2 hours, but then spend the rest of your time, like let's say, like if it was a share, like 20% streaming, 80% learning how to maximize that 2 hours outside. How to make sure that every moment that you spend live is engaging, and how that you can use that engaging content to propagate on other platforms to help draw in more audience, right? How you can use clips, how you can use YouTube videos and whatnot, right? So you need to think about this, right? Like being live is pretty much essentially kind of a waste of time for a lot of streaming. Like, because even people who go live purely to farm subs and don't have any interest in making content, they get nearly all of their subs in the first hour anyway, right? So there is literally no reason, and it's diminishing returns. Every hour you're live is a less useful hour. So you need to think about that when you're thinking about content. But the thing is that sometimes people get lazy because sometimes going live and just playing the game is easy, and having to think about, oh man, my strategy of how I'm going to make my clips go viral or how I'm going to like make a good YouTube video is hard, and it's not fun for a lot of people, but you need to do it. And you can't rely on fans and random strangers to promote you. A lot of streamers that we know about today have blown up because of that, but you can't rely on that. Like that is not something that you can hope for, because people often don't make clips of you unless there's kind of good reason. Now, obviously, I mentioned Queso. He blew up because somebody was making clips of him on TikTok, you know, and that was very fortunate. But there are probably a lot of people who could have blown up, like Queso, that didn't because some person didn't pick them up, and luckily the algorithm, you know, took that and ran with it, right? But there are so many people that didn't get that luck. So why are you waiting for that when you could just do it yourself? You know, you could edit. You could do this stuff. And truthfully, you need to like watch a lot of content. Okay, so this is the graph. Stream less, make YouTube videos, make short form, be on social media. Consume as much content as you can. Like seriously, watching a lot of streams, not the same streamer, watching a lot of streams, content, shorts, YouTube, you need to fully understand the space that you're in and what is working, and find something that you can add to it. You know, find somewhere where you can like find a niche or find something that can work. Because understanding what makes good content and knowing what people are making is a really helpful trick, because you can do the yoink and twist, as Ludwig says. You can take an idea and twist it to work for you. That is the bedrock of online content creation. You know, you need to learn what's working and how you can add yoink and twist to all this stuff. You know, so you need to think about that a lot and find the content that you want to make, right? And again, though, you need to stream less. Kinda. Don't do fucking 10-hour streams, okay? They're kind of a waste of time. And you literally can pull up anyone's Twitch analytics who does long streams. Most of the time, it's like it'll peak somewhere in the 2 to 3 hour and it'll go down. It's obviously not a rule to apply to everyone, but a lot of the time. So you need to know that like streaming less, all the stuff. Now, obviously that being said, I'm a hypocrite because I do fucking stupid dummy long streams because I'm making a YouTube video. I have a vision. I know what I'm making and I know what I'm working towards. But if you are just aimlessly going live, it's a waste of time. So, you know, for me, the way that I viewed it and the way Ludwig views it and the way that H-Rock, who just rated it, viewed it, it's generally like I'm not going live unless I have something to make a video about, a story to tell. I'm trying to find some form of content that is you know, going to be used at some point. I rarely just go live with no purpose. I do it sometimes, and it's also fine to do that because as a streamer, your audience likes to hear from you. But generally speaking, you should have a purpose. And for me, I'm very fortunate. I have VODs and stuff that do very well. I have VOD watchers. But that's like a freak thing. That's like not normal. Most YouTubers, most streamers don't have a really strong performing VOD thing, you know? So it's different. Things get different when you get higher up. I'm trying to like you could probably pick 20 creators that ignore every rule that I've said, but this is just to like get you up there. You are trying to grow. This is the basics. So let's go forward. Consume as much content as you can. Obviously, this one is not fun, and I'm bad at this one too. Oh wait, actually no, before I get ahead of that one thing that I did write down, and I think it's very important to do this one, is that, you know, when we talk about what you could be spending your time on, sometimes people spend a lot of time making like, you know, they make these crazy alerts, they make these starting soon, they make borders, and ultimately it's like you can spend your time doing all that stuff and it's fine to do that, but it is way less impactful than just making good YouTube videos. That is ultimately the single best way to promote your channel. And, you know, in my experience, you know, we have live viewers, we have a number that goes up and down. That's great. But for me, my indication of what actually is doing well and what people actually want to see is what does well on YouTube. Because you can chase that number of the Twitch viewers. Oh, I went up 10. Oh, I went down 20. Oh, they must not like this. It's fucking useless. What actually is a good metric is what is doing well on YouTube. Because that means that no matter what time of day, people want to watch that thing that you put out. And you have to know that streaming may be built, like streaming success may be built on streaming, but it's not built by streaming, okay? So keep that in mind. You will not become a successful streamer just by streaming. Generally speaking, obviously there are always exceptions. You know, and time and time again, people say that they understand all of this stuff and they get it. Yeah, I know I got to make YouTube. I got to do this stuff. But then they put out like dog shit clips. They don't try to improve the metrics. There needs to be intentionality. You need to be putting thought into this stuff. Don't just spam out stuff and hope that it works. You need to actually look at the data and see what's working. And this is something that I'm also bad at. Like, I am complacent because I'm a big creator and I don't do shorts as good as I should. I've done plenty that have succeeded, but I get lazy and I just stop doing them. I shouldn't be doing that. And if I really wanted to grow more, I would be doing that. And that's intentionality. You need that intentionality. So be focusing on that. Now, this is the boring one. It's a boring piece of advice. So let me sip a coffee. All right, it's boring. No one likes to hear this one. And I also don't do this. Consistency. Look, it's fucking boring, okay? And this is just housekeeping. But yeah, shocker, if you don't stream, people don't care. If you want to actually be a consistent streamer, you know, you generally need to be live. So you generally want to have a consistent schedule. Now, that being said, I don't have that. Again, unfortunately, with a lot of big creators, the rules do kind of change a little bit when you get a little bit bigger. You get a lot more leeway. But generally speaking, if I wanted more consistent Twitch viewership, I would be live the same times every day, every week, right? And if you are starting out, you know, and you want to get a consistent viewership, the one way you can do that is be live at the same times, the same day, every day, right? So I don't have a schedule. Do as I say, not as I do, okay, chatters? I know you want to be cheeky, okay? Colin, you don't do this. I don't need to do this. I already made it. But if you're trying to start out, you do need to have these considerations because they're very important, okay? Yeah, Henya. Henya's awesome. Henya's live always the same times every day. It's super easy to catch Henya. You know when Henya is live, right? But Henya could also spend more time on refining her YouTube, okay? So if we wanted to point fingers, we could do all this stuff. And ideally, if by having a clearly defined schedule of when you're live, it is best. It allows viewers to know when you're live without needing to wait for notifications. And the benefit of having an amazing YouTube channel is that when you are not live, that is constantly promoting you. And that every hour you're not live, this stuff can be consumed and can be helpful to kind of promoting you around the clock. But until you are established, you need to be consistently live. You know, and taking breaks is fine. Like, sometimes people think, oh my God, if I miss a week, it's over. No, taking breaks, even long breaks, is fine. Like generally speaking, viewers are super chill and understanding when you are not live. You just need to tell them. Like, I think we all know streamers that just fucking disappear and don't say shit. And it's like, it feels fucking lame. It sucks because it's like, well, you know, we supported you for so long and you can't just be like, hey, you know, you're not burnt out. Like, just say you're burnt out. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of streamers just go fucking dark. You know, and I think audiences are really respectful, generally speaking. And if you just say, hey, I'm not feeling great, I need 2 weeks off. Hey, I got some real life shit I got to deal with. Hey, you know, I'm just going on vacation. It's chill, man. Where would you announce it? Just say it during a stream or tweet it out. You know, I think people just don't like being left in the dark, and people appreciate some communication there. Because I'll tell you guys when I'm gone or when I'm doing some shit. And viewers are generally really patient. You don't need to be scared of viewers, right? Just tell them. Some will be dicks about it. There always will be dicks about it. But generally speaking, the audience is receptive to communication. So, yeah. And, okay, now we're going to get in a bit more philosophical aspects of streaming about, you know, kind of... Yeah, this is... I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, the world doesn't fucking revolve around you as a streamer. I don't know how to, like... This is kind of an interesting point. But, you know, there's been a bit of a trend where I've noticed that streamers really do think that the world revolves around them. And a lot of streamers spend the majority of their time, whether big or small, in front of an audience that usually agrees with them or makes fun of them, but like generally speaking is very personable to them. You know, and the moment that you kind of let that get to your head, you know, you do lose some of your relatability, your normality, and your humanity in a sense. And it's crucial that you stay true to who you are now at the start of your journey and remember who you are. Like, I know this sounds so fucking like, this is so American of me to say shit like this. Like, and a British person would be like, fuck off, you're a prick. But, you know, it's really important to know who you were when you started all this stuff and to have the right mindset going in. Because a lot of people, you know, if you get some form of success, a lot of people are going to be like, wow, it's so amazing. It's so awesome that you're doing that. But like, the truth is, you are literally no better than anyone else if you have some fucking viewers. You know, you're no better than a garbage man, a teacher, a cashier. What you do as a streamer is not special. Quite frankly, it's vain and it's quite egotistical. And then, look, that's fine. You just need to be aware of that and never lose that part of you that is normal, that is empathetic, that's human. Because truthfully, people will also lose interest in watching you. Like, people don't want to fucking watch a guy that's like ungodly out of touch. Like, and even if they are very out of touch, over time, people will see through that and will lose interest, is in my opinion. Because again, I'm not telling you, like in streaming terms now, this whole guide is not about streaming to get a blow up or to do well for a year. I'm trying to teach you how to stream in a way that is going to be for longevity. I want you to be able to do this for a long time. And this is a really important step of learning, like where your head needs to be at to be able to do this for a long time, to not burn out, to do all these things correctly. And, you know, if you get warped by only socializing with viewers and talking to chat, people you don't know, in a one-way power dynamic, you'll also probably like struggle to enjoy your fucking normal life. Like, conversation in your head will be warped because your like 9 to 5 conversing is with a wall of people that agree to you, whether big or small, right? Whether it's one viewer or 1,000. So you can never, ever, ever, ever let Twitch chat be a replacement for like a social life. Because the worst thing you can do, and I've said this a bunch, is be boring. And if you only talk to chat and stream 24/7, you'll have no life experience or lived experience that you can like bring and to have perspective and share that with your viewers. So that is like a ton of advice, okay? And truly, the healthiest thing that you can do for any success on Twitch is to be authentic and to be personable. Just be you. And look, we live in the age of AI. Like, we have AI shoved down our fucking throats, and people are more starved for like a genuine human interaction or connection in some way. You know, for a lot of people, they use streaming as that. So, you know, like just being a normal fucking human being is good. That is fine. You don't have to be fucking crazy. And that goes into the next point, which is like, don't change. Like the same fucking slide. Like, don't change who you are for streaming. Don't try to put up some crazy act every time you go live. Now, for some people who play characters, obviously this is a bit different. But like what I mean in this sense is like when you are streaming and you are presenting a personality that you are trying to say is you, but very clearly is like a warped version of it, right? Because audiences, we're really good as people about smelling bullshit. We know, especially if someone is live for tens of hours a month in front of people, people have an amazing bullshit detector in their head. So they know when you are like exaggerating parts of your personality. They know when you are kind of presenting aspects of your character that are not real. You know, and that's why, you know, sometimes you hear this drama of like, oh, nobody expected this streamer to be like this. It's like a lot of people probably had a bad feeling about them. You know what I mean? There's something in like that we are able to discern when someone is putting up an act. So don't just like warp your personality to be a streamer. But that being said, you know, what if you feel like, hey, well, I'm not entertaining right now. Like, I don't feel like I'm entertaining, so I need to change my personality to be entertaining. Well, Twitch and live streaming is actually a great place to learn those skills. Like, nobody is entertaining. Well, some people are entertaining stream one, but generally speaking, the person who is like live for the first time is going to be like less entertaining than when they're live for the 100th time, right? You're going to learn a lot of skills. You're going to learn about how to be more entertaining. You're going to learn all these things. And for me, when I started, you know, presenting, doing this kind of thing, I wasn't very good at. Like, I wasn't good at this. I didn't feel comfortable presenting in front of one person, let alone potentially 100,000 at times, right? And your ability to present yourself and improve, your ability to present yourself will improve over time, but it does take time, right? And so don't try to do all these changes and be someone you're not. Just try to go into it earnestly and go into this honestly about trying to learn skills, because even if you then don't end up becoming a streamer, what you've learned is presentation skills, which, trust me, in your life are really fucking valuable. They are so, so valuable. Even if you don't use it in Twitch, I guarantee you're going to use it in something else at some point in your life, and you're going to be grateful that you practiced with Twitch and you learned. So yeah, like you can't just go live, play video games and hope people care. You need intentionality, like everything with content creation. And now some people are really fast at adapting and learning those skills, and others are slow. But you can't compare your journey to someone else's. You know, you can't compare how many views you have to someone else. You can't compare your content to someone else's. It is your content and your journey, and you are learning your skills at your pace. And they always say comparison is the thief of joy. And it's true. If you start looking at your content and being envious of other people, it's going to suck. You're not going to enjoy it. It needs to be something that you do for you. And I know that is like really shitty advice, that whole section, because it's boring. And it's like, wow, don't change. Don't be a dick. It's like, yeah, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many people I think needed to hear that before they started. So, you know, and look, truthfully, you also might not have a personality that currently would connect with people if you go live, right? That's like being serious. You might feel like, hey, if I go live, I don't think people would fuck with me. And if that is the case, perhaps streaming will allow you to be a bit more introspective about your own character traits and see where you can work on yourself as well. Like maybe you'll see, okay, people aren't really fucking with this. I don't really know why, but maybe that'll allow you to be a little bit more introspective about yourself. Like seriously, like to really look earnestly at it. Because let's be honest, right? Everyone thinks they can be a streamer, but they never ask themselves if they are truly equipped for it. So, you know, that's a lot of the advice on streaming. Now, the streaming section is a bit shorter, I won't lie, because a lot of the concepts kind of come from YouTube too, but that's kind of like my core advice on how to be a streamer and the mentality to have and kind of the core principles. So I just have a bunch of other kind of quick tips to go over in terms of streaming in general, about things that I truly believe in. Coffee break. And then we'll get into the technical aspects. Okay, quick tips. They won't be so quick because I'll probably explain them slowly. All right, so first tip, less is more. Don't clutter the shit out of your stream like Connor did here. I don't need this giant fucking thing, okay? What is this doing? Nothing. It just clutters my video. Alerts are fine. Have your alerts. Have your chat on screen. Make sure it is sized properly. This is too small. This is for fucking ants, okay? What is this? This is like a fucking Halo ODST HUD, okay? Most people watch Twitch on phones, okay? You cannot read this on a phone. I can't read it now, you know, it's kind of blown up. So you need to make sure that chat is like kind of a little bit, in my opinion, closer. Let me show you. I think I have my chat like right here. You can see I don't, like only like 3 words can fit. It's very small, it's very fast, it's energy. What it is that it's not really there for you to read most of the time. It's there to convey an energy and excitement from the stream. So you don't need this fucking wall of text. If your text thing looks like this, change it right now. It looks like shit. If you have this on your stream, a big fucking HUD, remove it. It looks like shit, nobody likes it, okay? If you have a giant bulky border around your webcam, that can be fine. But just make sure it's not too obtrusive. Less is more, right? Because ultimately, stuff should not be getting in the way of the content. So don't clutter the fuck out of your screen. Because truthfully, let's talk about what this is serving, right? This right here, what is this? This is bits, money, subs, and followers. And what is that? It's just me being fucking, it's me trying to farm some interaction. It's me trying to get people to follow. It's me trying to get people to sub. It's me trying to get people to give money. And that is not good, right? Yes, it's fine. People are going to sub anyway. But this doesn't add to the content. This doesn't add to your viewing experience. all this does is make one guy have a little bit of an ego boost at the cost of everyone else. I am sacrificing a fourth or a fifth of my screen to ego boost some people, right? So I removed it. I removed it because it gets in the way of the content, because that's an area of the screen I can't use, okay? And I have like deprioritized things in my stream that encourage people to give money. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit, okay? So let's go to the next tip, okay? Let's go to the next tip. Okay. I generally believe that, also going back to the notifications, I'm a big believer. I don't think alerts should make noise. Call me crazy. I hate it. Whenever I go into a stream and there's fucking alerts spamming noise like crazy, why would you want to ruin your beautiful content that you might repurpose for YouTube with fucking ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum? It sounds dumb. Text to speech, different, because that can add to the content. But having a fucking jingle that plays every time only is served to notify the streamer that they got a sub, and you don't need that. Because it's just pissing everyone off. Because I don't care if someone else subbed. I'm a viewer. You can put a little thing on the screen. That's fine. You should keep that. Alerts are awesome. It's good to have that kind of stuff. But you don't need a noise every time. Okay, that's important. So that's a very crucial tip, because if I pull up someone's like a 10 viewer person stream on Twitch, they nearly almost always have way too much shit on the screen and way too much noise. So you need to think about that. What if it's 100 gift? You make the noise. You pop off. Holy shit, it's 100 gifted. That's way better than a, you know what I mean? That's like so much better. You go crazy. You do the reaction, because that is crazy. It's crazy that someone would drop like $500, you know? So that is my personal take on it. But Rob has it. Everyone has it. I fucking hate it. That's my opinion. And especially if you're trying to make YouTube videos, you don't want that shit on there. It just ruins it. But chat. Oh, okay. Don't try and print. No. Chat, I'm a big believer chat should always be on screen. I think it makes it feel live. I think chat should always be on screen somewhere. Doesn't matter how big or small, but yeah. No way! Oh my God, 20 gifted subs! There you go. Example. Thank you, Norway. Obviously, don't overreact, but you know what I mean? You don't need a fucking ding to tell you that. Next piece of advice. A mix of streams that are fun for you and fun for viewers. One for me, one for you. That's how I do it, chat. I do streams that I think would, that I personally want to do. Like, let's say if I wanted to tank my channel, I would play every single Castlevania. That's for me. Most people don't want that. Okay? But me playing a bunch of games, game show games, I might not normally do, but for content, I'll do it because it's fun. And I enjoyed this stream. But like what my gamer goblin brain wants to do is to fucking brain rot and play Castlevania for 12 hours. Now, the truth is that it's fine to do that if you do a mix. Because now you are ensuring that the content people want to see will always be there, but you're also kind of, you know, doing this thing that is fun for maybe a bit more of a niche audience, okay? Hey, you look Castlevania? Look, you do, and I appreciate that because you're watching live. I'm not saying that there is no audience for these things. What I'm saying is that there is often a larger audience for the more general stuff, and it is okay to do both. It's okay to do something for fun, just for you as a streamer, you know, a healthy mix, and it's also okay to do stuff purely for content, right? So it's good to have a balance. And I think it makes it exciting for viewers because sometimes I will just go on a deep dive in some random shit, but you can also expect me to do some more general content that's quite fun, right? And it's okay to do both. Some streamers think you can only do one. Not true. You can do both, you know? And I think also prioritizing what will allow you to do this for longer is good too. Like I feel more comfortable streaming if I know that I can do some kind of random goblin gamer shit, like play every Castlevania, but I'll also try every MRE with God, right? Like I'll do both. Not saying that any one is more fun than the other. It's just different challenges and like different presentational aspects. Like, because ultimately it is my job and I have to do what would technically do best. So I do both. I do both. Okay, so first, socializing. It goes a long way on Twitch. It's not necessarily, it's not necessary for Twitch by any means, but being available for collaborations generally is good. And a lot of streamers might get their break from a collaboration. Hit people up. Don't be afraid to ask people to collab. What I will say is if you are going to ask someone to collab, you need to have an idea. Don't just hit someone up and say, we should freaking collab. have a solid idea that you can present to them. Say, hey, boys, I want to play Risk. We're all going to play Risk and we're all going to dress up and I want you to be a part of that. I have an idea, I present it, and I offer them a yes or a no to that idea fulfilled. There's nothing worse than going to someone and being like, you want to collab sometime? I mean, yeah, I guess, but like it's kind of this awkward kind of soft area where you're like, I don't really know what the fuck we're doing here. You know, you can also like, you know, it depends on your social circle, but like obviously like VTubers and stuff, they often hit each other up live. They're like, hey, I'm around, you want a game? And like, it can be that easy. But sometimes, you know, being exposed to a new audience might be the thing that allows you to really blow up and grow. I remember we spoke to Cinna, and Cinna was saying that, you know, it was when Agent collabed with her that really blew her up, right? For some people, that might be their lucky break. And maybe for the other person in that collaboration, what they get out of it is someone who's really entertaining and a great collaboration. And so it's a win-win. Collaborations can be really, really, really big win-win scenarios. But you need to make sure you're doing it right. Don't overly hit people up. There's nothing worse as sometimes it feels bad when someone is like hitting up literally everyone to collab and you're like, oh, I guess I'm just like another fucking stepping stone. I think the best way to do it is to earnestly make a connection and to have like genuine collabs where you both kind of enable the content to be better. If you just collab with someone to get their clout, that person is going to feel that and they're not going to feel good about it and they might not want to collab with you, and other people will see that too. So what you need to do is make sure when that person is a part of your content that they have a fun time, that they feel like it was worth it, that they enjoyed being a part of your thing. Because the worst thing you can do is make someone feel like they were a stepping stone to you. So when you're doing a collaboration and you're communicating with someone, make sure the idea also makes sense for them too and not just you. So just keep that in mind. And how do you socialize? Look, you can just hit people up. Like, you need to know, it's kind of a, you know, it's kind of a tough thing because you need to know where you're at. Again, it's understanding where your level and what kind of world you're in. Because if you have 10 viewers and you're a brand new VTuber and you're hitting up Mouse, it's like, obviously that collab probably isn't going to happen because, you know, it's super one-sided in what's happening here, unless, let's say, this person was a professional singer and there's some kind of value there and there's some kind of collaboration, right? So you can kind of go from that viewership disparity, but you do need to have a good idea or a purpose, right? There's levels. If you hit, you know, you're brand new, don't just fucking randomly spam people. Find people to collaborate that are the same size as you that you can also learn from and that you can also kind of both benefit from. A collaboration should be beneficial for both parties, and that's very important to think about that. So if you're collabing with someone else, you need to make sure they're getting something out of it too. Want something for you, something for them. And that's how you make sustainable collaborations with people who want to collab with you. And on top of that, the more you do that, the more that you show that your collaborations are fun, that they're beneficial for everyone involved, the more people are going to want to collaborate with you as well. You know, I think, again, Ludwig does this. Ludwig does these massive events. He shows that like being a part of his collaborations are generally beneficial. You get to meet a lot of people. And so he's very, like he is very, very particular. And I do this as well, where if someone collabs with me or I ask them to join my event or something, I make it my fucking mission to make sure that that person feels like it was worth their time. Because there's not a worse feeling in the world than feeling like someone wasted your time, whether intentionally or not. You know, it could come from a good place, but sometimes people do waste your time. And so make sure whatever you do and you collaborate, you don't waste people's time. Okay, let's move on. Okay. Next up, do weird shit. Streaming is awesome. You can literally do fucking weird ass shit that is pretty much free. You can do anything. So why not? Point Crow is kind of the goat of doing this, and he started doing all this crazy shit a long time ago. He literally watched a candle melt for 10 hours. That's it. You know, it's intriguing, it's fun. And look, even if you didn't like this particular content, it doesn't matter. You are a streamer. The next day you can do something else. You can try what works. You can throw a curveball at your audience occasionally. You can literally do anything, and you should. Don't just do what everyone else is doing, because guess what? You're not going to grow. This is shit that when you see it in your fucking YouTube recommended, you can't not click on it, because you're like, what the fuck is this? You know? So you do it. As long as it's legal, do it. So Think about that. Think about that. You know, try and do weird shit. Do something unusual. It doesn't have to be, not every stream has to be a YouTube video, because I scrap some videos. I'm like, that stream was ass. I'm not making it into a YouTube video. So you can try anything, you know, anything at all. The only thing stopping you is your imagination, you know, because I think most people would maybe think of something like this. No, sorry, no one would ever think of this. And the people who did think about this wouldn't do it. So Point Crow is crazy enough to do both. And so if you have that level of creativity, you're going to be fine. Okay, let's continue on. Do not rely on audience generosity. I am look, some people do this, that's fine, but I think that e-begging is bad for content. I could be, call me crazy, but I think if you sacrifice moments of your live stream and content that you're live to beg for money and to encourage people to, you know, donate and stuff, I think that sometimes it can actually hurt the content. Now, obviously, this can change in a subathon because that is part of the content. So I'm not saying that you can't ever ask or encourage people to sub. But what I'm saying is, like, on your daily streams, your day by day, every minute you're spending, like, talking about people subbing or asking people to give subs is time where you are literally boring people who don't care. But you need to think about it. There are times you can use it correctly. When you're doing charity streams, you can encourage people to donate. That's part of the excitement. That's fun. If you're doing a subathon, yes, it's part of the content. You need to understand when you can use it to enhance the content and not just do it because you want money, because otherwise it's going to take away from the content. And that is key. Every second you are boring, someone clicks off the stream. Every time you spend 5 minutes, you know, begging, someone's already left. You know what I mean? So you need to think about this stuff. Every moment someone is watching your stream is a moment they are choosing to be there, and it's a moment that they have not chosen to leave the stream. And if you only, like, you know, you only, like, hype up the people who are giving the most money, which is good because, you know, obviously, like, sometimes if you're a small streamer, they are literally your lifeblood, and that's fine. But you need to also understand that you might be pushing away potential larger audiences that would enable you to not rely on asking people for money. So again, think about all this stuff. Think about all this stuff. Every minute you spend not making content and just glazing people to give you money is, you know, different. So yeah, think about that. Think about that. Because whenever anyone subs, you know, I'm very lucky. People sub to me all the time. I never read them out. I know I'm so bad at that, and I should thank you all, and I don't. I just don't. Because what I realize is that ultimately, the best thing I can do as a content creator is that I can make sure the content is good. My job is to make good content. It is not to thank subs. It is to make moments that you can all enjoy. And the subs are very generous because they allow me to keep doing that content for you guys, right? Everyone who subs, I very much appreciate everyone who has subbed. But what I'm doing is making content that is available for everyone for free, right? And every moment of that should be good. And I'm trying my best to make every moment good. So I'm not going to sit here and thank every single sub. Obviously, if someone gives like 5, 20, I thank it. But I make it quick. I try to be quick with it, right? I'm trying to, you know, get with it. As I say, as Norway has literally given 7,000 subs. Sorry, Norway. Okay, so that is like my overall. Okay, yes, Chat Manly. Thank you for giving an example. Thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you. Okay, but that's like my general like streamer tips. So, you know, obviously I didn't talk too much about like what content to make. You already know what content you want to make. You already know, but hopefully everything I've told you throughout that guide can be a consideration that you can take. Okay, you can think about all the things, all the lessons we've gone through. And again, all of this is going to be available on a one sheet afterwards. You can think about this, think about the storytelling, think about how you're never going to grow on Twitch. Think about spending time outside of the content to maximize your streams. Think about how you can learn about content, learn to be consistent, learn to grow and not to change who you are, sorry. And then focus on all the quick tips we gave. All of this is going to be a one sheet. And this is all, you know, general advice that isn't very applicable to any one person, but this is like kind of telling you all about the real considerations that I think about before I go live. You know, all those things I think greatly about. Now, let's talk about technical aspects because there is a lot to talk about. Audio. Now we're going to start with the more nitty gritty. That is all of like the general advice I have for YouTube, Twitch, and content creation in general. And now I'm going to talk about all of the tech. We're going to talk about all the tech you need, can have, can do, can implement in your stream to improve. Now, this is the one where even if you're an established streamer, hey, it might be worth watching this because many of you have very bad tech and you can improve it very easily, okay? So, pay attention. We are now going to be starting our guide. So we'll start with audio first, and then we'll go into cameras and we'll talk more about lighting and consideration for this kind of stuff. But audio is extremely, extremely important. And I'm always experimenting with different audio. And I have a lot to tell you as also somebody who's a voice actor and who uses a lot of audio stuff in my process. So there's a lot to initially talk about before we get into this, because throughout this guide, I am going to be telling you about a ton of tech, a bunch of products you can buy. And I'm just going to be quite frankly with you, like if you don't have the budget for that, that's fine. There are options, but it is mainly going to be for people who want to buy something and are looking for like tech that they can invest in and how they can use that tech. So after I do a little bit of an explainer, we're going to do a full rundown. I have a brand new laptop over there, and I'm going to share with you that screen, and we're going to do a full rundown of how I set up all my tech. And I can do it very quickly, and I can explain everything to you. But generally speaking, if you don't have a lot of money, or some money to invest, it's going to be hard to get, some kind of audio stuff going. So, but I will say, if you don't have money, there are options still, right? Like we've already mentioned before. Tyler One uses the most dog shit headset. Okay, there's phones. You can literally stream with a phone as your camera and use this as your mic. There are free websites. Like OBS Ninja that allow you to turn your phone into a webcam that can go in OBS. You have so many options to present a stream and have audio and have visuals that will work, because we live in the easiest time ever. And I'm sure in 2 years, 3 years, it'll be even easier. But you have so much time. And so through this audio section, I am mainly going to be talking about equipment that you can buy that allows you to be a bit more professional. So also to note, I don't have any background. I never went to school for any of this. I learned literally everything from YouTube tutorials and spending my time online, talking to people who are more knowledgeable than me and asking questions and a lot of fucking up, so much fucking up. So everything I'm about to teach you, I have learned for free. I've learned for free. And you can also learn all this stuff for free, and there's nothing stopping you. You don't need to go to college. You don't need to do any of this stuff. You can literally learn everything whenever you want with a YouTube tutorial. And I'm going to do my best today to explain as much of it as possible without getting too lost in the weeds. Okay. So the most important part of any setup is audio. It literally, you could have the most dog shit camera, no camera. Audio is literally the most important. If your stream sounds bad or is crunchy or is unlistenable, nobody is going to want to listen to your stream. Now, obviously, with Tyler One on the headset, that can be a draw in a sense, but you can still understand what he's saying. And the beauty of the content creation right now is that money generally isn't a barrier for presenting content. So, you have the headset, you can use your phone, it can all be a stylistic choice. Everything can be forgiven as a stylistic choice, whether camera or audio, if you present it well enough. And so, some people might say, hey, Connor, I don't have a very fancy PC, but I have a phone and I'd like to start playing around. Well, look, every single person on TikTok or Instagram is literally using their phone. Nobody is streaming with a PC or a 5090. They're using the built-in tools on their phone. So you can literally live stream today, tomorrow, anytime. You don't need to. But we'll go into more of the technical aspect of OBS and all this stuff. Okay, so we'll get into that. So let's start, shall we? Who's excited to learn about this stuff? So let's say you do have a PC or a laptop. It doesn't necessarily have to be nice, but you really want to get professional sounding audio. And well, we can do that. We can do that to you. So we'll talk about some of the cameras and all this stuff that you can do. Now, obviously, I'm going to try my best to give you a range of items and prices. And we do have a link to an Amazon affiliate page. I do get kickback from anything you buy, but it's just so I can have all the items listed so you can buy anything you want to buy. But there'll be different price points, and I will explain why you might want to buy which thing. And so if that is something, just so you know, like not every item is going to be right for you, and I'll try to explain it. And also, chat, when we talk about audio, I won't lie, I wasn't going to make this streamer guide, but Elgato hit me up and said, hey, if you're going to talk about our products, can we just pay you to also keep talking about them? Which is great for me, because I was going to fucking do it anyway. So I get paid to talk about shit that I was going to talk about anyway, because you'll see a lot of my stuff is Elgato. So, and I'll explain why when we get into it. But let's say you have a bit of cash, okay? Let's say you have a bit of cash and you do want to get into improving your audio and making it better. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in luck, because it's easier than it's ever been. And if you're watching this in the future, it's probably even easier. Now, in the past, if you wanted to learn audio, it fucking sucked, man. You had to have like this interface that was all kind of like weird, and you had to use these cables that you weren't familiar with. Now you have so many options, and the software is so much better now, and it all plays easier. So let me be your underqualified guide through the audio world. Let's talk about microphones real quick, so I can kind of explain the different types of mics, and I have examples to show you too. Sorry, let's talk about microphones. Okay, so we have so many different types of microphones. I'm a microphone nerd. I love them. Let's talk about what type of microphones are out there. So let's talk about this. This is a classic stage microphone. You've all seen them. You're all familiar with this. This is kind of, if you drew a mic, this is what it might look like. This is called a dynamic microphone. Now, there are a lot of benefits to a dynamic microphone that we might want to have. You know, so I saw in my notes, why did I mention Danny G? Oh, the headset mic. You can use the headset mic if you want, but like this is if you want to sound good. So, you know, this is if you ever go to karaoke, this is the mic you'll see. Now, why would we use this microphone for karaoke in particular? Well, it's good at one thing in particular. You need to be loud as fuck in front of it for it to pick up. And it's got like a pattern right here, and it doesn't capture noise from behind it. It only captures it when you're talking into it like this. So behind you, you know, there could be a lot of people shouting, screaming, but it'll only pick up really loud noise that is going into it from like this distance, right? Really close to it. And that is really beneficial when we're talking about doing things on a stage, right? It's really beneficial when we're trying to do, you know, anything where there's going to be a lot of noise around us. You know, if you're doing a podcast, you might want the classic Shure SM7B, a microphone we're all familiar with because every fucking podcaster uses it, because it won't really pick up the talking of the person sitting next to you. It's only going to pick up this talking. And now there are benefits to this. Obviously, you get a clearer sound, but there are also negatives. One of the biggest ones is that it's not going to pick up your sound fully. It's often going to cut out some frequencies because it has to do that to kind of capture just your voice. So it doesn't give you a full sound that you might want. So that's why some streamers use this, some streamers don't. I use a condenser microphone, which is this one. This is the one I use, and there are tons of different price points here for this one. So obviously, like if you're streaming, I think like either of these are fine, and truthfully, literally any microphone is fine, as long as it's XLR, I'd say. We're at the point now where microphones are good enough where it literally doesn't matter. Okay, my finger's broke. This is the microphone I use. That is this one right here. This one, the Neumann TLM 103. You can see it's a little expensive. It's very expensive. It's $1,300. Now, the other ones that I've recommended are like $100. You know, so what the fuck? What is the difference? What is the fucking difference? Well, let me talk to you about condenser microphones and why I think that you might want to use a condenser mic in particular. So, condenser mics are really good because they pick literally everything up. Every single noise in your voice, they will pick up. And now this is good for many things because you might want to do voice acting where they don't want any EQ or compressor, which we'll get into later, where they want to just hear your voice and then they want to be able to mold it, to be able to take things out, add things, and change the sound of it. And to do that, you need to have the full spectrum of the voice. And also, they do require phantom power, which is a different thing. It's a 48-volt thing. Every single audio interface will have it and be able to use both. So it doesn't matter which audio interface you get, but if you're using a condenser, you do need to get a phantom power audio interface. And this just obviously sends a lot more voltage. So if you're doing professional voice acting, right? You're doing professional singing. If you ever go to a studio, there's like a 50% chance you're going to be using this mic or the Neumann U87, which is just this mic but more expensive. Okay, it is basically the industry standard mic. It has been for like 70, 50 years. It is literally this microphone. This one's a newer version. I think this one came out in the 90s. But the U87, which is pretty much the go-to mic for professional recording, is like 50 years old. The mic hasn't changed. And the benefit of having those mics in particular is that they pretty much last forever. These mics are really, really, really hard to break. They are really well built, and you will never, ever, ever have to upgrade this microphone. That is the benefit of this one. The benefit of these ones is that they're a lot more affordable, but in a professional recording environment, this probably wouldn't fly. Nearly every voice acting job I've done, they have asked, like, you need this mic or better, aka the U87. They're normally a bit strict, and they normally don't accept these mics. But that being said, these mics are fantastic. And for streaming, these are some really, really good options, because you can see they're all $100. I used this mic previously. I loved it. It was really good. This mic is the Rode NT1. It's good as well. It works with Rode stuff. And this is the Elgato mic, which I'm going to be setting up later and showing you how it works. I've used this one. It's been my go-to travel mic because I don't want to take a $1,000 mic with me when I travel. I can put this in a suitcase. I don't have to worry about it. It's really well built. It won't break. These are all very, very good options. Elgato does have a nicer, newer one that's out now. This is the older one that I use, but there's an even better one there. That being said, these are all XLR. Now, there are USB microphones, which are super easy plug and play. It's gotten a lot better now. In prior years, it used to be the case where that would introduce static into the mic. And so if you can, I would say just use XLR mics if possible, because if you're going to want to learn audio and start learning it seriously, it is better to just use XLR. But USB mics are pretty good, and if you don't want to spend a lot of money, you can do that. What is an XLR? It's a great question. Let me show you what an XLR is. XLR is this input. It's got like 3 little pins, and obviously that doesn't plug into your PC. You need an audio interface, which we'll walk through later to connect it to your PC. And you're going to want an audio interface for a couple of reasons anyway, if you're looking for professional audio. So XLR input, it's a different cable you need that goes into a box. Let me show you. I'll just show you now while we're talking about it. Okay, grab this. And grab this. And I'm going to show you how to set this up later anyway. This is an XLR. This is an audio interface. You see there's little, like, these holes. This goes into your microphone, this clip side, and this side goes in here, very simply. And that will be how you get good audio, you know? That's going to be, it just goes in like that, boom. And then your microphone will now be picked up by your computer when you plug it in via USB. Super easy. Okay. So, condenser microphones. Generally my recommendation for streaming, unless you are in a loud environment, of which I would recommend a dynamic microphone. So, that is the consideration we're making here when we're talking about microphones, but we will get into this in a moment. The room is the most important aspect of any audio thing, okay? The room is the most important. So dynamic mics, a lot of noise, a lot of other shit going on in your audio space, maybe a dynamic mic. If you have a very quiet environment and you want really high quality sounding audio, you can get one of these. And if you're intending to do professional work, you can get one of these. Obviously, that's a very steep price. It's very expensive, but if you are intending to do professional work, you will need that. Next up, we have shotgun microphones. Let me give you an example of one. It's called a shotgun for a reason. It looks like a gun. It doesn't really look like a microphone. You've seen these. Whenever you've seen a film set outside or news journalists rushing around, they're almost always using a shotgun microphone. This is pretty much the best one you can buy. As you can see, it's very expensive. It's about $1,000 because it's very good. So this one is great in certain scenarios. Now, obviously, if you're streaming, these two are going to be the ones that you're going to use. But however, if you're outside, and you're doing a film shoot, maybe you want some more options. And the shotgun can be amazing in certain scenarios because of the pattern that it has. Let me show you. I printed out a little sheet for you. Here you go. My little shitty printer thing. Here are the patterns. Oh, this one picked up on the green screen. Here are the patterns. So when we talk about condenser microphones, we're often looking for a cardioid pattern. This means that when you speak into the mic, do I have an example? I don't. Let's say we're speaking into the mic, that if your mouth is here, it's going to pick up noise in this shape. The microphone isn't going to pick up noise behind the microphone. They normally have a direction. So, for example, this one, this is the front, this is the back. Everywhere around here, it's going to pick up noise. Everywhere around here, it's going to be way less sensitive, okay? And so the shotgun, which is down here, right? It's a very helpful pattern to have because maybe your subject is really far away and you want to get audio from them outside. So you can point this kind of far away. This is why you always see it in the film set. Sometimes it droops down like that. It's really useful for being able to get audio on someone that can't be mic'd up for whatever reason. So there are scenarios where you are going to want a shotgun. They are a lot more limited, but just know they exist and that they might be right for you depending on what you're doing. So let's put this back because it's expensive. And these are quite expensive. There are cheaper versions, and normally you're going to want to get one if you're filming stuff on top of your camera anyway, like this. This is a Sony one, so it's like it's proprietary to this camera. You can just go on. We'll talk about this a bit more later as well. But most cameras have a 3.5 millimeter jack that you can just plug a mic directly into, and this will sync up the audio for you, so you don't have to worry too much about audio syncing in post. And there are a lot of shotgun mics that also allow you to not need an XLR output. I have one somewhere. I might get it later. So you don't always need XLR. There are tons of different microphones, and the scenarios where you wouldn't want a shotgun microphone are generally inside because it's really good at picking up reflections in the room. And so generally inside, shotgun microphones are a little harder to use unless they are right in front of your face. So think about that and be careful. So the other mic, and the one that I'm using right now to talk to you, is a Lav mic. Now, obviously, these have kind of changed drastically over the years. It used to be a Lav mic was a big wire and it would go up. And that was kind of what it was. And I think that's called the lapel mic specifically. But they've changed a lot now. Now the most popular types for most people and like casual consumers are, this type. It's just this super easy microphone. You can just give this to someone, say, hey, put this on. There's a magnet, boom, you've got a mic on someone. And they can start recording from the transceiver. And these mic cases come with two mics. You can just click this. You can change all the settings of the mic with this thing. And it's great because these also have a 3.5 output hole. You can see the big hole there. And that you can actually plug in to an XLR thing if you have an adapter, 3.5 to XLR. So that's how I'm talking to you right now. I'm using this, my other one, to go into the interface, and then I'm mixing the audio live. So yeah, and now obviously, I say this is the newest style because the older style is a bit more like this, kind of. They'll have a receiver like this somewhere. They'll turn that on, and then you'll have the mic like this. And then this will be the mic pack. So you'll put this on someone. And the benefit of this mic is that you can get great sounding audio and you can hide the mic. Because, truthfully, it looks really unprofessional when you have this little thing on. It looks like I'm like a brand ambassador, right? It doesn't look good. So a lot of the benefit of the Lav mic is that you can hide it. This goes under your shirt like this, and then you can put it in like this. And then, you can kind of clip this on. Now, I like these a lot because I like hiding the mic. The reason why I'm not using it right now is that this Rode thing has a battery life of like 2 hours. And when I tried to charge it whilst I'm using it, there's some interference. So be mindful if you do want to buy this one, it will last about 3 hours. So if you're intending to stream with it, it's maybe not so good. And a lot of the Lav mics aren't good to stream with because they don't last a while unless you have ones that you can swap into. So just think about that and be cautious. You can also get Lav mics that are more traditional ones in a sense that they don't use any radio or whatnot. They're just like local recorders, AKA like this one right here. Let me show you this. When we film a lot of Chris's cyclothon videos, these are the mics that we wore. So this is a microphone. This is the microphone here. And then this is the pack that's recording. This does not transmit. It is just internally recording for you. And you can put a little micro SD card in there. So you can put that there, put this through your shirt. This would attach to my skin with like some kind of tape, and then you would have great sounding audio, and you don't have to worry about the clothes rubbing against it because it's in this kind of protective housing. So you can kind of have some really, really high quality audio and completely hide the mic. It's very small, and it'll sound really, really good. If you watch the first 3 cyclothons on Chris's channel, the highlight video, they were all filmed with that mic, and most of the time we record, we use that mic. But honestly, nowadays, people use these mics because it's just really quick to get this on and off someone. People don't like the invasiveness of having to put some things through their clothes. It can be kind of cumbersome. You know, you want to just get the mic on them right away, start recording. So that's why these have become really popular. And, you know, these are my 2 current recommendations for those ones. Just know you cannot plug a mic like this into these 2. And all of these new modern types, they stopped allowing it. So these 2 are my like recommendations if you want that style. And then this is like my recommendation if you're looking for that traditional radio transceiver. I will also put the other ones on there too. I haven't put it on the wish list, but I will. So that's my recommendation for those. There was also like, there are other mics and stuff for scenarios. There's like this mic that I've had for a long time. I'm not going to touch it because it's really sticky. I don't know why. This is like what you'd see in like a press, like a microphone that you'd see like a press person use, because you know, you have to think about your environment and what space you're in and what microphone is appropriate for it, because this is like an interview microphone because you just want to be able to like plop it on the table and record the room. You just need to capture the audio and you need it reliable. There's also XLR input, so if you do have a shotgun mic, you can plug it in and it can record. But this can record 4-channel stereo, so you can just kind of like put it in the room and record. Why is it sticky? I don't know. So that is like the basics of audio. And I realize that that's not very helpful to you, just hearing all of that, like what to buy. So I think what would be best is that I show you how to set up Audio Live. I think it'd be awesome for me to show you how I would go about setting up all of my audio live, because a lot of people ask me, hey, Connor, how do you have audio that sounds great? How do you not have your speakers audio coming through on your microphone? Because I don't wear speakers. I don't like them. And I'll show you exactly how to do that. So why don't we go through and set it up? Now, I talk about audio and all this stuff. The last thing you need to know is the audio interface. This is a Wave XLR Pro. It's like the new one by Elgato. I got sent like a test one. I like it a lot. This is going to be my recommendation. They're all like Rode. There's like other brands as well. I forgot them. There's like a ton. There's like Go XLR. This is, I think, the best one you can get. And I'll explain why when we go through it. So I wouldn't use personally any other ones, because I have all the other ones. I use them all. I've used Rode, I've used all this stuff. This is the one that I like the most. I think Elgato, it's kind of like the Apple of streaming products. They just make shit that works and is simple. And I think I'm not teaching you how to be an audio expert. I'm teaching you how to have a great sounding audio as a beginner, right? And stuff like this is great. And again, thank you, Elgato, for sponsoring. They did not require me to talk about this. They just wanted me to talk about some Elgato products. I just have a lot because I use a lot. They're all really good. I've been using the teleprompter. I've been like powering the teleprompter with a foot pedal, and all of this shit's Elgato, bro. Oh, it's so easy to use. So that's why. And I know this is going to sound like an ad, but truthfully, I was going to do this anyway. So I just want you to know that. And again, anything you want to buy, we'll have links. We'll have links for. But chat, who's excited for a live demo? I've got a PC. I've got a PC that I've never set anything up on. So let's do a little demonstration. Okay. And I'm going to have all my settings after the fact, that if you want to get them, you can. So don't worry. If you miss something, don't worry. We're going to have all this information on a one sheet for you. So if you miss it, don't worry. I'm just going to kind of walk you through the steps of what I go through when we do this. So let's do it. Fun. Yippee. Let's do Connor Tech Tips. Play the Linus intro. Okay. All right, chat. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's go to my desk where I've set up a PC for you guys. Let's bring this down slightly. And let's turn on some lighting. So we have some lighting in here, because we don't have lots of lights. Okay. Come on over. What are you doing? Don't be shy, boys. Come on over here. Yes. Come on. Don't be shy now, boys. Don't be shy. Okay, maybe we need to up it a little bit. Okay, here's a brand new laptop where I made a brand new Windows profile, and I'm going to walk you through exactly what I would do when I get a brand new PC, and you can kind of like see how that goes. All right, there it is. Here it is. Here's my PC with literally nothing plugged in. The only thing that is plugged in right now is the power. Okay, I got to move my camera. Oh, wait, wrong way. God damn it. Okay, hold on. I gotta get the angle right. Okay. Okay. So the reason why I did this on another PC is that, first of all, if I was messing with my audio settings live, you are not going to be able to hear anything because that's all my audio. So yes, that's very important. Okay, I just to make sure I don't do anything wrong, I just want to make sure that I have a reference to some of my settings so I can better explain them to you. Because I have notes. We have notes. Isn't that fun? Okay, let's pull them up. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I have my drive. Cool. Here we go. So if I need any reference, we can go through it. So I get a brand new PC. What equipment do I have? Well, first of all, I'm going to have the let's show you. So I'm going to set up my audio interface. I have a microphone right here. So I'm going to set up the audio interface where I put right here. I'm going to set up this audio interface. I'm going to set up a microphone. I'm going to set up OBS. I have done a fresh install of everything. So everything is brand new. Coffee time. So there's literally nothing set up on this already. I've only just installed everything so that we don't have to sit around and wait for installs. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the XLR into the microphone. Super simple. You can't fuck it up. The part with it's male to female, which, you know, you can use your imagination. It just goes in. If you're not an idiot like me, boom, like that. And then we're going to probably run this over here so it's not in our way. And then we're going to plug it in like that. Okay. Maybe I can show full screen while I do this. I'm not sure what's better. Maybe you want full screen? Maybe I can bring the camera closer so you can see. But yeah, let's just do full screen until I start fucking with things on the laptop. Okay. So I've got my microphone that I've bought, my brand new microphone, and I've got an audio interface. So that goes into we're going to do this one. This one's really beneficial because this one has 2 slots. So you can use 2 different microphones. And then we are going to look at all of this stuff, and I'm going to explain it to you so it's not scary, okay? So this is like your headphones. This is how you can monitor. You can listen to what's going on, but also you have another pair of headphones that can go here. Sorry, I'm trying to... Right? So you can plug in a pair of headphones here. Now what I do is, there's not much difference between plug it in headphones, but I just put it in line out. So that is saying I want the audio that is in this thing to go out to this device. Line in would be audio that is going into the device. So let's say if I had some kind of record player, or I had some kind of device that is putting in audio that I wanted to draw from. So this is where we're going to plug our speakers into if we have them. For my case, I'm going to get headphones. I'm going to plug them into there. Aux, this is another way to kind of connect to your PC. We're not going to worry about that one. And then host is really important. This is what's saying which device is going to control this. So we are only going to today worry about the host, which is going to go into our PC, and we're going to worry about the line out, which is going to be our audio device, which we're going to monitor with, and then we're also going to do the XLR. So let's go and get our headphones super quick, because I forgot to get them before I started the stream today. Well done, Connor. And then we'll walk you through everything that we're doing. So fun. You go into my other room. I hope you can still hear me. Where did I put my oh, there they are. Okay, cool. There we go. $600 earbuds incoming, damn straight. You don't need any good earbuds. I normally use some generic $20 speakers. You just need to make sure, if you want to do speakers, that they have an aux out. Some speakers for PCs only have USB. You need to make sure it's aux, or 3.5, whatever it is. Okay, so headphones here. I'm going to, okay, that just came off. What the fuck? I'm going to plug my headphones into line out. Show you again. Headphones in line out. You can do headphones too, it doesn't matter. But generally speaking, you're only going to want to worry about one monitoring device. So we're going to plug those in. Pay attention. You paying attention, chat? So we're going to plug those in and we're going to listen to them. Wait, is this the right earphone? Red is right. Okay, red is right. That's right. Okay, hold on. Don't do this. Don't be an idiot like me. Okay. So, we've fucking bollocks. Don't get fucking headphones that are $600 that you can't fucking put in your ear. That's my fucking tip number one. Okay. Okay. Let's go through. Okay, we got our headphones in. Nicely done. Now our mic that is plugged into our microphone, we're going to plug that into the XLR slot 1 that we showed you earlier. And then it comes with a USB-C cable. So we're also just then going to plug that USB-C cable in very simply. I didn't fucking unbraid the cable. That's how new all this shit is. Okay. So we're going to plug the USB-C in. And then I'll walk you through what's going to happen on the PC. And I realized I shouldn't have put these headphones in because now I'm going to have to go. Yippee. I have to go over there. Okay. So we've plugged in our device. Now that it's all plugged in, let's go back to the PC and let's see what we're going to do here now. So this is step 1 of setting up your audio. You need to set up the audio first because that's going to be like the foundation. We can't put it into OBS. We can't begin streaming. We can't be doing anything unless we set it up. So for this particular device, you're going to need a software called Elgato Wavelink, which you can download. And then when we plug it in, you can see all of this shit. It says connect a device. That's kind of concerning. All right, let's connect it. Let's replug it in, see if it works now. This is going to be awkward if it isn't showing up. It will show up, surely. Surely it'll show up. Okay, it didn't show up. That's not good. Well, let's do a little restart. Let's exit all of that. Let's do a little task manager, maybe. Maybe that's good. Do a fucking task manager. Hey, sometimes you have this shit, bro. We're going to just fully end this shit. Okay. If possible, always run as an admin too. Generally good for this kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Open it up. And now it'll work, right, chat? It'll definitely work. There we go. Boom. Wait. Brother, what are you doing to me? What are you doing, bro? Oh, I put it in the wrong one. I put it in aux. Okay, well, there you go. User error. Fucking dumbass, Connor. They literally told you not to do that, chat. Okay, so we got it. It'll say like, hey, you want to set it up? And I'm going to tell you, okay, I didn't even update the firmware. That would help, wouldn't it? Hey, look, I didn't lie to you when I said I haven't set anything up. I want this to be a true setup situation. This is brand new out of the box. Maybe I should have updated the firmware before we started. That's fine. Well, please don't fucking turn it off, boys. Okay, boom, updated. Okay, cool. So it's initializing. And again, even though this kind of stuff is particular for this software, this will help you with any audio mixer in terms of what we're going to walk through with the settings. They're just going to be laid out differently. So if you want to copy my guide and get this, it will help you a lot to follow this one for one. But in general, when we talk about EQ, we're talking about compressor, that's going to be useful to everyone, okay? So don't worry about that. It just takes a moment to set up. For fuck's sake. This happened to actually, I'm just a fucking idiot. I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to, okay, oh, okay. Don't, task manager, don't be impatient. Okay, so now you can see we have all of the things. We have the line in, the XLR2, and the XLR1. This is really useful because now we can essentially have 3 inputs and a USB aux. We're not going to use any of the other ones because we're mostly worried about just doing one XLR. So we're going to go through, and also here, a little handy explainer. Really nice, really good. Tells you everything you need to know. Everything I already told you. Position your mic. This is all really helpful too. The hang 10, that is pretty much how far you want the mic to be. So hang 10, put your little pinky out, put your thumb out, and that is where your mic should be. You want to make sure that you are talking into the mic only if you have a pop filter. If you do not have a pop filter, and a pop filter is this thing here, you've all seen them before, these little fucking things, they can go on the mic stand, and they stop it, and they stop Ps, they stop plosives. If you don't have one, no worries, there is workarounds. What you can do is just kind of turn your mic away, so that when I do my plosive, it's not directly into the microphone, it's by the side. Because remember, we learned the patterns of the microphone, it will pick it up perfectly, even though I'm not talking directly into it. So let's continue. So we connect the microphone, and it's not recognized our microphone. Oh, bother. Let's try and plug it in again. It sometimes does this. Okay. Let's skip. Okay, there we go. Our microphone's plugged in now. So there's a couple of good things that we're going to want to do immediately. Gain lock is really important. I'm going to explain everything. Gain lock prevents other applications from changing your mic settings. Windows is a bit of a dickhead and will always try its best to do some weird shit to your microphone. This basically says that no other application can fuck with your volume. So you always want that on. And I have some input here, and then we have an audio adjust gain. We are using a condenser microphone here, so we are going to turn on the 48 volt phantom power. That is important to making sure that this mic works as intended. This kind of stuff we don't really want to worry about. Clip guard can be quite useful. It basically stops the mic from peaking, and it won't, you know, if I turn it off and I go, like, if I scream like, ah, it'll basically like allow it all to go through. This will stop it. They also have a pretty handy feature where you can just fucking talk into this thing and it'll tell you, I'm speaking, okay, I don't know why it's not working, whatever. Okay, so it's done this as well. It seems like connect your microphone. It sometimes just does this. I don't know why, but normally it doesn't do it. Like, see, it's like, it can see the mic perfectly. We can see it in the mix. I know I'm not kind of selling it well here, but yeah, you can kind of fuck with it. My best way, okay, I don't have it installed. Let's fucking open Edge and let's install it. Let's go to Audacity. This is how I would normally make sure my audio levels are good. By the way, I hate fucking search because both of these are just scams. Only ever download things from the correct website. It's the same with OBS. When you go to OBS, it wants you to download like these weird ads. Don't do that. You just go to the website directly. So let's download Audacity. Let's install this shit. Let's do Windows. Yeah. I don't want to do this one because it's going to install a bunch of bloat on it because Audacity used to be open source and then got bought out. So we're going to do English. Yep. Next. Next. Sure. 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 Cool. 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 Launch it. Okay. So when it launches, which it didn't launch. What's going on with my laptop? What is this shit? No. Disable all this shit. No, I don't want any of this shit. Don't show this ever again to me. We're going to click Audio Setup. We're going to click Playback Device. That can be anything. For this sake, we'll just do our speakers. And then Audio Device, we're doing mic 1. So we'll do test, 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 test. Okay. What is this shit? Fuck off. Sure. Okay, my mic isn't showing up. So we fucked something up. So we got to go fix that now. Let's go and fix it. So this might happen occasionally. Don't worry too much about it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the shit will work. It just sometimes just takes a little bit of fiddling. And like setting up all this stuff is going to be complicated, and there will be things that break, and it's going to happen to you too. Don't worry about it. We're chill, bro. Things break, but they work as intended. It just takes a little bit of scuff sometimes. Sometimes it takes a little bit of freaking scuff, man. Just replug everything and restart it all. Worst case scenario, we'll restart the laptop if it's not working entirely. So now it recognizes there is a mic. That's good. Let's do gain lock, and there we go. Okay, so now it says there's a mic. Good. Things are going as well. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, I'm speaking at a normal volume to test the gain, making sure everything sounds clear, balanced, and consistent, with my voice neither too loud nor too quiet and easy to listen to. And now it should pick some kind of volume. So it thinks 49. Okay, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see if I agree. Record your label, possible chords. What the fuck is this bollocks? What are you doing? How are you fucking this up? Okay, let's do through the speaker. Yeah, let's do this. This work now? Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. My name is Connor. My name is Connor. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, if I'm going a little bit quiet, it's going to sound like this. And if I'm talking a little louder, it's going to be louder. Okay, now we want to turn off. Actually, this is making it clip guard off. So we can see when we're clipping what volume is going to make us clip. If I go really loud, you're going to see that it really wants to try it, but it's not doing it. It's not clipping it. Okay, so you can see that when we whispered here, it went quiet, and our average talking is about where we want it to be. That's about a good like waveform. So it's probably set it pretty decently. We could play it back just to make sure, which we will. I'm going to Control-Z that. I'm going to play back just to make sure it sounds good. Tyler, yep, exactly. I'm going to put one headphone in so I can monitor everything I'm doing. And you're not going to hear this audio. This is just for me. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. My name is Connor. My name is Connor. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, if I'm going a little bit quiet. Okay, that's good. That sounds great. The mic settings are pretty good. It's set up. We're going to turn the clip guard back on, and we're at a nice volume. Now, obviously, you could leave it like that. You can just put your mic at the right volume, and it will probably sound pretty good. But if you do, oh, the expander was on. That was why I was doing that. If you do want to enhance your audio and make it sound really fucking sexy, this is where all this stuff is going to come in handy. So we're going to go over this stuff really quick now. I'm going to explain all these settings, and they sound scary, but they're not. Okay, they are not scary. So let's start with what a low-cut filter is. They also have a little information that tells you a little about what it is. Low-cut end noise, like typing and rumbling. Think like a fan. A fan makes a noise, like a droning noise at a low hertz, and a low-cut filter can remove some of that lower sound that you can't really hear, but you don't really want to get in your mic. So you're going to turn that on. This shit we're going to turn off too. Your expander. Now, there are two ways that you can handle this, and this is specifically if you want to use speakers, you're going to need an expander or a noise gate. Now, the good thing about this software in particular that I like over the road and other products is that you can actually import your own VSTs. Now, VSTs, let's just fucking explain it. VST is like virtual studio technology. It basically allows you to download any plugin to add to this virtual mixer, and that is really useful if you are trying to get certain sounds. And so this allows you to just import any of them. So you can go to the settings, you can go like audio device, you can go here like VST, you can like check for plugins. I do have some, because there's ones that I would recommend. It's like Reaper, you can get Reaper plugins. You can download this. I already downloaded it, I believe, and yeah, I did. So we can install it, and then we'll have some VSTs. I'm gonna copy this so I remember where I fucking installed these. Sure, go crazy. Fucking install whatever the fuck you want. And then we are now going to basically tell when it's done installing. Reaper installed, run now. No, we don't need to install it. We're basically gonna tell it, hey, I just installed a bunch of cool audio plugins. You should have a fucking look. Here. Okay, no plugins. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. There should be a plugin thing somewhere. Oh my God, Connor. Oh, here we go, this one. We'll go here, we'll tell it, hey, I installed a bunch of these cool fucking plugins, but you can pretty much do this with anything. Wait, why did they not change the select folder? Why is it not changing it? Brother. No. What are you doing? Okay, I'm not showing this very well. Okay, I'll fucking do it. I'll do it live. Fuck it, we do it live. Oh, this should work, right? Yeah, let's do this folder. Okay, let me click. We click Reaper, click this folder. And then why doesn't it change? Where's the option to change it? I'm so fucking dumb. Okay, I guess it won't let me change it. I don't know why it won't let me change it. Oh, no, what a terrible showcase, Connor. Okay, it's not letting me do it, but normally it would just show up. Oh, there we go. Select folder. Check anyway. There we go. Oh, now it worked. Maybe I was doing something wrong. Couldn't be added. Okay, well, you get the gist. It should normally add. I don't know why it's not working right now. While we're here as well, there's a thing called ducking. Ducking is an effect that you can add that when you talk, everything else gets quieter. I don't like it, but some streamers like it a lot. But I would recommend against it just because it can be kind of annoying to hear the audio levels change a bunch. So I think it's quite important to do that. So if you are using speakers as well on the input device, you can lock your systems to tell Windows that to only use a specific device. And this is quite important. And you can also hide other devices you don't want. Like, I don't want that device. I don't want my traditional speakers. I don't want the Realtek audio. Because what I want is that I want it to use the line out, because I've plugged speakers into there. And so I'm telling it, only put audio to the line out that I plugged into. And I'm telling it as well, anytime anything wants to use a mic, only use mic 1. And that is very handy, because then we don't have to go and change it in every other software. So really, really good stuff in that sense. And you're going to want to change it to dark mode. So now that you've done that, let's go back to this aspect. Like I was saying earlier, you can install a noise gate, or you can use the expander. And the expander is kind of interesting because it reduces ambient noise without affecting your voice. So what it tells your mic to do is that if it isn't loud enough, it's going to reduce it by, say, 20 decibels, which is a little bit easier and less harsh than a noise gate, because what a noise gate does is say, unless there is 20 decibels of noise, do not send anything through. Whereas the expander works kind of the opposite, which is send everything through, but reduce everything that isn't loud. So for me, I use these settings personally. Now, for some reason, my mic isn't showing up, but normally you'd see the waveform here. I've had this issue where it doesn't show up a couple of times. And then you can turn on, it wasn't on, that's why. I'm so dumb. So you can see, it's basically telling it, hey, every time I'm talking above here, keep this audio at the volume it's coming in. Everything below here, mute it by 16 decibels, or like mute it, right? So it's a bit of an easier way to do a noise gate. Here are all my settings. Actually, wait, these are not my settings. I fucking lied. I haven't set it up yet. That's what I'm here to do. Wait, let me set it up. So for me, when I do it on my desktop PC, I actually do 32 decibels for speakers, because you actually need it to be quite severe reduction, because my speaker is my mic is a condenser mic that wants to pick up everything, and it would be better with a dynamic mic, to be honest. And then my gain threshold is 36. So quite a lot. I'm saying everything that isn't this loud, basically mute it. On top of that, I'm also doing, let me see what I do. I've just written down. I want to make sure I'm not telling you any wrong things here, boys. I leave this on just the default like this. Although I do think as well, you could do 100. I'll explain what these are. The attack is like how quickly it will take effect. So 10 milliseconds, it will start. And release is how long it will wait before it stops doing the effect. So if I go like, if I'm talking and I'm whispering, it'll take 10 milliseconds to realize it needs to turn on, and then 100 milliseconds to turn off. The reason why you might want to change these settings sometimes is because it might sound too harsh how it's cutting that off, and you want to kind of find the sweet spot. And truthfully, I don't know what ratio is in this sense. I'm just going to be honest with you when I don't know. But I've tweaked it, but I've normally set it to 3 to 1 based off what my friends have just told me. People who are more knowledgeable than me. So I would put it at, that's what I personally have it at. And that allows me to kind of make sure that the audio coming through is not too cut off, but you get the full range. I don't use voice tune because I think it's some kind of, I don't know, it's like their built-in thing. I don't think you need it. I think your voice is probably fine. Compressor, this is a very, very important one. This is basically maybe the most important thing that you can add to your mic, in my personal opinion. This basically says, hey, anytime it's too loud, bring it down, and anytime it's too quiet, bring it up, depending on where you put it. So if I turn it on, basically, if I set the compressor to a threshold of 47, what it's doing is saying, hey, anytime the audio is at like above this range, bring it down. So you can see it's reducing it by 20 decibels. Now, obviously, that's too much. So I have it set to 19 decibels normally. So you can see my normal speaking voice is not really being affected. But say when I shout, it's removing a lot of those peaks right here. And that's what we want, because what we don't want is fucking Christopher Nolan movie mixing, where every single fucking noise, every explosion is like being, ah! And then for some reason, the talking is like way down here. It's super fucking frustrating to listen to as a viewer. So we want to make sure that our viewer has the easiest time and doesn't have to adjust their volume constantly, because there's nothing more. Sorry, I'm doing this on trackpads. This is really difficult. There's nothing more annoying than having to constantly fucking change this. It is so frustrating. And then I keep my makeup gain on 6. And then there are some other settings that you want to keep in mind with the compressor, which I'll show you here. There's a couple of more in-depth compressors. This is just this one. I also do use just these settings. I find that these are quite good. Generally 4 to 1 is pretty good. You can use 3 to 1 as well, but I think that's fine. It's the same concept here as the previous one. Attack, how quickly it will start. Release, when it will stop. Just use these settings. You'll be fine with this. This will treat you right. Now, obviously, for you personally, the thing you might want to change with the compressor is that if you are a louder talker than me, you might want it up. And if you're a quieter talker, you might want it down. It's all about finding that sweet spot for you. You know, and generally you just kind of want the audio to kind of be around the same range. So let's say if I whisper, what it's going to do is that it's only ever going to make it up by 6 decibels. So it's not going to try and blow it out. You can put it as more if you want. You can say, hey, I'm quite quiet. And when I'm quiet, I would like it to be boosted quite a lot. So, you know, it'll boost it for you. Now, obviously you don't see that, but I think 6 is pretty good because you do still want that natural feeling of higher and lower volume. And then also you're going to want an EQ. You've heard pretty a lot about EQ. So this is a hardware effect. It's important to note there are two. There are quite a lot of EQ is kind of a weird thing because there's also a software EQ. Oh, sorry, there's a De-Esser. There's a software EQ. Now there's a big difference because doing an EQ is actually quite intensive on the software. So this EQ only lets you have 4 points. And that's, you know, maybe that's fine. And for most people, that's probably fine. But if you want to add more, the hardware isn't powerful enough to allow you to. So that is where software can come in. And that's where it's going to use your PC to do the EQ. So I personally use the software because I like more points of EQ. Now, this is just a scary little thing. And you probably don't know what EQ is. You've probably heard of it. You've probably heard of equalization before. And maybe your headphones have asked you, like your fancy headphones have asked you, hey, do you want to add EQ? And normally you shouldn't touch it if you don't know what you're doing. But basically what EQ is it is you deciding which parts of your voice you want to come through. So, you know, if you were really trying to sound very deep, you know, you might want to boost the rumble, the sub bass between this 20 and 80 hertz. Or maybe if you're higher pitch, you know, let's say you have a really high pitched voice, you might want to remove some of that by adding a point here. And then you can also, in this one, you can pick what kind of shelf you want. So you can see a high pass is saying everything below this, and you know, high shelf is like this. You know, so normally you just want like a band. So I'll show you what settings I use, and I'll explain to you why I do what I do. So the first setting I do, I'm going to move these away. Even though my voice is deep, that's good. It's good to have a deep voice, but what we don't want is my voice being intelligible. And unfortunately, my voice is so deep that oftentimes it sounds like I'm mumbling. And so what I want to do is kind of take a bit of that rumble out and take some of that sub bass out, because this is the warm section, which is what we do kind of want a little bit of. And we're going to take a little bit of it. We're going to bump it up a little bit here. And that's going to make it sound nice and warm. And then the boxy sound, this is kind of a preference thing. Some people want this, some people don't. You might not want this. Again, this is an EQ that I got. Shout out to Harris Heller. He basically came over to my house and gave me an EQ profile that fit my voice. And so this is what he did for me. And so he did like boom, like this. He gave me a bit more of this frequency. This says nasal. It's not going to make you sound more nasally. I think it's kind of, I don't know why that is like worded that way. It's kind of deceptive, I think, but it kind of gives you a more fuller profile. And generally speaking, with EQ, even if like you do different accentuations here, you kind of want this like kind of still, you want a little bit of a smile, as Harris Heller calls it. You do want a little bit of a pattern here. So this is around what the EQ I use on my voices. And so we'll turn it on. It's on right now. And that just tells the software, hey, I want a little bit less of the rumble. I want a bit more of the warmth there, not too much. And you can see when I'm talking, I'm kind of in this boxy range a lot. I want a little bit of that removed. And I want a little bit more of the bright frequencies, because higher frequencies, it makes my voice a little brighter, because my voice is quite deep. I want to add a little bit of brightness back. And then I also just want to take away of this kind of presence there of the higher frequencies. Now, obviously, this is going to be different for every person. This is me. If you have a similar voice to me, this is probably a good idea. There are a lot of EQ profiles online you can download. You can probably just type in your voice and type in, hey, I have this voice type. What EQ should I do? And just try a bunch and see which one sounds nice to you. Again, all this stuff is available free online. Just learn. So that's what I would add to my voice. And then one last thing I would always add is a De-Esser. Now, I have all of this stuff on right now, by the way. So De-Esser, basically, S sounds are very sharp naturally. When you pronounce S's, they tend to sound sharper than they are and tend to come across as stronger than they are on the microphone. We can loosen that or get rid of that a little bit And this thing says, De-Esser, smooth the sharp S sounds. Just ask you to talk it. It's like a super basic one. Gives you a friend. And it just tells me, hey, we reckon you should have it at 43%, which is actually what I do have it at. And it's going to remove that S and the ch sound that comes from pronouncing S's. And you can see it's kind of loosening. It's kind of taking out a little bit here. And we're going to want to add that in general. Be careful. It can be strong. So if you do find it strong, just put it down to like 30, 20%. And it'll sound a lot nicer. But you do want it on even just a little bit because it will remove the harsh S sounds. And so, boom, that's all set up. You will now have very nice sounding audio. Wonderful. But it's still not ready because you're not in OBS yet. So, but you generally have a microphone that sounds good and you have all the settings on it that make you sound professional. Now, if you are doing voice acting, it's important to note when I do voice acting, they always ask, turn all that shit off. So I would turn, boom, I turn this off, 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 I turn this off. Everything goes off because they want just a raw, clean signal. Gain lock, I'd leave that on. But for the sake of streaming, we actually do want it to be post-production, but live essentially. So we're going to leave all of this on. So then we have the mixing table. Now this is scary, but it's not. It's very, very, very simple. First of all, this is ear. That is your monitoring device, aka what you hear through. We're going to click the headphones. Sorry, line out, because that's what we plugged our headphones into. And then you can see there's a bunch of mixes here. We're going to remove the chat mix because that's just overcomplicating it. We're going to delete that. And then these are all of the microphones we have. We're not using any of these, so let's just remove the ones that we're not using so we can simplify it. Line in, we're not using that. We can always add this back later, so it's not a big deal. XLR, okay, I don't know, XLR dock. Well, this is later, we'll worry about that. So, right now, you can see my mic is being picked up on this software. And you can see there's a personal mix and there is a stream mix. Now, this is very important. So, this one is like laid out super simply. And I really like how this works. So, basically, you click personal mix, you click stream mix. So what that's saying is, I want to hear this in my ear. I want to hear myself, and it will come through. Direct monitoring, allow ducking. We don't want to worry about that. And so this will now play through on the device that I chose, which is the line out, which is plugged in, so I can hear it in my earphones. Now, when I personally stream, I have speakers, so I don't want to hear it. So all I have to do is click mute. So now that microphone is not playing. You can also just like remove this as well. You don't have to have it, you know what I mean? If you don't want it at all. But maybe you swap to like if you're using headphones, you might want to monitor and you can leave it on. But you can just mute it. And then that's saying basically, I want this mix for stream and I want to listen to this mix. And then you have system. You can also add a bunch of other things. So we're going to add a couple. We're going to add empty channel. We're going to add a game channel. We're going to add, again, because everything I'm doing is with the consideration for the YouTube video. So it's very helpful for me to have all of these things separated. And so I'm going to want all of these to have both, because I want all of these to come through. The only thing that's going to change is that maybe, because of how they're being mixed, can I move this? It's just pissing me off. I'll add it back later. Fuck it. Okay, I can't move it. I don't know why I can't move it. It doesn't work for me. When we look at music, right, when we're talking about like, you know, let's say you have Spotify open, you can basically tell it, hey, add, let's say I'm playing my music for VLC, which I actually do that normally. I'm saying VLC will only play through this channel, but I'll still hear it because it's going to come through on my personal mix or my stream mix. Do I have a VLC here? I do have it. Okay. So like, let's say I'm playing, do I have any audio that I can play? I don't think I have anything. Like open file. Okay, I don't have anything. But basically, like I would be playing my music and I could monitor it. Now for me, I like to put everything at about 50 and then I put everything else at like full and I'll kind of adjust like the personal mix and the stream mix. I'll kind of make it so that it's kind of, we have to finick around with this a lot. Voice chat, very simple. You know, you can put something like Discord. Okay, I don't have Discord installed, obviously, but let's say for the sake of the stream, I'm streaming on Microsoft Teams. I can basically tell it, any voice chat application will go through here. I have to add it. And that will mean that it's all separated. And that's very good. We want that. And then game, I literally like add any game that I play. Does that have Solitaire installed? I do have Solitaire. So I'll say like Solitaire. I want Solitaire. Can I actually rip it open right now? Does it have any audio? okay, if I start free call, well, you can see it's coming through, right? You can see the audio just came through. Show me how to play. You know, like you can see the audio is coming through now just on this, which is good because now I'm saying I want to hear the audio and I want the stream to hear the audio. Now, obviously earlier you saw there was you know, you can add more mixes. You can add as many as you want. You can add a chat mix, which is like, hey, I want the people I'm chatting with to hear this stuff, which is like the microphone or maybe sound effects, but we're not going to worry about that for now. I also don't use this. I don't fuck with this. So this is pretty much what I would do. And like system, I would have all my system sounds, like my browser. I'd put like fucking administrative, like any Windows shit, basically. But I also have set up that like the system automatically, it will just put everything through. Where is it? It should automatically just play everything through system anyway, because that's what it'll be set to as default. Like you can do in your sound settings on Windows. You can say, okay, I want the, okay, first of all, is it trying to do any dumb shit? No, okay, good. I want to say, hey, the default sound of anything that isn't assigned will go through system. And then I'm going to assign it myself. And then it's already selected that XLR mic 1 is my mic. Also, you might want to, on top of that, click more sound settings. And this one here comes up. And you might want to do recording. And you might want to say, hey, this mic, I want it to be communications. Okay, hold on. Do nothing. Turn this shit off. We don't want that on. Yeah, we want to say, this device is my default communication device. Anytime I open Windows, Google Meets, Discord, and anything wants to use a communications mic, I'm telling Windows that I want it to use the voice chat mic as the channel. And then it'll use this mic, it's your default one anyway. And that's really helpful for kind of setting this all up. So now you can see that we have all these channels and you're wondering, well, Connor, why do we want 5 fucking channels? That sounds like a lot. Well, this is really useful because when we go to our stream software, OBS, all of these are virtual channels that we can now assign, and that's really useful for a lot of reasons. But we're not done setting up this yet, because right now, I have no way of tweaking the audio, and to do that, we're going to want something to help us tweak it. So I have a Steam Deck here. It's a standard Steam Deck that has dials on it. We're not going to set it up. We don't care, because we're not using this as an audio device. We are literally using this as a device for like, we're going to use it as a pseudo mixer. Like, look at this. So we're looking at this. We're going to use these dials to control our stream. So and it's also a Steam Deck, which is very handy for many reasons. This one can also be used as an audio interface as well, but you can get ones that have USB ports. All of this is on the fucking equipment list. Sorry, not Steam Deck, Stream Deck, sorry. All of this is on the list, and we're going to use this as an audio mixer, and I will show you what I mean. So we are going to install the Elgato Stream Deck software. This allows us to do a lot of amazing things that we really like. So you can go to their like kind of marketplace and you can install literally anything. You can install things that can control your mixer. You can install things that can control your camera. You can install things that control OBS. You can install things that can control Discord. And people make, it's like a free open thing, so anyone can make literally anything. You can have literally anything be added to this. It's a really powerful thing to have. And so you can just kind of install that. So I've installed the Wavelink, OBS, and Discord. So let's go to Wavelink, and we're going to do channel level. We're going to put that in here, and we're going to say, okay, look, the system can be controlled by the first knob, our system audio. So this is genuinely what I do when I'm doing my audio. If the browser I'm playing is too loud, I'm going to turn it, and you can see when I turn the dial, this goes down. And that's going to turn it down for both of them. This is going to be like the global kind of control. So I'll always kind of set it around 50 or 60%. And then when the thing is too loud, I'll turn it down for a brief moment. And when it's too loud on stream, I'll turn it up. Super easy, super easy. And then we're just going to basically do 4 of those, you know, and we're going to just copy. Really easy. And again, this is what I'll do when I'm traveling or like when I'm using a new setup. I'm at LUDs. You know, I'll just do all this shit real quick. I normally never touch my mic. I'll normally do game, I'll normally do music, and then I'll normally do voice chat. So, you know, and I'll normally kind of try to have them all base set at like around 50. Music I have normally set around like 30, and then if it's too loud or I'm talking, I'll just turn it off. You can also just press the button and it'll mute it. It's super good. If you have the game, for example, I don't know why it's so zoomed out, by the way. I don't know how I can fix that. Game, if the game's too loud, I'll just turn it down. If the game's too quiet, I'll turn it up. Super easy. But I always try to have a bass set around 50, and you can mix it with your headphones, because your headphones will normally have a mix as well, so you can control it. And then I'll also balance the mix. So I'll listen to my headphone, and so normally the game will be at like something like 75, and the stream might be at like not 84, but they're linked now, right? So when you turn this up, it turns them both down proportionally, if that makes a lot of sense. This is a lot of, I'm giving you a lot of information, but this is really, really helpful. On top of that, it's really helpful to have the audio, like OBS stuff. And I also have volume control. I don't know why it's not adding. Okay. Oh, no, this is on dials. Oh, sorry, I meant to go key. So Discord, you can do literally everything. So I'll have like mute, I'll have deafen. So if I'm in a voice chat with someone, I'll literally grab this, press this, and it'll deafen me on Discord. If I'm signed in. Obviously, it doesn't work right now because I'm not signed in, but it'll mute my mic or deafen. One button, super easy. Don't have to pull up Discord, don't have to do this shit. Really, really easy stuff to do. Makes your stream easier to manage. On top of that, Elgato, like a lot of people like that you can do like audio effects and stuff, and you could do that too. And this is another really easy way to control it, is that when you go to your mic, you can click Add Effect, but maybe you don't have the effect right now, so you need to go to the marketplace. So I have on my account, do I have to log in? Oh, fuck's sake. Wait, I've already logged in though. Why do I have to log in again? Fuck's sake. Okay. Normally, okay, basically, there's a marketplace. We'll put it up. We'll put it up again. We'll go here, go to the marketplace. I'll go wavelength, and then I'll go like this EQ presets that already exist. Harris's starter EQ is very good. You can go to audio effects. They have their own noise removal that you can use. And there is a reverb, which is $15, but you can normally just open it. I think I already have bought it, so I think I can just open it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if it works. Fuck knows if it works. Can I add it? No. Okay. You could normally just add reverb, and then on your Steam Deck, you can kind of assign it by saying channel audio effect. You can say XLR mic 1, and you can say turn the De-Esser on or turn it on or off, right? But if you had reverb, you could turn it on and off as well. Super easy, super useful. That's why I think having a Steam Deck is like it kind of turns just having the audio interface into like having a bit of an audio mixer and control. And what I like about this is that it's not just for audio. You can control everything with the Steam Deck, and Stream Deck, sorry, which is super, super, super useful. So now that you've got that set up, you can control your audio really easily now. You're ready to now open OBS. You're ready to now go and start OBS and start using everything. So I've just got a fresh OBS. Wait, I did a mistake. You need to go immediately when you install OBS. The first thing you should do, go to Properties. Come here. You need to do Advanced. Run as administrator. Never, ever, ever run OBS not as administrator. If you don't run it as administrator, what's going to happen when you get to a good game, it's going to start chugging. It's going to start wanting to prioritize the game over OBS. And we want to tell the PC, never, ever, ever stop prioritizing OBS. It is the most important one. So you want to make sure it's always on that. Now, let's reset everything. It's actually not reset. This is what the base OBS UI looks like. It's a little scary. Don't worry. We're gonna make it very easy to understand. So I like to just set my thing up like this personally. I kind of like to have I don't like it like that. I like to have it like this. This is kind of how I like to lay it out. And I like the audio mixer like this. And then let's talk about what we're looking at here. So this is the canvas of which you're going to add things onto. We have our scenes. We can add a scene. We can basically say like, hey, this is like the different like kind of screens. So when I'm full screen, I'm on a different scene. And then when I'm on this screen right now, I'm on like this screen, right? So it's very different. And sources is like a game. So we could add audio, visuals, browsers. We could say like capture my game. You know, we can add all this stuff in. But let's focus on the audio first because that's going to be our most important thing, and that's what we're going to tackle. So this is your audio mixer right now. It looks quite sad right now. You don't really have a whole lot going on. What I like to do personally is I like to have all the audio kind of here on the thing. So I'll add all of them. Input, that's capture, sorry. That's wrong. We don't want audio input capture. We already have that. We're going to do audio output capture. We're going to add a bunch of these. So we go in properties, we look at the device. Now we have all of our channels, right? You see them all. We've got system, we've got game, we've got music, we've got headphones, we've got voice chat. So we're going to add all of them. We're going to add all of them. And then this is going to look a little messy, but don't worry about it. We're going to say this one can be game. Okay, wait, no, wait, I've already fucked up. Don't do that. I did a crucial mistake. You can't just copy them because it's going to keep the source. Let's delete that. We're going to do add source, add output capture, add a new one, game. Then we're going to just, for the sake of we're going to rename them. System. We're also going to group these all together afterwards, so don't worry, we're going to clean it up. We're going to clean it up. Don't worry. So you can see now we've got system, game, mic, all good. We're going to add another one. We're going to add a bunch. This sounds messy, but trust me, trust the process. Trust the process. We're going to have music. We're going to call it music 2. Music. And you can see now this is starting to fill out here. We're starting to get things added up. Okay? We're going to add all of these. And trust me, it's going to sound a little bit, it sounds a bit intimidating, but it's really not. It's not that intimidating. We're going to have voice chat. And then we're going to call it voice chat. Voice chat. And then we're going to add one last one. What else did that add? Well, we need to add our stream audio mix, which is going to be the input capture. I'm going to add this. We're going to add the stream mix. That's going to be here because that's going to be the most important one. Is that this one? I think I just lost it. Okay, stream. We're going to do stream mix. We're going to rename it. We have a lot of audio and it's already cluttered, but don't worry. Don't worry. Trust the process. Trust the process. Don't worry too much about it. Let's remove this one because this one isn't doing anything. And then I personally, I don't like using the mic thing. You can add another mic source if you want. And then we're going to add a new group. We're going to do audio. We're going to put all of this under audio. So because we want to clean it up. But the annoying thing is you do have to make sure, because this is just how I do it. This is kind of scuffed, I won't lie to you. Why is it not going in there? What the fuck are you doing? Center group, right, okay. Hide in mixer, okay. You can also just do that. Why the fuck are you not going in this group, you son of a bitch? Oh, it's in there. Fucking hell, I'm dumb as shit. Okay, well that's smart. We're all fucking dumb. So you can see right now my stream mix is kind of peaking. So we're just going to turn that down until it's not peaking in OBS. We kind of want it to be just constantly touching the red, but not going fully into it. So that looks pretty good right there. It's going to change every system. These settings are not going to be the right ones for you. And then you see we also have all of these assigned so that now, if anything plays through Discord, it's going to come through here, 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 it's going to come through here. But most importantly, we have the stream, which is going to play all of them at once. So what is actually going to happen right now if we stream with just like this is that all of the audio is going to play twice. And we don't want that. Obviously, that's not very good. So we're going to start by clicking. First of all, we got a lot of settings here to go through. I'm going to go through all these settings as well. And I'm going to teach you what all of them mean. Desktop audio is this. First of all, we're going to do that. Monitoring device. This is also very important in case you want to hear back some stuff from OBS, like alerts. We are going to basically tell it on the output. We're going to do advanced. And you're going to see here, streaming audio tracks. This is super important. So in streaming, we're going to always want to click 1. You can do Twitch VOD tracks if you want. That's saying like the VOD that gets uploaded is different. I don't normally do that personally, but you can do that if you want. But when we record, we are going to want to tick all of them. And again, I'm going to explain this all in depth later on. But just for now, we're basically telling Twitch, hey, only use audio track 1. Well, we have an assigned audio track 1 right now, so let's do that. Let's go to this cog here, which brings up this audio thing, this kind of scary audio mixer. And right now, what it's saying is that the game audio is going to play on every single track, okay? It's going to play on every single track, and we don't want that. We only want the stream audio, which is down here, to be on track 1. We don't want any other thing to be on track 1, because we've told our PC now that the audio to send to Twitch, the stream, is only track 1. So we need to tell it what track 1 is, and that's this one. And then we're going to say it's the stream audio. Then, because we are thinking about YouTube and editing, we don't want this being played on any other tracks. But the reason why we do want all this audio is very important, I'm going to tell you now, is that for me, when we do edited videos, we record all 6 audio channels. But when I'm streaming, you're only hearing track 1, obviously. So what that means is that every single track is its own thing. Now, why would you want that? Well, because if I'm playing a game, and what if live, I haven't done a good job of mixing it, well, I might want, in post, to lower the volume of the game without lowering the volume of my voice. Or I might want to bump the volume of my voice and lower the game. And this gives our editors the ability to do that in post. So, for example, I might want track 2 to be music, and then I might want track 3 to have just my mic, and then track 4 to be just the game, and then track 5 to be just the system, aka any other stuff that pops up that I didn't expect for, and track 6 to be just the voice chat. So in post, when our editor goes through it, or we go through it, we have 6 channels of audio, all separated, super easy to do, and we can just flip between the tracks and edit whatever we want. So yeah, that's super easy. Job done. Very nice. And because the stream audio is already all of them combined, we only need that on one track. So that's very nice. And if you want for safety, you can put all of them on one track as well, again. But normally, because we're not handling the audio mixing within OBS, we are handling all of the audio mixing within the hardware itself. We don't want this to do any of it. Now, one thing you'll notice if you add, let's say, you know, I don't know, like an alert box, you know, like let's say you add it in here. I don't know, we add, this is like, let's just say this is alerts. It's not working right now, but let's just pretend. Alerts, let's just call it, okay, well, we named it wrong, okay. Let's just rename it alerts. You'll have alerts on the screen. This is where they're gonna pop up, for example. We want to say, properties, control audio via OBS, and now you can see we have this nice little handy thing called alerts. Problem is, alerts, as you can see, hasn't been assigned to any audio channel. So it's not going to play anywhere. Or right now, actually, it's assigned to all of them, which we definitely don't want. So we want it to pop up somewhere. Now, the good thing about this is that we have something called audio monitoring. Now, the way I do it is quite different from how someone else will do it. But for me, I find it easier to know if I'm monitoring something, chat can hear it. So if we go to alerts, which are the top here, we can do monitoring enabled. And so basically now, what that's saying is whenever anything plays, it's going to, alerts are not assigned to any audio tracks. Yes, we know that. It's going to play. And we can say it's going to play within OBS. But if you remember earlier, when we go into settings, in general, we said, where is it? Audio. Advanced, we said monitoring device is system. So any audio that we've said to monitor, we've clicked this little headphone thing, it's going to play through our system tab and play on channel, which we've already assigned. Channel, where is it? Okay, offset, we don't need to worry about too much about that. We've assigned system to, hold on, I'm using a trackpad, I should have used a mouse. System is on channel, stream, system is on channel 4. And if we want to be safe, you can also assign it to another channel that you're not using so much, you know, maybe like music or whatever, you know, to have another copy of it. But generally, it should be fine enough. And it might take some tweaking. So now our audio is all set up. Now all the game is going to play through the game, and we have our own separate channel recording of it. And then now we need like a chat. We need chat, right? We need chat on screen. So you could go to like, also, you need to make sure that, first of all, lock this so you can't move it or do anything. copy. Every scene needs to have this. It's a little bit of a scuffed way to do it because there is other ways to do it built into OBS, like all of this stuff. I just think it's easier to control as someone who's not as good to have it like all here and to be able to use it like this. There are so much better ways to do this. I'm just showing you this is the way I do it and the way that I find is really easy to change it all on the fly. Okay? Are you all following? Very good. So right now we've got all of our audio set up. That's great. It sounds good. If we go, if we have, let's say we want to get our chat on screen, we'll just type in like something like JChat, like this thing. We'll type in CDawg, and then we'll just, you can change all the kind of, you can do showbot, hide commands, hide special badges, stroke. Stroke work now? Oh, they fixed it. Small, you do animated, fade, yeah, whatever. Boom, generate. I can add it to the source. We'll go browser, we'll add it, and then we'll do boom. I personally like to do the width 550. I find that's a good size. And then we should have my chat on screen. Boom. And then, so this is like, boom, you got chat on screen. Easy, just like that. We've got chat on screen. Want to turn it off? Easy, turn it off. Call it chat. Let's rename it. Chat. Boom, we got chat. Okay, what are we missing? We're missing a camera. Okay, well, there's multiple options we have. We have so many choices when it comes to camera chat. Let's go to full screen. We can use a fancy DSLR camera like I'm using now, or we can use a webcam, or we can use both if we want to get crazy with it, right? So there are amazing webcams that exist. So many of them are sold by Elgato. This is the older Elgato one. This is massive. It's chunky, but it's still really good. There's 4K. There's a lot better ones that are new, that are really good, but this one's super fucking easy because we can get like 4K quality camera, which we don't need, but the reason why you do like having 4K is because cameras look better if they're 4K downsampled to 1080p. So let's go and put this in. We've plugged it in. And so what you do then, very simply, add source, go to video capture device, and then we say, hey, we got an Elgato webcam here. It's 4K right now, so it's too zoomed in. So we're going to do transform, and you can see we're going to do fit to screen. Boom, we got a webcam. But obviously now my chat is blocked. That's not good. I want to see chat. So we're going to go, boom. This is going to go behind. There we go. Oh, you can't see. Right. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Fucking wash streamer. Okay, let's go through that again. We'll remove it. We're going to go to add. After we've plugged in our webcam, if we're using a webcam, we're going to go to video capture device, add, and this, whatever it is, Elgato Facecam Pro, because that's our webcam. Right now it's too stretched, right? It's zoomed in because it's a 4K camera, which is good because when we shrink it, pressing Control F, it's going to look a lot nicer. And this one's nice because you can just kind of like, put it anywhere. So we'll put it on top of our laptop, for example, just like that. And they have much better newer ones now. So there we go. We have a camera. Does it look as nice? No. We can make it look nicer. We can add filters. But there you go. So now you can have a stream setup. I could go live right now. It's not good. The camera quality is not great. I should probably get a tripod or something. But it's something, and I would go live with this, right? So it's that. But let's say you have a nice camera, right? And you want to step up your game. Well, chat, there's something you can do for that. This is what most streamers use. This is called a cam link. This basically, very simply, is a USB device that goes into your PC. It takes the HDMI in, and then the USB goes into the PC, and it captures any camera feed. So if you do have a very nice camera, which hopefully, maybe if you're taking streaming a bit more seriously, you will. Let's say I have one over here, for example. I have a nice Blackmagic camera, very fancy. What we can do is, I mean, this is a crazy setup. You don't need something like this, but generally speaking, it's really simple. You basically take the HDMI, plug it into the end, turn the camera on first, make sure it's on. Is it on? It's on. Okay, wonderful. Lens cap is on. Let's take that off. Otherwise, we're going to have a bad time. And then let's plug it in to the PC on one of my spare USB slots. So now if I go into the thing, let's go back to our PC now. You know, we can see we want to add another video capture device. Let's go to video capture. Now we see Camlink 4K. Boom. Look at that. Now we've got a nice looking camera, although obviously it's not set up correctly, right? But if we twist this a little bit, twist it down, hold on. There we go. Now we have a nice looking camera and a beautiful stream setup because we're using a really fancy camera that is just on auto settings and looks really nice, but obviously our chat is covered. So there we go. So you can easily set up a stream in genuinely, like, I don't know how long it took me, like an hour. Like, obviously I was trying to explain everything as I go, but like, you know, you can do that. Now, obviously, if I'm playing a video game, I'm going to want to basically just copy this and chat. Now I'm going to Control C, copy it over. We've got all that stuff. You know, I'm going to want a game. So I'm going to want to take this scene. I'm going to want to, you know, crop it by holding Alt to crop, and it might crop it weirdly. Okay, hold Alt. You're holding Alt and grabbing the edges. You know, and then I personally believe that you should be facing the, you know, the gameplay, if you will. So I'm going to shrink this now. I'm going to grab this corner. It's all super simple. It's all built for noobs, you know. You just click transform and flip horizontally. And then, presumably, if I have a game, I can just pull it up. I just click window capture. If you're very daring, you can click display capture. It's a bit of a gamble because, you know, what if you're showing some messages you shouldn't show? This is going to show the entirety of your screen. So normally recommended to just click, you know.
How come you never want to play games with me?
Who's that? Iron Mouse? Oh, it's someone pretending to be Iron Mouse. If I want to show a screen, for example, I want to show just this browser, you know, and let's say that's the game, or like, you know, let's say I'm gaming on this browser. I just put it underneath. I go to Windows. Let's say I go to, I don't know, QWOP, you know. Whatever, you know. And then it's playing, right? There you go. You've got your gameplay. And boom, you've got a stream right there. Click record. Obviously, you've got to send the stream, but you know, you should have a video file. So now, let's go over all my OBS settings for you. Yeah, LARPing his mouse that's cringy fuck, by the way. Let's cut this off so it's in line. Let's go to my settings, because there are a lot of settings in OBS, and I won't lie, it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary to navigate them, because there's kind of scary software with a lot going on. But really, it's kind of fucking easy. It's kind of fucking easy. So let's go over all the settings. I'm just going to bring up my settings here just real quick, just to make sure I'm not telling you anything wrong. So you have your general, which I don't change a whole lot here. I pretty much keep it all the same, so don't worry about it. Appearance, again, I keep it pretty much the same. You can change this if you want. This is where we get into the nitty-gritty stream. You're obviously going to want to connect your account. I use a server, so I do a custom address. But if you're doing Twitch, you can click Twitch. If you want to do a dual stream, you have to get some plugins to help you with that. But here we go. This is where all the settings are that matter. First of all, let's come back to this one. Let's start with the video. So this can be a little bit of a confusing aspect. So before you put anything in stream, make sure your video settings are correct. So right now, my screen, my base canvas, I've said, is 1080p. That is, you know, the classic, you know, the classic HD, if you will. But my laptop screen is actually 2K. So I might actually want to do that. But obviously what that will do is change the size of my canvas, which is this OBS window behind us. And then output scaled, this is you saying to OBS what is the final size it should use. So you need to make sure that you've selected the correct size here. Otherwise, it is going to downsize everything to 720. So if you want it to be 2K, keep it at 2K. I also recommend doing 60 FPS. Most streamers do. Generally, it's better. 60 FPS is generally better. So on my main PC, I have 4K. So I use a base canvas of 4K, and I do not scale it down because I want the video to also be in 4K. Because we can also send a different size thing to Twitch, which we will do. So let's go back now here. So like I said earlier, you can see here, rescale output. So when I'm streaming, it's also going to rescale again. So you can say, hey, if you have it on, which you probably should if you're like me, if your screen is 4K, you generally don't want to stream in 4K to Twitch. It's not helpful. Twitch doesn't like 4K. It doesn't have anything that can support 4K, really. Okay, because it does let you stream in 4K technically, but it only lets you do 6 megabytes a second max. So it's completely pointless because 4K 6 megabytes is useless. It is literally completely, it doesn't look good. It is no point. So you may as well loosen your load on your PC and do 1080p. So I'm going to set my thing. I believe I have it set to 32. Let me check. Output recording or streaming. Let's have a look. Yes, this is what I do. So I have it set to 36 samples. The video encoder, this is really important. This is really, really important. So if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, which ideally you should if you want to stream nice quality on a desktop, you want to make sure it is set to this, the NVENC, although there should be another one actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, ideally if you had an actual better graphics card, there would be another selection, which is NVENC HEVC. That is the better one. So if you can, that's only if you have like 50, 70, 80, and 90. But you want to make sure you are doing this on your graphics card. You want to make sure your graphics card is doing it because most NVIDIA graphics card have a chip built in for, for doing that. Obviously, if you have a better processor, you can kind of use that one too. But generally, H.264 is an older protocol, and you want to make sure you're using a newer one that is easier on your PC. Honestly, what I would do is check, like Google your PC settings and just Google what is the best ones for that, because it's going to change. The audio, I do use this one too. Now, encoder settings. This is important. The Twitch, you want to use a constant bitrate, generally speaking. We're going to use a different one for recording, but your bitrate, Twitch can only take a maximum of about 8. So when you're streaming, you do kind of want it to be 8,000. And then keyframe intervals, we're going to set that to 2. And then this one you can put on P5 or P6. Doesn't really matter too much. Tuning, we're going to do high quality. Multimode, we're going to do 2 passes. No, 2 passes full resolution. And profile, we're going to keep that on main. Most of the time, the things that matter quite a lot are like keyframe intervals that tells you, this is kind of, I can't remember which one is which, but basically it doesn't want to always send a new frame. So if it can keep a keyframe, it will keep it. And that's what the keyframe interval is, and the B frame's 2. So you always kind of want this at 2 and this at 2. Smarter people can tell you why, just keep it at that. Recording, we're going to do custom. No, we're not going to do custom. We're going to do standard. I have had issues with MP4. Generally speaking, it tends to crash my PC. I use MKV. It is, you need VLC to open it. It will not open normally on Windows. And then I will use, for recording, I will use AV1. It is like the brand new NVIDIA way of processing recording stuff. It is better. I've had way better luck with the quality of the videos that I've had, and I crash way less. And then remember, we want to record every single audio track, so our editor can also swap. We do not want to rescale the output. We want it to record at what we set, which is 2K on this PC. If you have a 4K PC, you might want to do 4K. But generally speaking, we want to disable this because it's going to do whatever this is here. You will also, if you are streaming for a long time, you are going to want to split by time. I set it to 240 minutes, whatever, works best for you. I just set it to whatever. I do like 240. That just tells it like, don't do one giant video file, because otherwise if your PC crashes for whatever reason, you're going to lose it. But MKV is better for crashing things. Encoder settings. We did use constant bitrate on streaming. We are going to use constant QP. This is a little bit better way of doing videos, because basically what the constant bitrate does is say, no matter what, make the video file 10 megabytes per second. We actually don't want that, because not everything requires it. If you do constant QP, what it does is it tells it to do variable file types, variable tile weights. So it's going to say, if we set it to like 18, which is quite a high quality, if we're doing 4K, you're going to want 18. If you're going to do less, 20 is fine. It's going to say to the PC, hey, if not much is happening, there's no need to do some crazy kind of like file encoding. You can use less bytes per second or whatever, right? So it's really good, because when you're playing a shitty looking game or a pixel game that's like super simple on screen, like Yume Nikki, for example, like a pixel game, it's not going to do as much high quality profiles. But when you get to like Apex, where every single frame is tons of little bits that need to be done, it's going to do massive file sizes. You're again going to want to set it to 2. I record in 4K, so I do 17. If you're doing 1080p, 20 is fine. So I'm going to put it in my settings. Again, I use 5. I use high quality. I do 2 passes in full resolution, which means that it's going to make sure that it's fully rendering. It's not going to, I don't know how, it's kind of hard to explain. I'm kind of ass explaining this because I don't fully understand it myself. You can Google if you have any more questions. B-frames, again, 2. B-frame, I just disable that and split encoder. Again, leave it like that. So that's my settings. Copy that one if you have an NVIDIA graphics card. Audio. Naturally, it's going to want to, OBS is always going to set it to 160. Genuinely, for the most part, that's fine. But if you have a powerful PC, 256 is fine too. This is kind of like good MP3 quality. 320 is kind of overkill. But if you want to just make sure your audio is just nice sounding, if you're doing singing or you're doing voice acting and you want to record that live for whatever reason, you'll do 320. So that's like the maximum. It's kind of overkill. You don't need it. 256 is fine. Replay buffer, we don't worry about that shit. We don't do it. Audio, I will do this one. I will disable everything. I will just set desktop audio. I will also do monitoring device as this, and everything else I won't fuck with. I don't touch any of this shit. You don't need to. Video, don't fuck with any of that. Hotkeys, don't fuck with any of that. Accessibility, if that is applicable to you, go for it, but I don't do anything. This stuff, I generally believe I don't touch. Let me double check. I don't touch the advanced. I don't touch it. This is good for me. And so basically for all of this stuff, you can be more knowledgeable about this stuff, but this is what this is what I have to basically have all my settings. And so this means that when I stream to Twitch, I stream in 1080p, even though my monitor, my PC monitor is 4K. I am recording locally in 4K so that my editors can cut down that video and make a 4K video. But the stream goes out in 1080p, but it's still downsampled from 4K, so it does look a little bit better. Do we select anything for Twitch VOD track? Okay, so if you are streaming and you want to play copyrighted music, you can do this. So you could say your music, you could click this and you could say Twitch VOD track could be, actually no, because you'd have music in it. I don't fuck with this. There is a way that you could do this and a way you could retool the windows. You'd have to kind of like change which track is being used here. But I generally think that you don't, if you're going to do copyrighted music, that's fine. Just fucking rip it. I think that it is a worse experience for YouTube viewers and VOD viewers if the video is not the same in post. So I think it's just better to just fucking rip it. Eat a copyright strike if you have to. But generally speaking, I would just not play copyrighted music. So, out YouTube and recording are different? Yeah, so it is different. So I use a different, and some people argue that having a different way of processing your encoder for streaming and recording is going to have more weight to it. But I found no issues in my PC because we want just kind of the basic settings for Twitch and we want the ultra deluxe settings for YouTube where we're allowed to use 4K. So that is my settings. Again, all of this will be available online in a one sheet that is in the link in the description, or the mods will hand out to you. So you can get all of this information. And again, all of this tech I've used during this portion is available to you. I have an Amazon link that's an affiliate link. Most of it, again, is Elgato. They're goated. So that's how I would set up my OBS. That's genuinely, I would have an OBS ready to go. Like, we just have like, I could start streaming right now, you know? All I need to do is put some speakers in and play. And we have genuinely a setup so quickly. How do we add capture card audio to Wavelink? Super easy. If you plug in a capture card to your PC, what's going to happen is on the software, because the Elgato's smart, if you have an Elgato capture, you can literally tell it like, hey, because I'm actually sending this to a, you could say, what will happen is it'll pop up. It's going to pop up here as like Elgato capture device. And then you can put it in like this, or you can even tell it to assign it to game. So it's super, super, super easy. You have to imagine, though, you have to think as well, anything you click that clicks on stream is going to come through on stream. So whatever you add is going to come up here. Super, super easy and really powerful. So that's it. That's how you set it all up. So that's how you do it. That's how you set up all your audio. Why would you use enhanced broadcasting, or how do viewers get multiple quality options? Yeah, there is enhanced broadcasting that is available when you go here and you stream, which, you know, you can stream key or whatever. You can click enhanced broadcasting, and that basically allows you to stream at a higher quality, and Twitch will downsize it for you, which can be very good. I don't use it because I stream to a server. It is good to have on if you are planning to only stream on Twitch. So I would recommend using it if possible. And then I would put, like, you know, if you're streaming in 4K, do the maximum amount you can. Do like 40,000 megabits a second. Or if you're doing 2K, 20 megabits. And if you're doing a 1080p, 10 is good too. So you can use that as well. Okay, that's all the OBS setup, OBS walkthrough. That's it. Let's go back over here now. And we're going to talk about cameras and stuff. Let's turn that all off for now. We still have a lot to go through. We still have a lot to go through. Mic filters? Well, if you paid attention to the class, we'd have already added all the filters we need. Let's stand up. Let's go and talk back to the, let's go and bring it back up. Is dual PC streaming still a thing? It is, only if you're really doing like intensive FPS gaming. Most people don't need it. You don't need dual PC streaming. It's kind of overkill. It's kind of a bitch to set up, and you honestly, it's not worth. Okay, let's keep going.
Seriously, thank you so much. I was literally stressing about my audio stuff for my tuber debut tomorrow, and you helped me so much.
Hey, no worries.
Literally made my day, even though it's technically tomorrow for me long.
Good luck. Okay, let's go back, and let's go back over cameras, because we still have cameras to cover before we're done here, boys. We are not done yet. Okay. Okay, I gotta move. This was further back, I guess. I guess this was kind of out of the way. Okay, let's move this microphone out of the way. Okay, let's bring it back. Do I have any water? I haven't had water in a while. Hold up. I don't know where my water went. Okay, fuck it. We'll do it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Okay, so I also attached all my settings for any of you that are curious. They're all here. We have them in a document. You can use them all there for you, so you can copy my exact setup. Okay, let's now talk. Okay, one other thing, chat. I didn't talk about this very quickly. When we talk about audio, we were talking about microphones earlier. The room you are in is very important. If you are in a room that has quite big, like this one, the audio is going to reverberate off of surfaces. Ideally, the room is as important as the microphone, if not more important. The smaller your room, the better. And if you can put cushions up or you can have blankets up, that's great. The more stuff in your room, the better. That's why when I first started doing voice acting, I used a cupboard with all my clothes in it and opened up the side, put foam, and that was my booth. So if you're in a room and your audio is absolutely dog shit, sometimes just putting up blankets can help a lot. Having a rug in the room can help. All these things are very helpful. So let's talk visuals, because this is very important. Okay, oh, fuck, bollocks. Okay, lighting is everything. Lighting is literally the key to visuals. Like, cameras are pretty good now, and you can fuck with all the settings you want, but generally speaking, lighting is what makes cameras look good. Without lighting and consideration of it, you are not going to look good. And if you have zero lighting at all, and your monitors are the only lighting, this is what's going to happen when you get flashbanged on CSGO. We've all seen it. It's quite funny. This can also be a stylized choice. Like everything with this, everything can be a stylized choice. The lighting can be stylistic. The choice can be stylistic. So this isn't like a one guide fits all, but I can at least give you some tips on how to do it. So for me, in my room, I have a lot of lights. You know, you can see all around my room, we've got these lights here. I've got lights in the ceiling. I've got a light here pointed at me. I've got literally the sun over here. That's what we call it. Let's show you. Okay, let's fucking not break my office. This is the sun. This is a very expensive light. And now you can see it's not pointed at me. It's pointed away from me and it's bouncing off of the wall, okay? Because this would be too harsh. I'm already wide enough. If this is directly blasting in my face, what's going to happen is that my face here is going to be overlit, and the side of my face now, because the way cameras work is that they take the brightest thing and adjust. Everything else is going to be too dark. I'm super dark from this angle. So instead, because we do want powerful lighting because we want to light the room, instead of doing that, what I've done is I'm using the light, bouncing it off the wall and the room to light the entire room instead of just me. So, and the reason why we want to do that, there's a lot of reasons actually. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh my God. Gotta move my fucking thing. There we go. Sure, that works. Okay. So there's a lot of reasons why you'd want to do that, right? Like I have a light on my face right here, and so I try to do a balance, right? I try to light the background, I try to show everything in the background, and I try to light me. But there is also like a stylistic choice to this. Like if I just turn my fucking, let me get it here. If I turn this light off, for example, you know, some people might like a little bit of the shadow. Some people might not. If I turn that light off entirely, which we can do pretty easily, you know, the lighting is going to get a lot darker, and you can see, well, the background is doing this kind of horrible shit, but the camera's going to have to compensate. And ideally, the more light that we can put into the camera, the less hard the camera has to work. And the cleaner image we're going to get. Because, you know, you've pretty well seen a video that you've taken in the dark. It has so many like little spots and artifacting. That's the like ISO trying to compromise, the internal systems in the camera are trying to compensate for the lack of lighting. And so it makes this really grainy, this very like spotty footage. And so ideally, the more light we can get in the room into the camera, the less we have to rely on the camera to do the heavy lifting. Now, truthfully, I use a really expensive camera. I use a really nice camera, and so do most streamers. And literally any camera will look fucking good on auto nowadays. If you just stick that shit on auto, it's probably going to look good. As long as you get the lighting. So that's why lighting matters. Because you don't need to worry about, you know, your f-stop and all this stuff as well, because you need to make sure the lighting is good. And, you know, when I turn off both those lights, it makes the background really dark, which is good. Like some people like that. Some people like the background looking really purple, having that bisexual lighting. Some people really fuck with that, you know? I'm not too concerned about that. I just kind of want to be well lit myself. So also, one other thing is that, you know, nowadays a lot of cameras have this thing called like an f-stop. It's a thing built into the camera that tells it basically where like the focus is going to be, but how much light to let in. And so you can get this kind of really nice effect where right behind me now the background is blurred, but I'm in focus. And we can turn that up like quite a lot to the point where literally anything that is not directly in line with me won't be in focus, but we need less light, I think, actually. Sorry, I'm getting confused. So there's a lot of considerations here. You can be really stylized with it. And you know, this is mainly just for lighting indoors. If you're lighting outdoors, things become a lot more complicated. You often have to turn a lot of the settings down, turn the f-stop up a lot to allow the light to kind of hit it. So yeah, wider aperture means less light. Sorry, getting confused, getting ahead of myself. So, how to present. There's a lot of things when we're talking about all the stuff. Framing, lighting, all the fun stuff, room too dark, you know how it is, yada, yada, yada. So, if we go ahead, sorry, where am I? Okay. Okay. So, one thing that is important is that when you're relying on lighting, the reason why we want artificial light is because, generally speaking, daylight it changes a lot. What you don't want is the light on your face changing throughout the stream. You want it ideally pretty much the same throughout the stream. So that's why we need lights. And if you don't have lights, you don't have professional lights, that's fine. We can find ways to add lighting to the room in creative ways, which I will show you. So also, one thing to note, lighting as well. You want to make sure the lighting is right when you're like doing control center. Let me pull it up. I'm going to mess with the light in front of me. If you make the light too bright in front of you, it might make you look way too bright compared to the rest of the room. Like I look particularly sticky and white right now. So I'll put it down to like here. Looks kind of nice, add a little bit of warmth. And this light is good because it can change colors. Elgato again. So I can make it like more warm, but I look too orange here. And generally speaking, you kind of want the lighting to kind of be, you know, about 5,000 Kelvin to 5,500 is kind of a good range to kind of get this nice natural look. But obviously, depending on what lighting you're going for, it's going to be different. And so it's important also to light the room. If you only light your face, the rest of the room is going to be dark. Like if I turn this off, right, this light, okay, and I put this down, my room is dark. And like some of you may think, wow, that's fucking awesome. And that's, yeah, honestly, that's a stylistic choice as well. But I look like I'm kind of in like a spotlight right now. So I would need to bring my light down to kind of compensate. And the background's going to get a little bit, what do you call it? A little bit artifacty. Now, let's say we turn off those lights in the back. Now I get this kind of weird lighting where I'm kind of relying on one light and the monitor lights, right? And you can see the way I look, well, mainly because of the filters on me right now, but let me turn the filters off. You can see like I don't look as sharp as I would like to look, and we can fix that with lighting. Like lighting is what's going to make that a lot easier for us. So we start by adding some room lighting to help light the room, and then we also then go on to light our face. So we light our face, and then to really tie it together, we want to light the room, which will help kind of fill out the lighting, and it makes it look more chill. But again, like it's stylized. So if you do like this look more, you know, if you do like that look, then that's fine. That's also okay. Like but it's all about understanding what you're doing and having intentionality to it. So if you want to do stylized lighting, how to do it. Let's go back. So you've learned now that lightings are good. Now, I'm in a big space, so I need a fuck ton of light to light this room. But let's say you are in a really small room. What you don't want is the light too close to your face. For example, I'm going to grab a light. I'm just grabbing this light real quick. I will attach these. Paul sent me these ones. These are blow-up lights. These are amazing. This is literally a light that you blow up. Okay, now everything's fucking dying when I bring this over here. Okay, let me turn the intensity down. This is a literal blow-up light that you can pack away in a bag. It's awesome. So you can see, like, this is a light. Okay, first of all, let me just fucking get rid of this. Let me close that shit. Okay. Okay. So this is light, right? We all know what light looks like. You can see now, right? As this gets brighter, the camera is compensating by making everything else look darker because it doesn't know what the fuck to do because it only knows this light. So you can't have it too bright, right? So that also goes for if you're white like me, you know, if this is too high and too close to my face, it's also going to look like shit. However, you know, if the light can go a little lower, that's a little better until we get to a point like there where, boom, the camera really likes this. The room is lit nicely. The front is lit nicely. It's nice. But some lights, you might not have a fancy light like this, right? You might just have like a bulb, right? You might have only like a bedroom light. So how can we use that? Well, there's a way we can use it. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, chat. Let's get a little extension cord. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I don't have an extension cord. Let me go grab one. Where are you, extension cords? There you are. This is not. Is it long enough? Nah, we'll find out, I guess. All right, let's hope this one works. All right. Ow. Let's plug this light in. Okay. Oh, this is not long enough. Fuck me. I knew it wasn't long enough. God damn it, Connor. We could daisy chain them. 1 second. We're going to cut this from the video. This is getting cut from the video. Okay, do I have a really long one? That one seems perfect. There we go. That's exactly what I want. Okay, this is much better. Okay. Because I think it's helpful to have examples and to show you what I'm talking about. Everything is like way easy to learn, and we're way easy to understand all this stuff if you know what we're talking about. So let's plug this in. Let's plug this light into the ground, because I have a little light here, and we'll show you what I mean. Okay, so let's say you have just a basic ass lamp. This is all you have. Congratulations, you have some lighting that you can work with. So you can see these are these like basic ass lights. I mean, this one is adjustable, but like generally speaking, let's say you have a light like this, right? It's just too bright. No matter where you put it, it's not going to light us in a way that is helpful, because it might be too bright over here, and it might be too bright here, it might not be bright enough over there. So it's like, what do we do? How can we use this? Well, we have a bunch of tricks we can use. Fuck, I forgot to grab the thing I would need. Okay, let's grab this one. This will do. Okay, I recently built something with fucking construction. Oh, yeah, this will work. Okay, so we can use diffusion. It's so fun. Literally anything can diffuse. So look, the lighting now, and let's put, so now that what this is going to do, you can see, if I put it, ignore the fucking stuff that's on it. You can see we're going to get some nice diffusion. And what that's going to do, if you're on the other side of it, on that side, you can kind of make a nice little glow. Now, you shouldn't put paper on a lamp, obviously, but you can just put like a really thin plastic sheet somewhere in front, and you're going to get now, instead of one really bright point of lighting blasting at you, you're getting a nice big paper screen that is all nicely lit. It's going to be all going towards you, right? So you're getting, instead of one really sharp point, you're getting a nice big square. So, you can get a cloth, there's like see-through cloths. You can literally use like a lampshade. All this shit works, right? Anything that can use to help lighting and soften the room is what we're looking for. So when we're talking about stuff like that, lighting can be literally anything. You don't need fancy lights. You don't need to have this fucking blow-up thing. Although this blow-up thing is fucking awesome. It's just 2 magnets. So you can do that one. And this one's also pretty good too, just because, if you do get some lighting like this one in particular can like change colors. So if you want to do your bisexual lighting, if you will, which I don't normally use it for this one, but like, this one can just change colors and stuff. So you can, wait, oh, I don't do intensity. That's why. You can do, ooh, like that, and it can like go through. So you can do different kind of lighting. You can get experimental with it if you have this kind of stuff. I don't normally use this in my own personal stuff, but if you do want to get crazy lighting, this stuff can be useful, Just learning about what you can have and what you are able to do is nice. So let's just turn this all down, because I don't actually want to have the saturation high. So that's important. So lighting is everything. It's really important to understand lighting and be conscious of it in your space. And sometimes you can do like backlighting too, which can be really cool. I've seen some people add it in their streams. But like, let's say if I want to be like super stylistic and I want to look like fucking awesome, I can take this extremely bright light, right? Because I know it's going to be bright and the camera hates it, but I can put it like behind me. And then if the room is a little darker, it can make this cool kind of like outline and shadow that you might see sometimes. I'm not really showcasing it really well here, but it can kind of make a bit of a dynamic to it that looks really cool. So there's so much things you can do with lighting, and the camera, as you can see on auto, like with my lighting, just looks great. It looks great when you just leave everything on auto, because all of these modern cameras that you can buy, like on automatic on everything, are really, really good. Now, obviously, when you get a bit more knowledgeable, you can start to go into those settings and understand them more. But just for now, nearly every camera is good and very good at doing auto. So, and the only thing you need to do really be prioritizing is the lighting. Lighting is everything. Okay, let's keep moving on. Back to the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. hope you're enjoying all the information so far. Hopefully it's not too dense for you. We've been going for quite a while, but I hope it's useful. So we've discovered lighting now. Yippee. Cameras. They are expensive as fuck. I'm not going to lie to you. Most cameras are pretty fucking expensive. Just being honest. But you can use your phone. Phones are really fucking good. You can stream with your phone. You can record with your phone. And honestly, the phones that are around nowadays are pretty fucking good. They are pretty amazing. So you don't need to worry about getting an expensive camera. It's just something that you should look into when you want to do streaming more seriously, and you don't want to have to use your phone for that. Okay, so on the raid, we are nearly done with our YouTube class. Keep it simple. You know, if a DSLR, or sorry, not DSLR, if a mirrorless camera, DSLR is wrong. If a mirrorless camera is kind of a big, you know, like these things are scary to you, that's okay. Like, these things can be a little bit scary because they're expensive, they're hard to use, the settings are kind of scary. You can use webcams, man. The Elgato 4K webcam is genuinely really good. It's just if you want to step up, you're going to want to get one of these. But they're expensive, and the webcams are like 100, 200 bucks. So if you're getting started, maybe that's the right thing for you. Let's talk prices, okay? I'm going to be real with you, chat. I use a literal cinema camera. It is overkill. The reason why I use it, it looks fucking awesome, and it has built-in fans, so it doesn't overheat. If you want, my personal recommendation is this one is for a webcam. It's $200. It looks fucking awesome. It's great. But again, you can use your phone. There's also the FX2, and this one is the Sony A7S. All will do the job. All will be amazing. It's important to note, I have used Canon a lot in the past and some other brands. I just had way more luck with Sony and less overheating problems with streaming. So yeah, it's expensive as fuck, but it will be something that will last. You won't have to upgrade it. And as Paul said, a poor man pays twice. If you end up buying something too cheap, you might have to pay to upgrade again anyway in future. So, and it's worth noting, right? Cameras, when we talk cameras, let's get I have a Canon camera here. When we talk cameras, cameras come with two important things. We have the body. This is the body of a camera. This is the Canon ER5. And this is what a camera looks like when you buy it. When you're buying any of these, you are just buying this. This is the part that sucks. These sometimes cost more than the fucking camera. This is like their standard 15 millimeter to 35 millimeter lens. This is kind of the go-to lens. Sony has a 16 to 35 millimeter. It is also, I would recommend, the go-to lens. That means that you can zoom in and out. I will show you what I mean. I'm gonna just take this off. Sorry, I'm using a teleprompter. So I was using it. I'm not really using it. Let me just fucking get this down here. When I zoom, I'm on 24 millimeters right now. I'm going to zoom out. That's 16, and I'm going to zoom in. So ideally, why we like that ability to change the camera, it's really nice because we can perfectly pick the right level. And it's kind of the standard lens that comes with those cameras. So it kind of allows you to pick the perfect like framing. And when we go wider, we can go wider. And also most of these are like 2.8, I think. Yeah, 2.8 aperture, I think. And then they also have autofocus, manual focus. Most of the time you don't want autofocus. Stabilization, if you're not moving, you don't want that on. If you are moving, put it on. So these things are expensive. Like this lens is like $3,000. The good news is, if they bring out a new fancier camera, this lens is probably still going to be the go-to lens for you. You are not going to need to upgrade the lens often. So let's attach this. It goes on very simply. You do this, you line up the red dots. There's 2 red dots on there. You can see them. You just line it up. Sometimes it doesn't go. Boom, you've got a camera. And then you can just take the lens cap off, turn it on, and boom, you can look at the screen now. You can see everything. You know, you can see the room. You know, and there's a lot of settings and stuff here. But, you know, generally speaking, there's going to be a thing that has like a 1 over something. You're going to want to set that to double the frame rate. So it's 60, so we're going to do 125. F-stop, that's how blurry, how focused things are. You can't really see this well. I'll try to explain. Hi. That's how in focus things are behind me. Okay. You know, so there's a lot of settings going on here. I would say Google a lot of these because they're kind of not helpful. Put as many things on auto as you can. And then literally, like I showed you earlier, the cam link, you just plug it straight in to the HDMI. This one is a micro HDMI, but the Sony uses full HDMI. So just plug it in, and you'll have a webcam that you can use, but obviously you'll need a tripod too. And again, if you have good lighting and you have this expensive camera, your shit's gonna look good. Obviously, lighting is very, very important, and I cannot stress that enough. A good camera will look like shit if the lighting is bad. So just remember that, because that's very, very, very important. Okay? F-stop is aperture. It's complicated to understand. TLDR, things behind you get more blurry. So those are my recommendations of like, are you on a budget? Do you just want a webcam? Do you want to try streaming? Get the Elgato 4K. It's amazing. Do you want to fucking blow your load and buy the most expensive shit imaginable? Do that. I'll have more examples and more things in my the affiliate page. I have an Amazon page with all of this stuff listed. All of my recommendations of things will be on there. So if you want, and I get a little kickback, you boy gets a little kickback. So yeah, you can do that. So Phil DeFranco jump scare. So yes, let's say you have the camera, you have good lighting. Now we need to frame. We need to frame. Framing is important. This is Mr. Phil DeFranco. And Mr. Phil DeFranco, for some reason, always has his head cut off. This is him leaning down, but when he's normally talking, his head is cut off, right? Ideally, like right now, you kind of want a little bit of a gap. I'm probably even a little bit too close. But when I'm streaming normally, you want a little bit of room. You are not trying to have a haircut. You want to have, be in frame, kind of like in the center generally, and you don't want your head cut off. And you don't want it to be too high up. You don't want to be too talking head. So framing is really important. And a lot of streamers get this wrong too. Look, say what you will about Summit. I don't think this angle is not the greatest. But look, he's an OG streamer. He can get away with it. But generally speaking, if you're starting out, doing it like an angle like this, it's just weird. I mean, a lot of the times it's kind of hard to see. You're just kind of looking at a chair and a man with good posture. Very good posture, though, I must say. You know what I mean? You're kind of not looking at a whole lot. So I think it's kind of better. And he's also looking away from the content. Not that it matters, but this is just little things that are like nice. It takes easy to do. It's a diabolical angle. It is, but you'd be surprised how many streamers do diabolical angles. And sometimes it helps. Sometimes it's funny. It's a stylistic choice. But generally speaking, if you can have good framing, why not? Ludwig, this is a pretty standard framing. Yeah, it looks good. He's right in the middle. Enough headroom, enough room for movement. You can show things on the side, enough room for guests if he wants to have them. It's solid framing. I hate glazing a lot, but it's head on. It's direct. You can talk directly to the viewer very easily. Yeah, so this is kind of generally how you want to frame something for YouTube at least and streaming. But there's obviously, again, this can get so stylized and you can get really in the weeds about this stuff and the style you want to present yourself. All you need to know is like, think about it. Think about your framing. Don't just stick the camera up and be like, it looks good like that. Or, yeah, I should cut my head off. Like, no, be intentional about it. Think about this stuff. So, chat, that's cameras. Honestly, the camera one we can go way more in depth in because there's like stuff like action cams, but we're not going to use that for streaming. Or that would be for content creation in general. But generally speaking, these DSLR cameras are going to be your bread and butter of making higher quality content. And to go back just before to this camera, we can film everything on this. They have filmed literal movies on this camera. I think it was the Creator was filmed entirely on this camera. This is an amazing film camera, and if you want to stream with it, maybe overkill. But if you want to make some amazing content and you want to look as beautiful as possible with ultimate customization, this is a great camera. There's a lot of cameras to go into, and audio is way more specialty, and I think it's also something that people get wrong a lot. But cameras is a bit more stylized and stuff, but there are tons of free tutorials online because, to summarize, chat, you're behind. You have a lot to learn, but you can learn it. That's the awesome thing. Like, I am a firm believer in the democratization of knowledge. I have learned everything I knew from people telling me for free. I've learned everything I knew from free tutorials that people put out on the internet. I've learned absolutely everything off the backs of people who've already put effort before me, okay? And I believe that should be the same with everything I know and sharing it with you guys. So share information. A high tide raises all ships, and I truly believe that. So you're behind, you are behind, but there's a lot to learn, and you can learn it. You can learn it, and it's scary, but it's going to be a lot of fun, okay? It's going to be a lot of fun, and you have a good time. So if you're worried about getting into content creation, It's never too late to start, man. It is literally never too late. You know, a lot of the biggest creators that we talk about now came around very recently. It is never too late to start and get into this. It is an awesome, awesome hobby or job, whatever you make it out to be. And it's fun. It's rewarding. It's fun learning cameras. It's fun learning audio and seeing the benefits and having this amazing quality. Like, there's so much to learn and it's so rewarding, and you will thank yourself for doing it. So that is all I have. That is my 5-hour presentation. Again, I want to say seriously, thank you to Elgato, because I would not have done this without them. I was not going to do this. I mentioned, I'm thinking about doing it. And then actually the guy from Elgato, Gabe, shout out Gabe, hit me up and was like, hey, if you're going to do it, if you're worried about it, I'll pay you to do it. So Elgato, shout out, because I literally use everything Elgato. Like, the half of the stuff, I was using a teleprompter at the start, that's Elgato. The pedal I'm using is Elgato. The switcher, Elgato. The fucking XLR cables is Elgato. The shit that they do for streaming has made it so much easier to get into. And the fact that their products exist, like, allow a lot of people to get into it very easily. So go and get some fucking products. All of them are listed on my Amazon page. Shout out to Elgato. Thank you for sponsoring. Now, questions. Does anybody have any questions? I am going to get water. Okay, I'm gonna get a cup of water. Where did my cups go? I had a cup. Oh, coffee over there. I'm gonna get some water, and then we'll come back and we'll do some questions, and I'll answer some questions for a little while with you guys. So let me go and get some mizu, go to the toilet, and then prep your questions. I'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, but I will leave you with some music. So let's do that. Let's leave you with some music. Because I need to hydrate. I need to fucking hydrate. Okay. You guys hear me? How's it now? All good? All good? Okay, nice, good. I also attached the green screen. I forgot to add that initially. So I do have, we do have a one sheet, which, where is the one sheet? So let me get the one sheet first for you guys. We have a one sheet that we can share with you. Let's have a look, sees here. And I have the Amazon link to all the stuff at the bottom. So there's a storefront where you can just pull everything open and see it. Music is still playing? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I need to add a couple of things that I need to update. But if I show you, for example, show you here. I've added like all the stuff that I use here and that I talked about. I need to add a couple of other things and recommendations, but like everything that I use is here. And specifically the lighting that I use on my face are these lights. I forgot to mention that. The Elgato Key Light MK2 Air. I've added like price options and all the gear I use for my stream. I'll add more later. This stuff's still missing, but just so you know. And then we'll have all the information in a sheet that is also available. I think we can share it with you now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I can. I can share a view version. Share. And so all the information here, anyone with a link can view, I think. Does this work if I go? Let's have a check first. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? Absolutely. So here is the link. Oh, fuck's sake. I'm not logged in on Twitch on my OBS. I mean. So all this information will be available on YouTube. We'll also do an edited version that kind of streamlines a lot of this stuff. And I'm sure Mudan will add his own visual aids. But yeah, this is all going to be on YouTube. Here we go. I know we're talking about Elgato, but what do you think about the Rode Streamer X? It's a capture card, XLR Stream Deck all in one. I think I used one similar. I like to have them all split up personally, just for my preference. But you can obviously have them all together. And I do like Rode. For mic quality and stuff, but I just find generally for me the things that are all separate are just easier to like swap out when I need something else. Because if I'm too married to one device, when a much better thing comes out for audio, for example, I'm kind of stuck with it because it's my capture card as well. So I prefer to have things separate just so I can upgrade them when necessary, and I think that's really helpful as well. So we do have this document that we added. Oh my god, this fucking teleprompter is driving me nuts. So I'll show you the sheet real quick as well, chatters. I'll show you the sheet. We made this little handy guide to content creation. That's kind of my script, but streamlined. A couple of things need to be changed in this, but generally speaking, it's the whole thing. It's one sheet with all the information summarized and everything explained. So you can go there. And then we've got the Amazon affiliate link at the bottom there with all the stuff. So there you go. It took an awful lot of work to do all of this stuff, but I wanted to make it so that you have like this just one-stop guide for all this stuff. Any possibility of phone setups, tips, accessories, dual phone setups with camera angles for us broke people? Yeah, I mean, so for phone setups, there's a website called OBS Ninja. You type OBS Ninja, and when you go there, it allows you to basically, VDO Ninja. VDO Ninja, you click add your camera to OBS. You say like, yeah, you can use it, waiting for camera to load. And then like now I have a shareable link. I'm trying not to like show the shareable link, but like my camera can now be put into OBS as a browser source. Really, really good stuff. And then if you want to just record, obviously your camera recording is very good built in. And then also, one good thing is, remember how I mentioned those dastardly lav mics? Let me just show you. 1 second. I'm just going to be a brief moment here. I have so much equipment, and I have to organize it all when I'm done here today. Are these the ones? Oh, yeah, okay, cool. So when I do IRL streaming, I mostly still use my phone, right? And the way that I do that is really simple, because some of these like Lav mic packs are really awesome. Fuck, please. Help me out, bro. They're like this, and they come with this thing here. And this allows you to plug this, obviously my case is in the way, but directly into your phone, as such. And then, now, you have audio going directly into your phone as the microphone, and you have a mic. Oh fuck. Well, if it's not broken. And then you have like studio quality, kind of, not studio quality, but like great audio on the go that you can use anywhere. And that's what we use for IRL streaming. And then this also has, like you can see, because you might be worried about battery life, this has a USB-C, so power can go through this and power the phone. So you don't need to worry about it dying. So that's a really good tool that you can use. Again, all this stuff I kind of learned from Paul. Paul's kind of the goat of this stuff. So that's also good. There's like tons of options. You need to find what's right for you, but that's how you can like make one purchase with a phone and make it much better. Did the Google Sheet cover the phone, website, and the mic? I believe we mention it in the sheet. If not, I'll get it added after the fact. Any other questions? How well do old DSLRs do? Like 13 years old? I mean, it might be okay. It really depends, but there is like definitely an age of which older cameras just kind of struggle to look as nice as you'd want them to with modern cameras. Another question someone has. What do I use? Oh, let me pull up Shadow Reno. Shadow Reno is better. Someone asked, what do I do for... do you have audio set up in the dock? I do indeed. Autofocus is the problem. Yeah, autofocus can be good or bad. Find no copyright music. It's trial and error. You just got to Google copyright music and see what doesn't get flagged. I use VLC to play music. I download the music I want into one big file, and then I loop it. And then I can just control it with my dial, like I showed you earlier. But there's tons of resources for royalty-free music. Yeah, Harris Heller has copyright-free music as well. I learned a lot from Harris Heller as well. He's a fantastic guy for all this tutorial stuff. I asked before, but I'll ask one last time so it's not spamming. When you upload game videos where you've added voiceover, does Mudan touch your audio at all in Audition, or is it set up, just went over? As far as I know, Mudan doesn't do anything to my audio. I believe Mudan doesn't touch my audio whatsoever. He just puts it in. And from what I've like hear in my own videos, I haven't heard any changes to my audio. That audio that I record live, that I'm doing live on stream right now, is the exact same settings that I record for the voiceover. What is your speaker setup? I basically showed it earlier. You can watch the video. I went through basically the same thing. What if I want to stream, but I also don't want to show my face, not gaming stuff? Yeah, I mean, look, there are tons of creative ways that you can do that. There are a lot of streamers that only do voice only. That is not unusual. You're just going to have a harder time standing out and finding ways to stand out, but it is possible. Does it matter where I stream from? Example, I feel like games outside of USA or first world countries are not popular. Does it matter where I stream from? Like, I feel like gamers outside of USA. I mean, that's a good question. I'd say like, it's tough because I think a lot of English speakers or even non-native English speakers often want to hear English in a native way, right? Not always, it's not always the case, but generally speaking. So you are having a bit of an uphill battle, but you know, it doesn't mean it's not possible. So keep at it. You know, if you can be amazing in other aspects, it doesn't matter if you have an accent. You can get past that easily. Yeah, only Pixel streams in English. He's German. He's just very fucking funny. Like if you're funny, it doesn't matter if you are at a disadvantage for not being a native speaker. Sometimes it can even be a benefit to not be a native speaker because you can be really funny with certain aspects of the culture that you don't know, right? So, yeah, I've been getting a lot of questions about the phone IRL setup. Yeah, so on Samsung, I downloaded an app called IRL Pro. Just IRL Pro. And basically what it does is turn your phone into like a little stream setup. You know, you click this to go live. And actually, I think maybe I can go Twitch channel. Is this set up right now, actually? Let me see if it's set up right now. So I can show you real quick. And I can give you an example. That would be cool, I think. How do I... Okay, it's bonded. So if what happens if I press go live? Is it gonna fuck up my stream? Let's find out. Let's fucking send it. Hopefully my stream is still here. Did I crash my stream? Okay. Oh, there you go, I'm getting it. Okay, so I could say, I could swap over in my server. Obviously this is a bit different, but I can swap to this feed. Then you can see my feet, you know, what it is. We're using the phone camera now. And, you know, it sounds good, right? It looks good. Hi. Muted. Okay, sorry about that. Unmuted now. And you can see, like, I'm using the camera. The stability isn't the greatest. You know, it shakes a lot. But, you know, it's better. No audio? Still muted? You know, it's... Oh. You know, it's not great, but it works. And so the way that this is working is that this app will combine a Wi-Fi network and a SIM card that you have in the phone. So what you want to do, you know, I'll like show you what I'm looking at here. You know, I have like, yeah, I have like this here. That's my like POV, you know, it looks cool. It's neat. You know, it just has all this stuff. And then you can click like wide angle, back camera, front camera, mute the mic, you know, flip it over, you know, that kind of stuff. It's all built in. This is a free app. And if you want to use, your phone for IRL streaming, was that leaked? What did I leak? What are you talking about? What are you talking about leaking? If you want to stream with a phone, you can basically get a Wi-Fi modem. You know, you can get you can go online, buy a Wi-Fi modem, buy a SIM to put in there, and then you connect that Wi-Fi to your phone, and apps like that will pull from your phone network as well as the Wi-Fi to stream. And hopefully the idea is that if you have 2 internet connections, it should make it stable enough to IRL stream. And that's what a lot of big streamers use. A lot of big streamers use their phone. Obviously, the biggest streamers use the $10,000 streaming backpack. It's a complete, how do I say this? It's good if you have a lot of money and want a solution that works, because there are other solutions. Like we use a Bella box, which is free. You have to pay like, I think, actually no, $10 a month for like this thing, but it's like free and it allows you to, I know it's free, it is free. It allows you to put a camera into it, and that's how we use the DJI one. But honestly, that's kind of complicated and the phone works really good. Yeah, the TVU backpacks are like $30,000 and then you have to pay per gigabyte. When we do the cyclothon, I don't pay shit. I pay $10 a month to access the remote server of that little box that I have. But you don't, like, there's a free way to do everything. So, you know, you just need to, it takes a little bit of practice. What modem? That depends drastically on where you live in the world. Like, the modems are different. Basically, just go online and type in, like, you know, remote Wi-Fi or whatever it is, and make sure you put your own SIM in it. Okay. How do I leverage small viral videos, reels? I sometimes get a few hit and get a small injection of viewers, but the audience quickly disappears. I'd say that perhaps there's a bit of a expectation versus reality that's not being met there, right? If people watch the clips and they watch you live and they're like, "Gosh, kind of not that fun," you know, perhaps there's something that you can improve on the streams to keep those people who come in, right? Because the more that you kind of get those 1 or 2 people that come in and they stick around, the easier it is to be growing. So clearly your clips are crushing. If your clips are crushing, you're doing a lot of right. Now it's time to look at the streams. What are we not doing right in the streams? Because clearly something's not working there. Because if people like the clip enough to check out your channel, which by the way is probably the hardest part, you've already done the hard part. Now we need to figure out how we can kind of maximize what we've already brought in the clips into the stream to make it entertaining. How can I know why my video is good? I don't really want to go into like too specific here because I think I want to keep the advice broad. More towards content organization. I make gaming and art content. How would I structure the stream, YouTube videos, and shorts based on the content? That's a great question. So for me, my priority is the YouTube video, right? And for some people, it's the shorts, some people it's the clips. But let's say, for an example, I really want to make a piece of content. Well, if I was doing art, maybe I would do an art challenge. Let's say I'm going to, I don't know, I'm gonna look, if it was me doing it, seriously, what I would do is I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna draw the same Pokemon, but every time I fucking drink. Or, you know, I'm gonna draw another Pokemon I drink. You know, it's like, it's so stupid. It's a shit idea, but it's super easy to be like, oh, I want to see how fucking hard it gets when the more drunk he gets. You know what I mean? Like, just shit like that. Like, take an initial thing that you can do easily and add multipliers that make it harder. Obviously, for me, I like drinking, so I do it. But if I was an artist, maybe it would be like, guys, today on the stream, I'm going to do level 1, drawing a fucking circle. We're going to end it at level 10, where we go crazy. We're going to make the most complicated circle of all time. You know what I mean? There's arcs. So you're making the beginning, the middle, the end. Now, when we talk about organization with the content, the clippable moments, can you tell that entire story through a short? Can it also be a long form video? It's okay to spoil everything in the short and to basically do that as long as it's engaging, right? Because maybe people will see the short and they're like, oh, that person looks really funny. Let's go and watch the full version of this video. You know, and like maybe you draw a ball and someone sends a funny TTS. The clips are a little bit harder to manufacture, but they are possible. I can help you a lot with making a good video. I struggle a bit more with clips in general. Hey Connor, how important do you think clip farming is? Okay, you need to do one of them right. You either need to clip farm or you need to make good videos, like good long form videos. You know, you think like Doug does it both pretty well, but I'd say his YouTube videos are absolutely fucking amazing. So he is very, very good. And to the extent where people want to go and check out everything because his videos are so good, right? So you don't have to necessarily do clips if you don't want to. If you are making fun content, there will be organic clippable moments in it. So think about that. What do you think about Charlie's thumbnails and titles? Why do they work? It's like the anti. Sometimes the anti works. Like sometimes rejection of the norms is better than the norm. You know, sometimes people like it when you do a thumbnail or a style, and when you're as iconic as Charlie, you can do that shit. But if you try to do Charlie's style, no one's gonna fucking click your videos. But he's him, you know? Like ProZD, Charlie, they literally just use the fucking YouTube default. That works for them because they have an established audience. It's hard to do that now. But these things are hard to force. And some people don't like it. What do you think about YouTube YouTube partners rule raising the requirements? Look, YouTube's always going to grab as much money as it can. I think from like your perspective, you are trying to be successful to an extent where no fucking base rule is going to affect you. You know, we're trying to get you to focus on core concepts that will allow you to eclipse whatever barrier they set. So I think like your goal, it's fine to have that goal of getting in the program, but we're trying to go beyond that. We're trying to go beyond that. So any other questions? How important is social media for streaming? I don't want to download Twitter and TikTok. It's not necessary, you know, it's not necessary at all, but it is cutting yourself off from an avenue of possible growth. So, you know, if you are really struggling, you know, it might have been the way that would have allowed you to grow, but it might also not have been. You also just might not be fucking good at it, and learning it might be a waste of time. But it's important that, you know, if you really want to grow, that you do kind of explore those avenues. How did you learn to gain an audience without anyone teaching you? Well, there were YouTubers before me that would give advice, and there was plenty of tutorials before me, but mostly it was experimentation. You know, it was a belief in the content that I was making. Like I really thought what I was making was good, and I tried my hardest to make that content better. Was it good? No, it was mid. But I at the time, I was really passionate about it, and I really, really tried to grow. And I never like just stayed still. If you want to do React and gaming content, should you do 2 channels right off the bat or focus on 1? I think sometimes starting a new channel is good. It depends what you want to do. This is a toughie because people always want to start new channels, and I don't think you should start a channel until one's kind of doing well. But I think it's also okay to start a new channel if one's not working. Personally, I'm not a big fan of React, obviously, so I don't really know. But I think, like, I wouldn't mix those two. How important is branding and doing the same content? I'd say more important earlier on when you are trying to build up an audience. It's about building up the runway, the ability to allow viewers to kind of trust you. And initially, they're not going to trust you or care about you. And you need to build that up before you can start kind of going crazy and trying everything. But also, maybe your branding is that you try everything, you know? So again, a lot of these questions don't have good answers. They don't have answers that are helpful. But it just takes a lot of time, man. It takes so much time. What's the difference between streaming on YouTube and Twitch? It's just a preference. Just preference. I think there's benefits to both. I'd say like dual streaming is great.
Felt bad receiving all of this goated info for free,
oh,
even
no,
though
no
I do not intend to start streaming. As a tech
good.
nerd, it was really, really interesting watching you set up stuff.
Yeah,
Many
no, I mean, I like
for
doing
the
it.
Stream, Professor Connor.
No worries, no worries. What do you recommend when interacting with an international audience that speaks different languages? Sure, at weird times, especially at many English viewers. Generally speaking, this is a great question because sometimes, you know, I live in Japan and I meet a lot of creators who speak English and Japanese and they want to make content in both languages. The problem is with a lot of these platforms is they don't like you speaking multiple languages because it confuses the fuck out of them. And like the algorithm doesn't know what the fuck to do with you because it doesn't get that there are Japanese people watching you and English people watching you. So it doesn't really know. So generally speaking, it is better to do, if you are doing content in one language and one in another, I'd say separate those platforms and do it differently. I know Kayson already does. I know Kayson does both. I think Kayson's a rare example of somebody who kind of makes it work. But it hurts you if you are doing a stream with a completely different language where people aren't showing up to it because they're like, well, I can't understand this language, right? So what ends up happening is that the back end, the algorithms say, well, look, nobody wants to fucking watch this because nobody's clicked on it. But what's truthfully happened is that half your audience can't watch it. And so now you're confusing the systems behind that really want to push you if you're doing good. So you really want to make sure that if you are streaming, that you pick one language and you stick to it. You don't mix languages because the algorithms don't understand. Like they're not at a point right now where they can accommodate for that. So yes. Stick to a niche or variety as a beginner. Whatever you want, whatever your preference is. You will find your calling. Like something will come to you, right? You will find something. Kayson does mostly Japanese, to be fair. Yeah, Kayson does mostly English on Twitch and Japanese on YouTube, right? There's that kind of a mix. And Henya live translates both, right? But her core content is in English. Don't, like, if you're worrying, oh, I don't know what to do, a variety of this, just make shit. You will find out what is right for you. How many streams a week? How long for? I think as long as you're live 3-4 times a week, that's solid. And I would do at least like 2 hours, at least. Try and do more if you can, but don't do too much. Like try and spend the time outside of that to learn what you can do better. I'm having a dilemma where I want to post more regular, less edited content, but I also want to make higher quality videos that take a little bit longer, weekly versus monthly. Which is best when starting out, assuming I can do either with consistency? I'd say whichever one you think has a better chance of succeeding. You know, generally speaking, the higher quality videos have a better chance of succeeding. So, you know, I would say that. But if you also think your less efforted content is strong enough, go for that. You know, that can also work. But you know, the question should be which one of these is going to succeed, not which is going to be easier for me. But also, that being said, which one is more fun for you? Do I dual PC for streaming? No, it's not really necessary unless you're planning to do, you know, like an FPS like Valorant or Apex exclusively. Most PCs are pretty good now, especially if you have a higher end one. If you have two kind of mid PCs, then maybe it's worth it and it's pretty easy to do. But generally speaking, I don't think you need dual PCs. It's kind of not as popular now. It was a bit more of a popular thing in the past. It's only maybe really popular, again, Apex, because there's quite a lot going on and your PC is going to struggle to do everything. So yes. How do you stop worrying about viewer numbers during a stream? I try my best, but the thoughts slip into my mind sometimes during a stream. Look, me too. It happens to me. But what I need to remember, and I always remind myself, is that ultimately, I am doing the content I am doing regardless of that number. The thing that I came here to do is no different than the number. And if I focus too much on the number, I'm going to start having these doubts and I'm going to start thinking, oh, is this worth my time? Should I have done this? It's really important to recognize what you are going to do on today's stream, and you're going to hit that regardless of that number. If you're coming in to do a banger 2-hour stream, do that banger 2-hour stream. Don't sit there looking at the number being like, I'm doing funny thing, go up. You know, like, that's not how it works. So don't look at that. If you can't kind of separate that, don't look at it. If you can look at it and manage that, great. Can my potato laptop stream? Of course it can. You just can't play every game, and that's fine. You don't have to play every game. What if you want to stream on Twitch, but you don't really have other socials to promote your Twitch? I'd say if you're okay, you know, not seeing a lot of growth, and you just want to stream for the fun of it, then I think you'll be fine. You'll be fine. What if you stream without the Stream Deck, but is willing to do more mouse clicking, albeit more steps? Yeah, if you don't want to buy a Stream Deck, dude, you don't need to. It's optional. I think for me, what I don't want to do is have to be like, hold on, guys, pull up every scene, manually change it, press all these things. I want to just have one button that does everything. And so for me, it's really helpful. It might not be for you, but it you know, for some people it will be. Okay, let's see if there's any other good questions. How do you train mentally? Someone asked this before, but how do you train mentally to keep your personal life separate and not accidentally dox? That's a good question. I had someone who I spoke to recently, but I won't name names. They were telling me, they were like, dude, the moment I press go live, I feel like I'm gonna say something racist. Look, it's like, okay, first of all, no, you're not. No, you're not gonna say that. But there is this weird kind of exposed feeling that you have that when you press go live, you feel very perceived. And you feel like, oops, what if I say something I shouldn't have said? Now, this is just a muscle that you have to train to not worry about that. You just, you know, you just have to do it and have faith in yourself that you're not going to do that. And I'll tell you what. So don't worry about it. You know, truthfully. Ludwig gonna say it. It wasn't Ludwig, but he probably would say it. You just have to go live. You're not gonna say this shit. It's a worry that's not gonna happen. You're asking about pitching sponsors. I think for this kind of stream that I've kind of been teaching, it's not really relevant. We're not kind of talking about the points of sponsors for this stream. That's a completely different thing. I think Ludwig covered that a lot better as well. When brand new, would you just talking, even if no one is watching? It feels awkward to talk to myself. Yeah, I mean, look, if you can't just wait for someone to fucking show up, because otherwise it feels like you're kind of passing by a random shack in the woods, and then there's a guy who goes, oh my God, I haven't seen a person. You know what I mean? You're gonna scare them off with how like intense you are. Whereas if you just set the vibe of like, you're just fucking chatting, you're having a good time, people are not gonna feel bad about, all right, well, I'll watch for 5. Let's watch this guy, you know? There's different intensities. You need to be talking, and talking as if someone is there. It sounds ridiculous because, you know, easy for me to say with all these viewers, but you know, you have to be talking. You have to think that you're recording, because that's what you are. All of the class was telling you, you are here to make a story, to make content. You need to be treating it like you're recording a YouTube video. You need to be going into this, saying things, going into it. It's important. If you're sitting there quiet for 40 minutes, it's like, why are you streaming? What are you streaming for? You're doing it for yourself, hoping someone's going to show up, and that's not going to work. All right, I can do a couple more questions. Ludwig brought up doing a long stream where he does multiple things to maximize content. You do the opposite. You kind of stick to one thing per stream. Which do you think is better overall? Oh, definitely Ludwig's is way better. You get way more bang for your buck per stream. But my videos, we like to play long games. It takes a long time. You know, it takes a really long time. It's just different. Would you say you learn from your mistakes or embrace them? I mean, it's both. You got to embrace them and you have to learn from them. Do you think it's easier to build content off of a base game that you keep going back to, even as a variety streamer, to be more consistent? It's possible. I think you need to be careful when you start streaming that if you gain an audience doing something, that if you don't want to do that one thing for the rest of your life, then be prepared to have to, you know, diversify. Because otherwise, you might play a game that nobody likes in 4 months. What if, you know, when I played a lot of Apex was really popular. And if it's not popular in 2 years, I'm kind of fucked, you know? So I need to kind of, it's fine to have this base game, like you mentioned, to come back to. But I would say from the get-go, it's good to kind of train your audience, tell them, hey, look, I'm going to play a bunch of different games. I'm going to do a good job on all of them. Choosing mods. Yeah, I mean, mods, you'll figure it out. I feel like mods, you know, mods are good. Mods are great. I think it's up to you as the streamer to set your vibe, but if you want toxicity in your space, you can allow it. But you can also like have good mods that want to keep the vibes, and you know, most of the time the mods will be the dedicated people in the audience. How do you decide the persona you show on stream? Again, like I mentioned earlier, it's like there is no persona. It's I'm being me. Like and if I was to be a persona, I would get burnt the fuck out so fast. So there is no persona. You are not doing a persona, and you shouldn't be doing that for stream, I think. You can play a character if you want to, but that's kind of a different thing. I think a persona and a character is different. I think if you're doing it the way I'm doing it, you should just be yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna burn yourself out. Persona. This is a good question. When a popular game is out, so you've decided that you want to be a gaming streamer, like Expedition 33 or GTA, do you think it's good to stream it or wait for the hype to die down a little bit? Well, here's what I'll say. Every streamer is going to be covering the game that you are talking about, and unless you can get that video out literally first, which, you know, is debatable if that's valuable or not, because maybe people are going to watch it just to care about the game. You know, you're kind of piggybacking and not building an audience, you know? You're kind of hopping from new thing to new thing. I would say it's always, you know, like Pete plays games that no one has ever heard of, and that builds a dedicated audience because people are now coming for Pete, not for the game. So you can use popular games to try and build an audience, but on Twitch specifically, you know, they often have, you know, the person who has the most viewers at the top. So it's not so simple. But YouTube, if you're doing something interesting with a popular game, that can be a good way to blow up. But you have to remember, you don't want to get stuck doing it. Let's do 2 more questions. How do you decide what kind of content you make? You do day by day or month by month? Kind of like a week by week to month by month level. But sometimes I will just change on the day. Hey, Connor, I haven't uploaded a video in 7 months and I want to get back to uploading. I have 16K subs. Would you do it for you? Yeah, why not? But I would also say like 16K subs is amazing, and that's congrats. But also, it's not that much. Like you can easily gain 100K subscribers with a couple of hit videos, you know? So you need to be thinking of it like, don't think of it as like, oh my God, I have this precious thing I need to protect. There's so much more you can do. When building your audience, what are you looking for particularly? For me, I'm looking for like a chill space with longevity. And I'm looking for repeatable, you know, I'm trying not to, look, I could do crazier things, but at the end of the day, that doesn't feel sustainable to me. And I want something sustainable. And so for me, I'm going to play some cool fucking weird games. We'll do some fun stuff occasionally. But, you know, it's going to be, you know what you're going to get. And there's going to be some fun things that you can be excited for. I think it's important as a streamer to have content that people can look forward to. Think like cyclothons, RV trips, these kind of big milestone events that take a lot of work. But you need to make sure that your core content is good too. So yeah. What is a personal bottleneck you had and how did you overcome it? This is going to be the last question I'll do for today just because I'm tired. I've been standing up all day. Let's talk. Okay, first of all this is cool, but Twitch discoverability is bad. I know, we already went over all of this. Bottleneck, a bottleneck that we had and how do we overcome it? So for me, you know, I've been doing YouTube for a long time. When we started doing live streaming, I found the bottleneck of, hold on, I can't write the voiceover for every single video. I can do it for some, but we had people and the editors come in and kind of give like little notes of where they wanted voiceover. And I got the editors involved in kind of helping out with a bit of the marking of where they want voiceover. And then I would go through it and I would just do voiceover. And that one simple like thing improved the workflow tremendously. So that helped a lot. Like, talk with your team. If you have a team, if you're doing it solo, seriously look at what you can do better. Okay, chat. That's been my complete guide to streaming, YouTube, and content creation in general. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed and had a good time. There's a lot of information to take in. I hope you found it all very useful. Thank you so much to Elgato for sponsoring this. It was awesome, and they sent me the audio mixer, which I really, really appreciate. But I thank you, and I hope you enjoyed it. And please feel free to use this guide in future. The technology that I recommend might change, and we will reflect that in the Amazon affiliate link page, where you can go and buy anything you want to buy. And of course, if you buy anything from there, we get a little bit of a kickback, which is nice too for me. Thank you, I appreciate that. Wish you good night, with a 10. But thank you so much. I hope this was very informal to you, and I hope this helps you for years to come. Truly, thank you so much for all enjoying this content. This took a lot of work organizing all this information into one stream. Literal weeks of work, kind of getting it all down and getting the flow right for you guys. So I hope you enjoyed it. I will be live again tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. But for the meantime, thank you for watching.